Hello everyone, my name is Jeff Power. I'm here at AT&T Stadium, home of the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington, Texas, where Ohio State just beat TCU in the Advocare Showdown in a battle of top 15 teams. Well, we roll out one matrix turf with Helix technology and roll in another as the Dallas Cowboys prepare to take on the New York Giants in their home opener in the 2018 season. Let's show you exactly how it takes place and how quickly it happens.
For a change like this, where we're going field to field, 8 hours is a good time. The fastest I've ever done it was about 6 hours and 45 minutes. That was a really short turnaround from college to Cowboys, but we had a noon kick. It's a lot more efficient for us if we put down a Cowboys panel or a Pro panel, and we already have a pipe on the machine, so we can just go a section over and roll up a college panel with that same pipe. We don't have to go back, we don't have to load. It just speeds the whole process up and makes it a lot more efficient that way. As busy as our stadium is, we have a lot of events that are smashed right up next to the other. And so we do have a lot of overnight changes. This turf is fabulous. We've gone with Hellas a number of times, and this is by far the best one that we've had from an aesthetic standpoint, a playability standpoint. I think we've fine-tuned this particular field to suit all of our needs this time around. I can't see the seams. That is the ultimate compliment that could be paid, is where are the seams. And if somebody can't see the seams, then I feel like I've really done my job to get the best quality product out there.
Yeah, we're at the Star in Frisco. This is the headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, Hellas Construction has put in a couple of fields here. A nice matrix turf with Helix technology, synthetic field. Cowboys getting ready to start the season. Are we ready for some football? Our road trip to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. What's up, Terrence Parker? Yeah. You ready for some football? Oh yeah, here's our trailer right here. We're getting ready to go to Los Angeles, California. All right, but today it's all about the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. We're here in Frisco at the Ford Center. Let's check it out. Hellas Construction also has an office at the headquarters in Frisco. AT&T Stadium is home to the Dallas Cowboys. It opened in 2009 and was Hellas Construction's first professional football stadium and is still a Hellas partner to this day. AT&T Stadium installed a soft-top convertible turf system, which allows for an increased number and variety of events that maximizes revenue and programming potential.
Next stop, Van Horn, Texas.
The relationship with the Miami Dolphins and Hellas is a very good relationship. Hellas gets it. They understand what our needs are in terms of what the players need as far as field performance. And I think that they hit that nail right on the head. No question, I think Hellas has the best product out in the market today. We've grown that relationship, and now we have a second field. I'm very confident about the field and the playability. In South Florida, our weather situation is severe. It rains here quite often. We have to have the indoor because of safety. Having a great field helps with the natural field, because now we can balance out the wear and tear on the natural field whenever we have to. As the Dolphins organization, we want to put out the best product that's on the market for our players.
Not only did the Miami Dolphins go with a Matrix Helix synthetic turf by Hellas Construction, but also GeoPlus Infill, which will help keep the field about 40 degrees cooler than traditional SBR Chrome rubber, plus a 19mm E-layer cush drain below the turf, which will actually help the field drain better and provide more safety for the players.
Player safety is paramount here, and everything we do is geared towards that. We elected to go with the 19mm E-layer cush drain. We felt that having this product would be good for the players, meet our GMAX qualification, as well as putting a good quality product that would last us a long time. We need consistency, we need professionalism. Having that relationship is very, very important. I think there is a positive feel, and I'm excited to be a part of this organization and be a part of the staff, providing the services and helping the team to reach their goals. goals. It's fitting, the stadium is here, so everything works out great in terms of fans and the community, so great.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
My name is David Gertie, Director of Operations with ASM Global at NRG Park in Houston, Texas. I oversee the grounds department here, which is directly tied to the Hellas contract and Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation's field install here. For 6 months a year, we have the field installed, allowing the Texans to play their home games at our facility. And then the other 6 months a year, we generally have a concrete surface allowing the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo to play. Certainly the importance of the Hellas field is being able to work with us to pull the field up. It is about a 3-week install. It takes about a week to get out. So Hellas has been paramount in making that happen and working with us and our busy schedule here to make sure it gets done in a timely and efficient manner. Hellas worked with us heavily on the front end, knowing that this is a temporary install. And it was important for us to find a good partner that could supply a product that was important to both player safety, being able to rebound well from event to event, as we do host a lot of events on top of the surface. We've hosted everything from children's family events, Monster Jam, Disney on Ice, things of that nature, as well as several large concerts, including Taylor Swift, Beyonce. Our install is very unique in that it's on a semi-permanent basis. It's down 4 to 6 months a year. That allows us to have additional events in the fall during the season. While we do have those high school football games, college football games, of course the Houston Texans, covering the field is an 8-hour process that allows us to keep the field in for that 4 to 6 month period. And host those other major events that come through Houston. It really makes for a great setup for our needs. Every facility is certainly unique. You have to factor in a lot of things for your facility, whether it's storage capabilities, again, that event schedule. Based on what we've experienced over the past few years, 4 years exactly, and signed on again for another year next year, I'd certainly say we're happy with the product moving forward. And if anyone came to me with any questions, I'd certainly point them in Hellas' direction.
During the week, I did a little research and read an article that the turf in SoFi Stadium was the same turf used for the Texans and the Cowboys stadiums. And I thought I had good games whenever we kicked there as well. So I wasn't too worried. And then after the first couple kicks, I was used to the turf. I think it's really nice. It almost feels like you're kicking on grass. I felt really good today, and I had a great warm-up and then was able to continue that in the game. So if you look back to 2017 against the Texans, same turf, like I said, 49-yarder at the end of the game, barely made it over. So I definitely have a stronger leg than I did in 2017. Last year I had a pretty strong leg, but did not have accuracy. this offseason, I was able to make a lot of long kicks, and then going into training camp, I really wanted to show the coaches I could be consistent from that distance. I thought I was in training camp, and then a day like today where you're indoors, basically no wind, I was able to hit from 67 before the game and 70 at halftime. Coach Tobe knew that, and he told Coach Reed that if we get to the 40-yard line, we'll be good. That'd be a 58-yarder, and I can just swing easy. I don't need to change anything.
It's all about commitment to excellence.
A commitment to excellence is the foundation of the Las Vegas Raiders. Hellas Construction, a proud partner of the Las Vegas Raiders, has helped bring this vision to light.
We started at 4:30 this morning. We got about 40 to 80 trucks coming in today of sand.
Hellas built and installed 6 playing surfaces between the Intermountain Healthcare Performance Center and Allegiant Stadium.
This is where we train. This is where we get ready for game days. This site in Henderson is our home. Working with Hellas has been great. Everything's been class act.
The Las Vegas Raiders have chosen Hellas to do all of their surfacing for this entire campus, so we're very proud to be their partners here.
In Henderson, Hellas built 3 outdoor natural grass football fields from the ground up, along with the largest indoor professional football facility, complete with a 25mm cush drain pad. Inside the headquarters, the Raiders selected the premier synthetic turf, Matrix Helix with Real Fill by Hellas.
Hellas uses a lot of measurements to make sure that everything is exactly as it should be. There's so much detail and precision to it that it's checked at least 3 times. So you lay it out, you've measured. You cut it in, you've measured it. You install it, you've measured it again.
At Allegiant Stadium, Hellas also installed 2 Matrix Helix synthetic fields with Real Fill infill. The Matrix soft top convertible turf system allows the stadium to host a variety of events and maximize usage of the venue. We're wrapping it up here at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. How fitting, a Hollywood ending right here. Of course, this is the home of the Rams and the Chargers. This is the end of the hashtag Road to SoFi Stadium, hashtag Great American Road Trip. You might remember we hit multiple stadiums across the country on this journey. In fact, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in both Atlanta and New Orleans, the Superdome. And then, of course, AT&T Stadium in Arlington with the Cowboys. We stopped off in Glendale at State Farm Stadium, as well as the final touch here at SoFi Stadium here in LA. Of course, Hellas Construction has installed Matrix Turf with Helix technology. That's the top-of-the-line product at Hellas. Incidentally, the first regular season home game at this stadium for the LA Rams will be the Dallas Cowboys. How fitting. Hollywood versus America's team. Should be a lot of fun right here in Los Angeles. I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction. Hellas Construction is the largest vertically integrated sports construction company in the United States, focused on general construction of sports facilities and sports surfaces. Hellas specializes in the base construction, installation, and maintenance of synthetic turf systems, track systems, tennis courts, and multi-use playing surfaces. A complete turf system consists of turf, pad, and infill. With close to 750 pieces of heavy construction equipment, specialized Hellas crews inspect and prepare the underlying surface to ensure stability. Shock pads, including the Cush drain or GMAX drain, are placed over the laser-graded drainstone foundation. The pad or drain acts as a safety device for your turf system. Matrix turf fibers are manufactured at the Hellas Fiber Factory in Alabama. The quality materials give the fibers a natural look and feel, providing a soft yet strong surface with a long lifespan. At Hellas Textiles, the Matrix turf fibers are tufted into a triple-layered, dimensionally stable backing, which is then fused with polyurethane coating from Hellas Polymers in Texas, creating an exceptionally strong tufted bind. Hellas has never had a field fail in the history of the company. Once the turf system is installed, the infill plays an important role by helping to create a uniform, predictable playing surface on the synthetic turf field. Hellas uses pea gravel instead of sand to prevent drainage issues at the base of the turf, which also helps the fibers stand firm. Real Fill or SBR Chrome Gum Rubber is the most popular infill, but the cooling agents in GeoPlus, Ecotherm, and Cork are scientifically tested and proven to work. All of these infills are essential to the longevity of your field. A Hellas track crew will install the Epic Track system with a poured-in-place track surface that is impermeable and installed in multi-layered applications. The Epic Track's product line offers a variety of running systems that have specific advantages for your athletes. Everything passes through quality control to bring you the best sports track systems available. When it comes to tennis, look no further than Hellas. Whether it's building new courts, resurfacing, mending cracks, or installing nets, Hellas installation crews will deliver a fine and durable surface. Hellas manufactures TPS court surfacing available in nearly a dozen different colors. Post-tensioning is a method of compressing the concrete under 33,000 psi of pressure with cables to increase the integrity of each slab, creating a strong crack prevention foundation. Hellas uses laser-guided technology to achieve a consistent level of quality and guarantees a flawless finish. The design-build concept from product manufacturing, construction, and maintenance is what sets Hellas apart. The details are in the design build, from grandstands, press boxes, restrooms, elevators, lighting, parking lots, and more. Hellas is your complete solution to your sports facility idea. Hellas controls the supply chain from the quality of your product to every aspect of your project. The goal is to exceed the client's expectations and build long-term relationships while being on time and on budget. Hellas Construction, building for sports from start to finish. When it comes to sports construction, look no further than Hellas. The industry leader manufactures and installs athletic surfaces. Hellas delivers a vertically integrated solution for every stage of construction from concept through completion. It's a design build from product manufacturing, which begins at the Hellas fiber plant in Alabama and is tufted in the Hellas textile plant in Georgia. The polymers plant in Texas is where court and track surfacing begins, which leads to the completion of your design build project. On the surface, Hellas installs track, tennis, and turf, but it's the details in the design that differentiates Hellas from the rest, including grandstands, press boxes, parking lots, restrooms, sports lighting, and more. Having Hellas as your design build partner means your project goes through only one company, which gives Hellas the control to complete your project on time and on budget. Hellas is your complete solution to your sports facility project. One concept, one vision, one company. Hellas Construction. Now certified to kill coronavirus, Clean03 by Hellas Construction is a field disinfection program that provides peace of mind to synthetic turf owners. In addition to effectively eliminating the coronavirus, Clean03 also eliminates MRSA, Salmonella, noroviruses, and E. coli by applying ozone to the surface. Ozone, or O3, is a molecule with 3 oxygen atoms. Ozone is a very strong oxidant and parasite. O3 is routinely used to treat drinking water. Using a specifically designed machine, Hellas Construction maintenance technicians methodically apply ozone to the field. The Clean03 machine converts water to ozone, which attacks coronavirus and other contaminants before reverting to oxygen. No chemicals are used in the process. Other treatments shine a UV light over the surface, which only reaches the exposed surface fibers and infill particles. Hellas's ozone treatment creates a mist that permeates deeper than light treatments, expanding into all the surface's nooks and crannies. A cost-effective add-on service, Clean03 disinfection is available through Hellas's Clean Sweep maintenance program. When you add the Clean03 application to a field grooming service, you sterilize and prolong the life of your field at the same time. For more frequent disinfection schedules, the Clean03 machine is available for purchase. A complimentary training service is included with the price. Our technicians will deliver and assemble the Clean03 machine and instruct your groundskeepers on best practices and procedures. Clean03 Disinfection by Hellas. The Hellas installation process when it comes to concrete pouring and post-tensioning begins with leveling the subbase of the site to within tolerance. Encapsulated tendons are placed in both directions with spacing that is determined by design specifications. The forms are placed and a vapor barrier is put down to prepare for concrete placement, which is pumped into place and precisely level using either a laser or manual screed to ensure strict tolerance is achieved. A riding trowel is specifically designed for use working over large areas of concrete. Post-tensioning places the concrete under constant compression to provide strict tolerances and planarity requirements of professional level venues. Hellis Construction uses laser-guided technology to achieve this consistent level of quality. Post-tensioning increases the structural integrity of the concrete through the process of tensioning the cables, which compresses the slab. Each slab is tensioned to 33,000 psi, ensuring a strong crack-resistant foundation. A typical 5-inch post-tension concrete slab will provide the same compressed strength as a conveniently reinforced 7-inch slab. The slab is finished, ensuring planarity and a uniform texture across the entirety of the courts. Post-tension foundations add value and protect your long-term investment by the ability to span across unstable soils and increased resistance to localized settling, elimination of crack maintenance with no intervening joints, and a better slope for drainage with uniformity and predictability of play. Once the concrete is cured for a minimum of 28 days, the surface can be prepared for the TPS color coding process. Go to hellisconstruction.com for details. The TPS color coding process begins with power washing. Now, acid washing is for concrete surfaces only, followed by the patching and grinding of any cracks. Hellis Construction is a certified installer of the Right Way and Armor Crack Repair systems. Once the low and high areas, including cracks, are smoothed out, the courts are flooded once again. When no more patching is required, an acrylic surface is applied to bond the concrete or asphalt so the court paint can be applied. The first coat of paint is targeted for the inside play area. Available in about half a dozen standard colors and a few more premium colors, a second coat is applied inside the play area, followed by the first and second coat of paint along the outside area. TPS court surfaces offer multiple options for any sport, including tennis, pickleball, basketball, and futsal. The lines are taped and sealed with a coat of line sealer to guarantee a crisp stripe at every edge. Once the sealer has dried, the lines are painted with a roller or brush. These tennis court markings are laid out onto the cured court and installed to the standards set by the United States Tennis Association. After all of the lines of the court are fully coated, the tape is removed and the lines are left to dry. Once the crisp, clean playing surface is cured, the final stage before play begins include reinstalling the nets and posts, and then the final cleanup and walkthrough inspection with the client. A full line of accessories are available to customize each court, including fencing, windscreens, custom logos, cabana benches, and lights. For more on TPS court surfacing, visit hellisconstruction.com. Major Play, redefining the field. Introducing the most advanced baseball turf system ever designed to emulate natural grass and clay while supporting every play for a perfect game. No equipment, no fertilizer, no lines, no rainouts. Less maintenance, saving time and money. It's a level playing field that is built to drain. A fresh cut look with replaceable sections are available in high slide areas to keep the field fresh. We've tested and tailored the Major Play systems to perfection with the best natural grass ballparks in the nation. From pitching, hitting, sliding, ball bounces, and speed consistency, Major Play is a home run. Hellis, building for sports from start to finish. Ecotherm infill has a very unique shape and the necessary distribution process, which allows the green-colored infill to keep a field 20 degrees cooler than synthetic turf with SBR black crumb rubber infill.
You can tell the difference in the heat. It brings the temperature down so much better. When you fall on it, it doesn't burn you.
People that can testify for that the most are our kids. They noticed a difference right away as far as the heat with the new infill.
Irrigation is not required, and Ecotherm is 100% recyclable because it's made from vinyl TPU and cellulose fibers that are less than 2.5 millimeters in size. Pea gravel actually holds the Ecotherm in place, avoiding flyout when players are running on it, providing superior foot stability while assisting in shock absorption and drainage.
You can't go wrong with it.
Ecotherm infill, the best way to cool your field without water while providing a surface system your players will thrive on. Synthetic turf fields will last longer and play safer with proper drainage, beginning with an elastic layer cush drain. The elastic shock pad includes mineral aggregate, rubber granules, and moisture-cured polyurethane binder. The cush drain is precisely paved into place over a laser-graded drain stone. The porous cush drain draws water through the field surface into the drainage system quickly, which results in more practice time on the field. Look how water instantly pours through the cush drain pad.
I think the cush drain is the most important part of this whole deal. Our elementary school kids come over and use the field when it's rainy. Our band's out here marching on it. I mean, it's used all day long.
In addition to water, the cush drain is also resistant to rot, mildew, freeze thaw, and compression set associated with normal athletic field use. The elastic layer provides planarity that holds its form and position through 3 to 4 life cycles of the turf. The cush drain, the best investment for your athlete's safety.
In Hellas's innovation, they came up with the idea of what we call high wear panels. And if you look real closely here on these baseball, softball fields, your high wear areas are, of course, first base, second, third, batter's box, home plate, catcher area, and your pitcher mount. This field's about 40 ounces overall in face weight. Your high wear panel is 80 ounces. We've doubled the face weight. It's much more dense. It's going to make this area last longer because it's got twice as much face weight and fiber. These panels, you'll notice, are just Velcroed in. So they'll pull the Velcro panel out, they'll work this infill into a new panel, we'll leave them extra infill as well, they'll use a shop broom and brush that in, and they will then Velcro this panel back in. They're also able to do that at the pitcher's mound, they're also able to do that on the right left-handed batter and catcher area, but this has been a great innovation from Hellas, really cuts down the cost, really makes it easier on the client, and over time you're going to get this wear, but there's nothing better than a high wear panel from Hellas Construction.
"2020, the vision has been anything but clear. Coronavirus, social distancing, new normal, words we're all very familiar with. Simple solution, stop the spread. Will we play? It's patience, it's perseverance, it's practice. From rural America to the big cities, decisions have been made. Mask up. Be safe. For some, it's game on. Let's go. Field a team. Let's play on Hellas, who wishes all of the teams across America a safe and successful football season.
One of the things that we're most proud of and the most amazing thing about the project we just finished in Las Vegas at Clark County School District is it was 29 fields being built at the exact same time. So they were all natural grass fields that were in fairly poor condition. We built brand new fields, took out all the dirt, renovated it, put in all new sub-base drainage systems, put in new drain stone, put in the famous cush drain pad. We retrofitted all the lights to LED. We put in the new Helix technology. We put in the cooling technology with the cool fill material, put in new sprinkler systems, and basically brought this school district in a matter of 6 months, 29 fields phase 2, 3 fields in phase 1, all of it done within about a 6-month time frame. Without any doubt, great value for the school district.
We had 22 construction crews that did the mass excavation of the existing natural grass. We had 7 irrigation crews that were installing the Hunter irrigation systems. We had 7 lighting crews that were installing the new Musco components. We had 4 cush drain crews that were doing the track cush drain components. And then we ended up having 14 turf crews, all of this self-performed.
We've never had so many turf crews working in one area together before, and we're getting it done on time and under budget.
A lot of moving parts, all have to be coordinated at the same time. It was a really large undertaking. It's exciting. Hard work pays off, and there's no better feeling than that. That step forward to help them achieve their goals speaks volumes. Together we're better. You know, you see that on the building, you see it on our logos and everything. And we've proven that to be the staple of our company. You know, we're all one big family. We're all trying to achieve the same goal.
It was a huge undertaking. We're super proud of the deliverables that we deliver to the Clark County School District. Most importantly, all these kids are going to come back to school and have these unbelievable facilities.
Our flag football girls are really excited because they love to come out here and play under the lights as well. Soccer is excited about being able to come down here. Really, our team sports that play on this field, they really literally can't wait.
In fact, we got the blue end zones with the gold Labatt Valley. I mean, everybody loves it. So we were real happy with it. I think it looks great, so we're excited to play on it. Clark County has a little bit of everything, so Hellas has been all over the place in Southern Nevada.
This project was more about the high school and the kids and doing something to, to help the community and give them a good, safe place to play. They looked around and Hellas was the only one that could do a project of that scale in that amount of time.
We've taken this from the geotechnical studies, from the owner approvals. We did surveys on each and every school. We take that data and information, send it to our design team in Austin, Texas at headquarters. They turn it into a CAD drawing. We permit it back through the city, and then we have multiple tasks and crews.
I'm in Laughlin, Nevada right now. Of course, this is where Clark County's southernmost high school is located, Laughlin High School. Temperatures get up into the 120s. In fact, the record is 131. But the geo-cool fill is just crucial for places like this, where you can reduce that temperature of the field by 40 degrees compared to, say, SBR crumb rubber.
The fact that we can cool it down is going to be good for our kids and really be good for our program. I can't imagine another field in the United States that gets hotter than this. I'm intrigued and excited and fascinated to see how this is all going to work with this whole cooling process. It's going to be fun to see.
With this field and knowing that it's going to stay cooler when we're on it during the height of those practices, it's a great feeling for us, and we're excited about that as well.
These systems can be extremely hot without the proper organics, infill, and irrigation provided by Hellas to lower those temps. The systems that they have are 100% organic. They are irrigated overnight, 3 to 4 minutes on a cycle time to keep the infill moist. And when the sun comes up in the morning during the heat of the day, the infill is designed to retain the moisture and lower the field temperatures by perhaps 20 to 35%.
They took our advice, they took a chance on us, and we installed our GeoCool infill and our Cush drain system, which brought the temperature of the fields down tremendously in the valley.
We're putting down 19 millimeters of Cush drain, and it's a blend of rubber, rock, and polyurethane binder. So we have mixing machines that mix it, and we have pavers that we take it out, put it in front of the paver, and we pave it right out, just like you're paving asphalt, basically. The Cush drain will last 30 years. So if this field has to be replaced in 10, 15 years, the Cush drain will still be there.
Looking forward to fall and playing, and it's been missing, and our kids need it.
Shout out to Hellas for coming out here and doing this project for us, and our kids are ecstatic and excited to be able to finally play on it.
With the beautiful desert mountain scenery, these Hellas fields really stand out, really pop.
We own Las Vegas, both from the pros to the high schools. We have a local office there in town. Anything anybody wants in Las Vegas when it comes to sports playing fields, we are the #1 provider in town.
You guys are phenomenal to work with. From day one back on January 9th when you first got here until today, this has been a great experience for Laughlin High School and the community of Laughlin.
The people of Las Vegas and Clark County School District have been amazing, and we're so happy to be involved with that, with the community support.
It's been a huge project, but a huge shout out to Hellas, definitely. We're just so appreciative and grateful, and our kids are so looking forward to being on it.
It's like a dream come true. We've been talking about it for 30 years, hoping and wishing, and now here it is.
Hellas has done an excellent job of just taking the initiative and getting the work done, not only in a timely manner, but professionally, taking pride in their work.
I really do appreciate Hellas for all the work they've done.
It's the largest single contract award in the history of America, to our knowledge. When you buy 32 fields at one time and we mobilize in town, scale of values being created.
Located in Austin, Hellas thinks bigger with innovative technology designed to put the student athlete's safety first.
It's all about commitment to excellence.
A commitment to excellence is the foundation of the Las Vegas Raiders. Hellas Construction, a proud partner of the Las Vegas Raiders, has helped bring this vision to light.
So we started at 4:30 this morning. We got about 40 to 80 trucks coming in today of sand.
Hellas built and installed 6 playing surfaces between the Intermountain Healthcare Performance Center and Allegiant Stadium.
This is where we train. This is where we get ready for game days. This site in Henderson is our home. Working with Hellas has been great. Everything's been class act.
The Las Vegas Raiders have chosen Hellas to do all of their surfacing for this entire campus, so we're very proud to be their partners here.
In Henderson, Hellas built 3 outdoor natural grass football fields from the ground up, along with the largest indoor professional football facility, complete with a 25mm cush drain pad. Inside the headquarters, the Raiders selected the premier synthetic turf, Matrix Helix with Real Fill by Hellas.
Hellas uses a lot of measurements to make sure that everything is exactly as it should be. There's so much detail and precision to it that it's checked at least 3 times. You lay it out, you've measured. You cut it in, you've measured it. You install it, you've measured it again.
At Allegiant Stadium, Hellas also installed 2 Matrix Helix synthetic fields with Real Fill infill. The Matrix soft top convertible turf system allows the stadium to host a variety of events and maximize usage of the venue.
Hellas was one of the companies that gave us a bid for this field. It became apparent that they were a high quality company and would produce a very high quality field for us. It's a beautiful field. Everybody loves it. The orange and white with the black end zones really pop. They stand out. We chose to highlight 20, the 50 yard lines and also highlight our letters with orange. It really makes those zones on the field pop.
Not only did Roseburg School District go with Matrix Helix synthetic turf installed by Hellas Construction, but they also went with an E-layer cush drain below the surface, also installed by Hellas, which will help the field drain better and help reduce concussion. Safety first here in Roseburg.
We have the E-layer under this field, and when you walk across it, it feels the same as it did the first day we installed it. That was something that was real important to our athletic director, Russ Bolin. He wanted us to stand apart from others. From a liability standpoint, we felt like as a district, we needed to go with that E-layer to provide a field of still meeting GMAX requirements. So our school board voted unanimously to install that E-layer for the protection of our kids. So we saw that as a future benefit and a cost reduction measure for future installs. The exit interviews with our athletes indicated that playing on this field was one of the highlights of their senior season. They loved the way it looked, they loved the way it felt, they loved the way it played. Our soccer players felt like it played faster with more speed. We recommend Hellas to anybody and everybody. We look forward to doing business with them in the future.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Yeah, City College, we're the winningest junior college football program in the history of the United States. We won more national championships, transferred more players to Division I schools, and we're very fortunate to have a lot of credibility and a strong reputation for being consistently one of the best programs year in and year out. Our entire college athletic department, we couldn't be more excited to have Hellas be the company installing the turf that we have, and to get the highest quality synthetic turf field in the United States is something that every player and every coach cannot be more excited about. It's a lot of fun. It's like putting together a championship team. You start from the very beginning, you have to tear down what you did the year before, what you had, and you layer by layer build up a quality product, and in the end, you reach the maximum outcome, whether it's winning a championship or having a championship caliber field and a championship caliber stadium.
The Ram Stadium is named after George M. Rush, who won 7 national championships here at City College of San Francisco. Their current head coach, Jimmy Collins, also won a national championship in 2015. Now this squad will get a chance to play on Matrix Helix synthetic turf. Hey, you want to play like a champion? Might as well look like one while you're at it.
The quality of our athletes need to be matched with the quality of turf on the field, and getting the Matrix Helix turf to go with the highest caliber athlete that we have year in and year out is something we're extremely excited about. So for the best athletes in the country, we need the best turf in the country. And to be able to play on the best turf in Matrix Helix is something that we are excited about and something that is in line with everything we do as a program and everything Hellas stands for as a company.
Hellas installed Ilia Renufill at City College of San Francisco. Now, Ilia is a cooling infill which uses all-natural olive particles which absorb water to reduce field temperatures. The infill provides a firm and fast-playing surface, while the cush drain pad under the turf protects players through consistent shock absorption.
It's going to soften the impact for head injuries. It's going to soften the impact for all lower extremity, and it's going to make it a fast field. We really expect this to be the fastest playing surface in the state of California, if not the entire country. Safety first, high quality first. You know, one of the things our program has found to be really in line with what Hellas is as a company is everything is first class. And so we're very proud that when people say city, it's known that it's City College of San Francisco, and we're excited that we're going to be able to say that city is a Hellas turf field.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Fire season started early in 2021 as Northern California braces for unprecedented heat once again in areas all too familiar with evacuations and the horrors of losing over 500 structures, including lifelong homes, businesses, and even state parks near Santa Rosa.
2017, everybody was on pins and needles because you had no idea. It was the first time anything like this had happened to the county. I mean, it's something that I think most of the community is now living with. Unfortunately, the fires haven't gone away.
So you want to take it down, right? You want to go long?
Henry Belmonte lost his home in 2020 due to a fire.
We were evacuated, but it was nowhere near our home. My family and I left that night with all the intentions of coming back the next morning. It wasn't until sometime early in the morning that we realized that we had lost our home.
Outdoor sports have long been an outlet for Californians. It's a sense of normalcy. But what is becoming reality is families are scared of uprooting their lives once again.
The fact that this has sort of been part of our lifestyle now for the better part of 4 years, certainly how dry things are now, it's a bit nerve-wracking, probably for the kids, maybe more so than we as adults, just because it's a constant reminder that they may have to leave their home again. The conditions that we live in today, where water is becoming more and more scarce, the expense, you can't create this with grass right now.
When we're going upfield, we can do the same thing.
In the meantime, kids want to get out and play, so there's a need for synthetic turf more than ever so players can keep playing the sports they love.
To be able to come out on a field like this, it's certainly something pretty special, and I think a lot of people within our club take a lot of pride in that. Coming out to a field like this and having the opportunity to play and get out and not at least forget about COVID for the moment as well, it's something that we want to continue to give them.
Hellas Construction installed the Real synthetic turf system here in Santa Rosa. It's got an aero-filled TPE infill, and it is a FIFA certified field.
This field, when you compare it to anything else in Sonoma County, there's nothing else. It not only plays like real grass, but it's also FIFA certified.
The FIFA quality program sets internationally recognized industry standards for products, technologies, playing performance, safety, durability, and quality assurance. Below the 167,000 square feet of Matrix Real synthetic turf, you will find a Hellas-installed G-Max drain at the Sonoma Soccer Complex, which will help with drainage while helping reduce concussions.
I just have to give credit to the people that were involved in making the decision, Hellas for coming forward and giving us something that we're really proud of. And the other thing is when we get other clubs that come to visit, they're completely set back with regard to how beautiful it is and how well it plays. This is as legit as it possibly gets. To be able to have it in this condition consistently is almost impossible in this area, but to have this here for our kids and for our programs and teams, it's pretty special.
Hellas Construction, building for sports from start to finish.
The first time I set foot on a Hellas field was in Texas. I knew that it was different than the rest. It was more plush, it was more professional, it just looked amazing. Well, safety and playability is always important, and their turf is top-notch to begin with. But when you throw in the Cush drain and the Geo on top of it, it just makes for a perfectly safe playing field. The other main thing that I liked about it is that it's cool. The Geo is absolutely amazing. You walk on another field and you start cooking, you can't even take a knee on it. Geo, you can walk barefoot on it. It's just an amazing material. With football, we're concerned about protection and we're concerned about keeping the players safe. With baseball and softball and soccer, we're concerned about the way the ball rolls and reacts on the turf. For us, we feel that God has blessed us immensely with this field. It's far, far beyond what I ever imagined, dreamed, or hoped for. It's the most beautiful field around.
The idea that this turf is matrix helix, which is the same that we see in the National Football League with teams like the Raiders, the Rams, and the Cowboys, our school district did not skimp a bit. They provided us with the best opportunity to protect our kids from concussion, as well as providing a surface that is quick and easy on the ligaments for our individual athletes.
Let me tell you, this matrix turf with helix technology is absolutely splendid, not only on our school, but all the other Phoenix Union schools.
It's a huge opportunity, I think, just the perfect timing of the turf, refresh and reconnect with our students, our athletes, and our parents, and our staff.
It's a great recruitment tool in the sense that we have a lot of incoming freshmen this year that are really excited about playing on this turf.
You know, you can't help but notice the attention to detail here at Phoenix Union School District. They went with a cush drain below the surface, which will of course help the field drain better, but also help reduce concussions, plus Geo Cool Fill, which will keep the infill about 40 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber, and that is huge in the Arizona heat.
Prior to being a head football coach and being on many turf fields since 2007 on up, I find this product, the Cool Fill, it's keeping our field a lot cooler than some of the competition.
Yeah, safety's a first priority of Phoenix Union, especially with our superintendent. But as athletic director, you know, it's always a concern for our kiddos.
Arizona, believe it or not, it actually does rain here every now and then. But when you come out to this turf, it's just nice and clear, like it never even rained on it.
Well, I think the cush drain product has really helped us to be, when we use the water cannons to cool down the field with the Cool Fill, it actually drains down quicker for us, as well as when we've had some of our monsoons already this summer.
But having that cush drain, I think, really opens up a lot of opportunities for our kids to be out here and maximize their time on the field.
This is a monumental thing for our district. As being one of the oldest school districts in the state of Arizona and the largest high school district in Arizona, we want to make sure that we give the best product possible. Let's do it right. Let's show our communities we care about the safety is number one, and we do the right thing in regards to the heat and, you know, the protective surface that we provided for our kids.
We're grateful for everything that Hellas has done, that their communication and being out there with us and letting us know what was happening through the whole beginning process till the end.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Go Knights! Go Knights! Go Knights!
Higley, let's go!
Higley! Let's 25. Yay!
Thank you, President Reed.
Win the night.
Yes, sir.
That's the red side.
Wanted the community and other people to come out and experience our new field, the Hellas field that we have, and the turf, and just the whole game day atmosphere, and it was awesome.
The buzz that's been around this opening kickoff has been something we've been looking forward to for several months. We go to supermarkets, people are talking about the game. You go to church, people are talking about the game. There's a great vibe in the community.
That's a tribute to our athletic director, Aaron Dilley, and we try to create that fan experience here at Higley High School as much as we can with each game.
The community support alive and well here in Gilbert, Arizona, as the Higley Knights took to the field for the first time on their brand new Matrix turf with Helix technology with that Geo Plus infill. But it was all about the community tonight. Let's find out more about this band.
We have one of the best marching bands. Jess Sharp, our marching band director, has really built this into a source of pride. And then our crowd, so supportive. They pack the house.
We really appreciate the support that we get from the community and everything. We love coming to the games and playing in the stands, building that community between the three different programs because we're all here together for the Friday night games. We're really enjoying using the new turf. It's getting us more time on the field and stuff like that.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hello everybody, my name is Jeff Power. I'm at Cesar Chavez High School here in Phoenix, Arizona. This is part of the Phoenix Union School District. Hellas Construction just installed Matrix turf with Helix technology and Geo Plus infill, which will keep this field about 40 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber, which is huge in Arizona. Plus a cush drain, which will help the field drain better and help reduce concussions. This is the same situation at Alhambra High School and also Central High School. Hellas, a big part of the success here at Phoenix Union School District.
Started researching companies. Ran into Hellas at the National Athletic Directors Conference. Hands down, Hellas was the best product we saw out there. As being one of the oldest school districts in the state of Arizona and the largest high school district in Arizona, I think the pride factor of being able to do this for our kids, you know, it's immeasurable.
Kids love it. It's flamboyant, it's gorgeous, it's bright, it's beautiful. So they could hardly wait to get out on the field. We have soccer coming up next, so they're chomping at the bit to get out on this field. It'll be the first time we played on a regulation soccer field.
Field is absolutely beautiful. This school was built in 1962. We took some pictures on the lion out there with our green uniforms that represent our school colors. Let me tell you, this matrix turf with Helix technology is absolutely splendid, not only on our school, but all the other Phoenix Union schools.
So I'm proud of the work that the folks that I worked with in our district to bring this about. I think we picked the best company that's out there right now.
You guys did a fantastic job.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
You know you're getting close to Flagstaff, you see the San Francisco peaks. The community can see it over the hill, and we get tremendous comments about the field there. We actually started working with Hellas almost 12 years ago. The biggest thing was easeability with the design and their team that they have there.
This major play turf by Hellas at Flagstaff High School looks sensational. You know, their colors are green and white, so it's a perfect fit. On top of that, you've got the Geo Plus infill to keep the field much cooler, because at 7,000 feet above sea level, the sun can be pretty powerful.
The exposure to the sun is tremendous. So with the cooling ingredients, with the Geo, it slows down the baseball a little bit. This major play turf has been exciting. The baseball team, the baseball coach, can't say enough about how it bounces, how it plays. The fields will save us about $20,000 a month because of how dry it gets here in April, May, and June. I can't say enough about Hellas. From their design team to their finish teams are unbelievable.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Well, we came out to the Valley of the Sun. This is Gilbert, Arizona, just southeast of Phoenix. This is Higley High School. They've got brand new matrix turf with Helix technology, but here's the key: Geo Plus infill. We're gonna find out exactly how much cooler this infill keeps your field than crumb rubber. The Geo Plus infill actually consists of rice husk, coconut bristle, and cork. But you also want to make sure that you water the field, but only about 20% of what you would normally water a natural grass field. Look at that reading, 97. The air temperature is 108 right now. Meanwhile, a neighboring field with crumb rubber showing temperatures right now around 150 in the heat of the day, around 3:30 in the afternoon here in Arizona, with the air temperature at about 108.
We definitely noticed the difference from other fields that we've played on that doesn't have the Geo on it. When you come out on this field, you never have that heat tension on the bottom of your feet.
Welcome to Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm Jeff Power. This is home of the Lumberjacks of Northern Arizona University. They are playing on a practice field just outside of the Walk-Up Sky Dome. This is Matrix Turf with Helix technology, one of our newer projects at Hellas Construction. And how about the backdrop? We are 7,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah, one thing we were trying to do with this project is just kind of elevate NAU's profile and branding. And so Hellas was awesome with helping us figure that out. The familiarity we have with the Sky Dome and the mobile system that we have in there with Hellas gave us the background we needed and comfort that we needed to move forward with it. So we did the alternating panels every 5 yards to really help with that branding as well. We have the logo in the middle. We've got the conference logos on the 25-yard lines, and then we also have our custom font on the yard line markers, the 10, 20, 30-yard lines. So that's something that Hellas worked with us to really give the uniqueness to NAU, to put the font on the yard numbers.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hello, my name is Jeff Power. I am here in Sierra Vista, Arizona. Behind me, you see the Huachuca mountain range. We're sitting at about 4,500 feet above sea level, so not quite as hot as what you see over in Phoenix, Arizona, for example, in the valley. But here, a little higher elevation, but also definitely a need for ecotherm infill, which will keep that field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber.
When we did the contract for the fields here at Sears Center Park in Domingo Paez, we were given 3 different choices of infill material for the synthetic turf. And one of the choices was ecotherm. I think during our summer months, we get into the high 90 degrees, and we really do see a difference with the heat on the field vice the heat around us as well. And one of the biggest things that it's saving is water. Our previous grass fields, we were using 1 million gallons of water a month, not including the manpower and park staff and lining the fields every time we had a soccer game or something like that. So these fields really do help the city save money, not only in water conservation but in manpower and upkeep as well. All 3 of these fields here and the 2 fields over at Domingo Paez can be used from 3 or 4 o'clock all the way to 10 o'clock at night.
The Domingo Paez and Sears Center Park soccer fields here in Sierra Vista going with the Matrix Real M installed by Hellas Construction. There's also a G-Max drain below the surface to help it drain better and provide that extra safety factor, which includes helping to reduce concussions.
Yeah, so one of the things about the fields is that it has a concussion rating pad underneath called the G-Max pad from Hellas, and it really provides a real great surface for the kids to play on. Prior to having these fields, we would have issues with drainage, unsafe conditions, and with these new fields now, it's flat and level, and we don't have to close them, do maintenance, or worry about water pooling on them as well. It was a great final product.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
It's pretty awesome. The guys are still excited about it. It's got a cool feel to it, and where the guys take pride in it running on the field. The playing surface is perfect. We had a little bit of a hand when I met the guys at Hellas to do it here, knowing their quality of work all through the DFW area. It was kind of a no-brainer, right? Let's have the best people do it. They did a really good job with the logo. The colors pop, man, the community is excited. Just seeing them get excited about that because they take pleasure because it looks good. And if it looks good, they think it's important. And so if it's important, then they want to be part of it. This is legit. It's been a good thing for us.
Hellas Construction installed Matrix synthetic turf with Helix technology here at Western New Mexico University. This is Altamirano Field. Only one side actually has stands. The other side is the scoreboard so the fans can keep their eye on the field the entire time.
First, the guys, they're like, dude, what's the scoreboard doing over there? We're also at 6,000 feet elevation. Definitely a home field advantage when we have teams from Texas that come from 1,500 elevation. That's our whole thing, is to play fast. Well, now we have a turf that enables us to play a little bit faster. When you get something like this, the players are like, man, this is big time. The administration really cares about us. It was good. I'm glad it worked out.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hello everyone, my name is Jeff Power. Welcome to Baird, New Mexico. This is home of the Cobre Consolidated Indians, the Big Red Nation, looking absolutely beautiful in this Matrix turf with Helix technology. How about the views back here? This is mining country just outside of Silver City, New Mexico. Take a look around.
We definitely have beautiful country around here. You go 30 minutes either direction, and you're gonna land in somewhere that's really beautiful. You also see the different colors in like a mountain out here that looks like it's out of place, but that's just our mind, and the field just adds to that, and it's beautiful, and we are proud of it, and it's something that we're looking forward to having and being able to play on and show off to the rest of our district and the state. Our football coach is excited to get out here and really get going on it, and also our band, our marching director is chomping at the bit to get out here and just to start practicing. These are our Friday nights. This is where we're at, and it's great to have something this beautiful for people to come be excited for. Our mascot is the Cobre Indians. The C with the spear was what we're going to brand Cobre with, and moving forward, all our fields are going to have that Cobre C with that spear, and that's going to be the way people recognize Cobre from now on. Hellas has come in, they met their deadlines. Now we have this beautiful field, and they were super professional, very friendly, understanding about our need. Thank you so much, Hellas Construction, for what you guys have done and being able to come in and come out as quickly as possible and leaving such a beautiful result.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
New Mexico has the best sunsets, and baseball field look really beautiful.
Amazing, great, super.
Milwaukee.
1, 2, 3, run!
I think it's changed kind of the whole mindset of the program and the kids involved with it. And we have teams like Ruidoso that are willing to drive 5 hours out of the way just to come play on the field.
Before the ribbon cutting and the ceremonial first pitch here at Milwaukee, they honored one of their legendary baseball coaches, Thomas McReynolds. Coach Mack won 3 state championships here at Milwaukee, 1973, 82, and 84. Of course, Coach Mack had nothing but great things to say about the Hellas Construction Fusion Turf here in Milwaukee.
This is awesome. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's hard to even imagine. This dream came true. I always wanted it.
It's good to pay our tribute and respect to people that have gotten the program to this point. We want to build a really supportive fan base, and in order to do that, you have to honor the people that have come before you.
I was an athlete here. The community has always supported us here at Milwaukee Valley School District. We're very excited to be able to have an opportunity to provide a sports facility like this. So we appreciate Hellas for all the work they did in making this dream come true. We were using large amounts of water, and water's life around here. Now we have a facility that's easier to maintain, looks a lot nicer, and it's going to last a lot longer.
It's finally nice to be playing on a really good field. And the hops are way better too. You know, they always play out the same, and you don't have to expect a bad hop to the chest or the face or anything like that.
When the game was over and it's 20 degrees outside, we don't have to drag the field. We could just pull the bases up and brush a few areas and go home.
Remember, if you're juiceful, you're useful. But if you're juiceless, you're useless.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
If you ever fly into Key West, like you just heard that plane go by, take a look down. The guy we flew with said, hey man, that field really looks great. It's night and day from what we used to have to what we have now. We are the only fighting Conks, and what we've seen out here is first class. The Monroe County School District, everything is safety. You know, safety's first. They take pride in their athletics. This Ecotherm infield runs between 15 to 20 degrees cooler than the black rubber. Track, of course, was totally redone.
How was the Hellas training program and the guys that deal with that?
Wonderful, excellent. They trained us and always go with the seams. You know, we don't have to do circles. So you learn something new every day.
Lady Conk Stadium, we put in high slide areas on first base, second base, and third base and pitcher's mound. They're Velcroed. You can pull them out, groom them, put the new ones in as they wear down. Do you think that's going to save you time?
When you guys installed it, he showed us how to do it. He actually undid it, pulled it completely out. He left us the Velcro and just put it right back in. It's just that simple. Conk pride. It was the old coach says, don't leave home without it. Conk pride.
Well, thank you for your time, Carl.
Thank you guys.
We felt like we were going to go with Hellas because basically just off reputation, they've lived up to that reputation. The contrasting colors with the red, white, and blue around the green field, I think really looks good. That fork kind of adds something to it. The Ecotherm that we put in does seem to stay in place. You don't see this stuff flying up. Our wide receivers seem to feel like they got good footing.
The receivers love it. When I first walked out here, that's the first thing I noticed. I felt like I could run a few routes.
The biggest thing I wanted was the cooler turf.
In addition to the Matrix Helix synthetic turf installed by Hellas Construction, West Memphis also went with Ecotherm infill to help keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber, and a V300 Epic track surrounding this multi-purpose field.
We went with the black track, and that kind of surrounds that blue outer edges. Feels softer than the old track. Not only do we feel like it looks outstanding, we feel like we've got a great and a safe product.
Anything that we can get to excite them to want to be out here is just a plus for us. Can't wait to get out here and compete.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
So Hilliard, a suburb of northwest Columbus, 3 high schools, Darby, Davidson, and Bradley. Each high school graduates under 2,000 students a year. From an administrative side, we were happy about having the safest and most up-to-date surface technology to be put in here.
All 3 fields are really special, and the biggest perk of all of it is that our kids that use the field have a fantastic surface to play on, regardless of sport.
I've seen many fields, and we like the alternating panel look. We kind of saw this pattern in a couple places, and we went with it, brought it back to Ohio, and we get compliments all the time on our field, how nice it looks.
In addition to the Matrix Helix synthetic turf installed here at Davidson, Bradley, and also Darby, you'll find a cush drain at all 3 schools below the surface, which will help the field drain better and also help reduce concussions.
From the soccer players to football players to our band coming onto it, you can just feel it when you walk on it, and then the impact it has, whether contact sport, non-contact sport, walking, falling on the ground. It feels safer, it's a softer impact, and our athletes have talked about it as well.
We've been pretty fortunate. We've had a couple times where there's been a torrential downpour. You know, it might pull up for a second, but usually within a couple of minutes it's draining down and the field's playable. One, I want to thank Hilliard City School District for giving us these fields for our athletes, because it's done nothing but enhance The time that we're out on them, the amount of times the kids in the wintertime and whatnot can get out on them.
It looks beautiful. Our kids love it. Our community loves it. Our spectators love it when they come, and we've had nothing but compliments of how it looks.
Now over here at Hilliard Bradley High School, they're getting a brand new Q3000 Epic track installed by Hellas. In fact, right now you can see the numbers and the lines are being painted as the exchange zones go in. But this is an opportunity to put this entire district on a statewide level when it comes to track meets.
When you step on the track, which is an Epic Q3000, you really notice a difference, especially from what we had before. And our track coaches who have been coaching for 30 years, my God, when they step on it, they can't help but smile because they feel the difference.
Go with Hellas, because they took care of it for us. They did a phenomenal job, they really did.
Hellas has been a great partnership. Customer service is second to none. They're very punctual, great working relationship with the Hilliard schools.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Champions Field, Delphus, Ohio, home to the Jefferson Wildcats and the St. John's Blue Jays. 2 high schools, 1 community in Northwest Ohio.
Well, first time we were out here was before the St. John's game, and it was just really fun. I know everyone loved it. The whole community came together for the game. It was an awesome atmosphere.
It was a great night, awesome atmosphere. There was a lot of fans in the stands from both schools. It was a competitive game. Really look forward to the whole off season. Turned out to be a great night.
I felt a lot better. I feel quicker on my first step, and I think it feels amazing. Way better than grass.
You notice the difference, like planning, you don't get stuck as much. It's just a lot more smoother running on it. I do feel faster, yeah.
The thing we're most proud of, there isn't 1 cent coming from our taxpayers. There's not 1 cent coming from the actual city of Delphus. There's not 1 cent coming from either school, athletic department, boosters, nothing. This is all privately funded, and thanks to our sponsors, this community is made of people that are champions at all levels in everything that they do, and that's, the calling card of our town.
It's amazing to see how many private donors step up and donate towards this project. Without them, this definitely would not have happened. It's a great thing for our community and for both schools, and we look forward to playing on it for a long, long time.
Yeah, you look like a champion, you play like a champion, and hopefully we can get a couple on this new turf field.
You have the Blue Jays down on that end, you have Wildcats down on that end, so like both teams come together, it's like our field.
It's not just a field for like the football players, it's a field for everybody. I mean, there's flag football out here now. We try to get as much of the community on here. It'll hopefully bring more kids out to come play sports, and the band, I mean, they're on it, they like it, and soccer, and hopefully it just keeps bringing other kids out for sports.
St. John's and Jefferson High School enjoying the new Matrix turf with Helix technology installed by Hellas, also a cush drain below the surface, which will actually help the field drain better and help reduce concussions. Definitely a neutral site stadium host facility for any other schools that might be in the playoffs.
And I think that's a chance for this field to bring other communities into what we think is a great community here in Delphus. With the cush drain, one of the things that, we knew it was going to help with drainage. We knew it was a safety factor, and we know that it helps keep the field stable, helps with longevity. So we know going in, we're not just going to put a turf field, and we're going to put the absolute best that we can for our community. And I think we managed to do that through Hellas.
It's great that it's less maintenance. Our parks department doesn't have to do as much as they used to. They were the ones that had to paint the lines and do the mowing and fertilizing, and that's not necessary anymore.
Hellas did an outstanding job of selling the product, but also then at the end coming through and delivering what they promised they were going to deliver. And it's been a really good experience, and to work with Hellas and the guys that were in here in town, and they assured us it will be ready to go, and it was. They delivered on the promise.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. You know what I really like about Campbell Memorial Stadium? It was actually constructed in 1936. It's a WPA project. But you take this classic stadium and you introduce Matrix Helix synthetic turf installed by Hellas Construction, and yes, you are talking an instant classic.
It was a beautiful stadium before, and then just putting in the turf and putting the stands in and everything like that. When you come up the hill, it shoots up. It's the nicest stadium in the area.
A lot of tradition in this community centers around our football community and our football field. It's a great look. It definitely features our colors, red and black. I think the red absolutely pops on the field. Hellas did just a wonderful job of making that really stand out.
YSU, was so impressed with the stadium that they used to rent out our stadium as well. So it's a special place for Youngstown, Ohio.
The soccer team has had its success over the years as well. And again, Hellas has done a great job with not only our turf, but now our track. We're just very excited about the direction that we've moved in and hope to keep adding on as we keep going forward.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Never stop, never quit, be resolute. What a perfect slogan here at Resolute Athletic Complex. A chance to check out the new Matrix turf and how it is performing with not only the players that are out here on the field on both sides of this complex, but a chance to really get into the game itself, how the ball rolls, and how it really actually plays a lot like grass. Here's some quick thoughts.
So our team name is Wayne Gang, and we won, I think, 8-0.
8-0.
Yeah, right there, perfect. The soft fields are very nice, great condition, very soft. It was an upgrade that we needed for sure. I feel like it's made the experience a lot better.
It's a great field. We've needed them for a few years now, and the ball rolls a little bit slower, but it makes us run a little bit harder and faster. And then the boards too adds on to the speed of the game.
I play here a couple nights a week, so it's been a real blessing to get new turf and to play so many games. It's been a lot of fun. The ball moves smoother, the competition is better, so I feel like the turf overall has been fantastic for the field.
It has a much more like grass feeling to it, which I like a lot better. It's a little more easier to judge. It doesn't just come off real quick like it used to with the smaller grass turf that we used to have here, but now I'm really appreciating the new turf.
I love playing on this turf. I love that there's no divots. It's smooth, it's fast, the ball moves nicely, passing's a lot easier, the walls, I absolutely love it. It's amazing.
The turf is definitely a clean, a new feeling overall. It just looks very well put together. Even when we have spectators, friends, and family come and watch, it just makes it a better atmosphere overall for them to enjoy the game.
Yeah, it's much easier to see all the lines on it now. I love the way it looks, so I really do feel like it's more professionally done.
Hellas Matrix turf, well, indoors already a fast game, slows it down just a little bit. It has a resemblance to grass. Resolute is by far, I played around Columbus, Resolute is my favorite because of the community. Everybody here is, they're wholesome, they like to have fun, we all enjoy soccer. We just make friends and make new teams.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
It's my humble honor to officially dedicate our new press box as the Jim Haney Memorial Press Box.
Today was a wonderful day for the Bigfoot community as we were able to open our new field, dedicate our new press box. Just a great celebration for the community. The field is the most incredible field I've ever been on. We've had other people tell us that it's the best field they've ever been on. I talked to my officials today at halftime. They said they've never felt anything like it. So we are 100% happy with our field, and I'm glad we did the research and came up with Hellas to put it in for us.
It feels amazing. Like you feel like you're just springing around. You feel like you're going 100 miles per hour. It's great.
It was amazing. I played on like a lot of turf fields before, and it just, the brand new first time walking out there, it felt amazing.
The community of Walworth, Wisconsin has a lot to be proud of. In fact, Hellas installed not only this brand new football and soccer field, but a new S200 track, tennis courts, couple of baseball fields, couple of softball fields. Hellas Construction heavily involved here in Wisconsin.
Bigfoot does it right. When a community supports a great complex like this, they believe in their high school, they believe in their kids, and that's what we're going to try to give them.
We wanted the best and the safest for our kids, and I think we found that when we went to Hellas.
People from the community coming out to watch our game because either whether they're honoring the old team or coming out to see the new field, it's just great to go out and put on a good show for them.
Tim Collins is amazing. Athletic director. He's very dedicated to his school and all athletics in Wisconsin. Really opened up our footprint and our abilities to prove to clients and everyone that we can do design build projects anywhere in the country.
I think we are unique that we're willing to take on full responsibility because we know that we can get it done and get it done right.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The fact that we have a pitch that's just for us to play rugby on is phenomenal. People are astounded by everything here. They're surprised that we actually have a pitch itself.
Yeah, I think our logos look nice. We got one on the side of the field, which is a lion. Then we got the eagle that we also partnership with for the Eagles, as well as Hope Academy. The tri-lines kind of match with the post, which is really nice. And I think it's good that we're going to be able to use this field for multiple surfaces, as well as soccer and for rugby, rookie rugby, high school rugby, men's rugby.
Now this Ecotherm infill that the Chicago Lions play on here at this rugby-only facility will keep keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional crumb rubber or real fill infill as we know it at Hellas Construction.
So it's actually a lot cooler, you know, there's a lot of padding to it. The logos, the lines, everything, it's all vibrant, you know, the grass is very green. Rugby has a unique setup on their field, and so to have our own, you know, it really is, holds a special place in our heart. It looks amazing.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We're the largest high school in the state of Virginia, obviously one of the most famous high schools with the whole Remember the Titans movie. So we wanted to do something different for our students to kind of stand out, and decided to go with the royal blue field, the red end zones, and kind of separate ourselves, if you will. We actually polled our student body, and about 85% of our students said we should go with a royal blue field. That's what the principal and superintendent decided to do at that point.
The Titans were actually maroon and gold in the movie Remember the Titans, and the school was called T.C. Williams, but recently went through a name change and is now known as Alexandria City High School, which is just outside of Washington, D.C. in Virginia.
We're Alexandria City High School now. We do still recognize the fact that we were T.C. Williams, and that's a popular name, but from here on out, we're being called Alexandria City High School, but we're still the Titans, so that didn't change. Our school colors didn't change, so we're still keeping a strong bit of our history that way. The line, the concession stand was long the whole time. We had more students here than we'd ever had before. It was standing room only. We won the game. The mayor and we had city councilmen who actually were the chain gang for the game and were working the line and stuff. So, you couldn't have asked for a better night. A lot of alumni came out that night. All of our Hall of Fame inductees from this past 2 years. We actually had some VIP seating that you see in the background. They all sat there on the fields.
What a great day to be in Titan.
It was a great opportunity for the city of Alexandria and for our students here.
In addition to football, soccer, and rugby, the Titans also have several field hockey teams who are back on campus playing under the lights for the first time on this Matrix Helix synthetic turf installed by Hellas.
I'm sure the girls are really excited to get out here, get the opportunity to play on the blue turf. Now that we have lights, they'll get an opportunity to play here on the main campus.
In addition to the Matrix Helix synthetic turf, Hellas also installed a G4000 Epic Track, which is a 13mm full-bore system for the mighty Alexandria City track and field program. The Titans have excelled over the years with many Olympic qualifiers behind legendary track coach Mike Hughes, who is a former Titan himself, graduating in 1974.
Hellas Group did a great job of just installing the field. We had a lot of input on where certain things went. Our track coach, Mike Hughes, has been here for over 30 years. He was out here with them consistently, making sure the marks were in the right spot, and went really well. Periodically, you get people who come here who just want to tour the stadium, come inside and look at our trophy case and look at all the memorabilia from that time period, so it's a big deal for us.
So remember the Titans of Alexandria City High School, a proud client of Hellas Construction. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The Weight Competition Center, we really consider it a premier place for youth athletics. It's got 2 plazas, walking areas, picnic areas. We have an overflow parking lot because a lot of families will find themselves coming here for the day for a hike tournament, figure skating event, volleyball tournament. We have food on site, pro shop on site, so it's really just set up for families to come and enjoy their sport activities. Soccer is huge in the Triangle. NCFC is one of the strongest clubs across the country. We just couldn't settle for anything that wasn't just top notch, and the Hellas turf fits along that criteria of what we needed here. If you're used to playing, say, high school soccer where you're inside of a track, those fields 50 to 65 yards wide, this one's closer to 80 yards wide. So it's really a different game, and it's a full 120 deep. There's actually 10 goals on each field, so there's tons of training that goes on out here. And you put so much effort into the kids, and they play from the time they're 4 to the time they're 18 and they leave home, and there's just no reason not to have them somewhere that's just superior.
Dean Linke, Regional Vice President for Hellas, thrilled to be with Bob Harris, the Director of Operations for North Carolina FC Youth, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, youth club in the United States. And Bob, it's been great to work with you both personally and professionally. And I know you've done a ton of turf fields, but talk about the Hellas experience if you could.
We have done quite a few turf fields in the past 5-6 years since I've been in this position. We have 6 fields at WRL Soccer Park, which is a 23 field complex. When it came down to the quality Hellas provided, it, and most importantly is the working relationship and the people within the organization. It became a no-brainer to work with Hellas. The quality is top-notch, and the people to work with are phenomenal.
Bob, standing here at the Weight Competition Center, Jeff Ammons has been such a great friend to soccer, to NCFC youth. This place is beautiful.
It is. It's a fantastic opportunity for NCFC youth to come out here to be part of this project. It's a phenomenal facility. It really is about building a great environment for kids to succeed.
The Weight Competition Center is about 30 acres in its first phase with some room for expansion. Currently it includes several facilities: volleyball, gymnastics, sports training, 2 ice rinks, and 2 full-size soccer fields. And we just need a turf that was going to be here a really, really long time and always be superior. It just works really great for families and for those outside of the triangle.
In your job, you pride yourself on communication. Talk about the communication between you and Hellas.
We have to communicate all the time with different vendors. Anytime I have an issue, I can pick up the phone, call Dean, I can call Frank from Hellas and get a response very, very quickly. If we need more advice, more counsel, they'll send people out to give us advice on projects we're looking at doing. Like we had one issue with a previous field by a different vendor, and they sent somebody out there to examine it and fix some issues to help us make sure we're keeping the facility safe for our players.
Bob Harris, thanks for being a great friend and a great customer.
I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Today on Hanging with Hellas, I'm Jeff Power. We're in Boulder, Colorado. Yes, the Buffaloes have brand new Hellas Construction TPS tennis courts. They look spectacular for the Buffaloes. In fact, you can find TPS courts all over the greater Denver area. We're going to show you some of those. Plus, we're going to take you out to Gilpin County High School near Black Hawk, Colorado. Yes, it's right at the cusp of the Rocky Mountains. They've got one heck of a view, and they've also got a brand new matrix turf with Helix technology. You won't want to miss that as well. That's all coming up on Hanging with Hellas this month. Gilpin County High School, home of the Eagles near Black Hawk, Colorado. What a spectacular view of the Rocky Mountains.
This is probably one of the most beautiful scenes you'll ever see. And to add football and track to it, it's really a great experience for our kids and for our community.
With an elevation at 8,954 feet, it stands nearly 2 miles above sea level. Probably the best view here at Gilpin County High School is from this log cabin where the scoreboard operator sits. Check this out. What do y'all think of that field out there?
I think it's amazing.
Beautiful.
Hellas Construction Incorporated provides a design-build process that includes the design, construction, manufacturing, and installation of the matrix turf sports field and track surface.
We spent a lot of time working with Hellas back and forth on the field design, having the alternating greens on the turf.
They play 8-man football here. They've got a brand new matrix turf with Helix technology and real fill infill by Hellas Construction.
Representing Hellas tonight are Tiana Flores, Vice President for Design, Michelle Coons, Business Development Manager, and Jared Carr, Project Manager. Thank you, Hellas Construction Incorporated. The Gilpin Board of Education officially dedicates this track and field facility to the school, students, staff, and to the Gilpin County community. Thank you.
We've seen crowds about double to triple our normal size for just regular games, and a lot of it has to do with people wanting to see the track or wanting to see the new field. It's really been uplifting for our program and for our community.
Yeah, we've just been blessed not only with the ability to come out and play in such a beautiful site. You know, it's always good, especially in this climate and this weather, to have a surface that you can come out and be safe on, you know, and then cut down expenses also, and you're just able to play. I think it's important we use the products that we have, whether it's buildings in our school or athletic fields, that we utilize what the taxpayers give us. We'll put this field to good use.
You know, one of the things that makes this synthetic turf field by Hellas so special here at Pine Creek High School is the fact that you have so many different lines on the field with different colors, meaning you can play multiple sports, including field hockey, football, soccer, even lacrosse.
I mean, it's a multi-purpose field. When we're able to put in turf, you're able to utilize a lot more sports, male and female, which is extremely important. You transition from sport to sport, football, soccer, lacrosse. If they played in one day, you wouldn't have to do anything except move the orange cones on the football field. From that transition makes it a lot easier.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We had a tornado on the campus and hit our field. It was the only thing that it hit. So it tore out our dugouts, it tore up all the turf, it tore the outfield fence down, so it kind of sped up us getting the newer turf. Before we got the turf, we were used to mowing 2 or 3 times a week, so this has been a blessing for the coaches. It takes a lot of time to prepare a field when you don't have the turf, and this has allowed us to put more time into playing and practicing.
This Major Play turf by Hellas looks sensational here at Broken Arrow High School near Tulsa, Oklahoma. The B, of course, and then the A, which is actually the Broken Arrow itself. How about the detail here with the feather?
Our BA logo, which I think is one of the greatest logos around. It's really unique. We're proud of it, proud of what it represents, and we put the tiger claw out in center. It really looks good. That was something that we added this time. We love the color of it. You know, if it rains, you know, we're on it in 10 or 15 minutes. I think it plays better. It gives us a chance to play every day, to practice every day.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
I truly feel this is one of the top facilities. So when you combine the viewing, the clubhouse with 31,000 square feet, and being a public facility, this has got to be one of the top facilities without question in the world. A lot of fun watching Hellas do their work. Before they poured any concrete, all the dirt work, packing it down, putting the rocks down, the limestone. It was such an important part of the process so we don't have cracks in our courts. As a result, we have a product like this.
Edmond Center Court has TPS court servicing by Hellas, and now this community is a worldwide tennis destination with their 24 outdoor courts and 6 on the indoor, set up for championship style tennis play.
24 courts is extremely appealing to USTA, ITF. This will just help attract more sectional and national level events. Just a wow factor when you walk in here that you want to give it a go. Try out this sport.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
I just completed my 22nd year here, so I've been here ever since, but Pond Creek has always had a good 8-man program. This matrix turf with the Helix technology, we really enjoy it. I mean, it's really nice. Big thank you to David Fisher, who kind of got us introduced to this field. And our enrollment in high school right now is probably about 89 kids, classes 9 through 12. That's kind of right the cutoff between the B and the C, so because we're usually right on the border. You can fit an 11-man field in the dimensions we have here, and the field is actually narrower. It's only 40 yards wide. I guess your standard basic formation, you just have 2 tight ends, 2 guards, a center, 2 running backs, and a quarterback. Basically, we just don't have the 2 tackles, and we don't have one of the wide receivers. We had 21 in our class graduate. Football-wise, we've lost 5 kids off our team this year. We've still got a lot of kids coming back, and should have a good year next year.
The Davis Wolves are a perennial powerhouse when it comes to high school football in the state of Oklahoma, but they're trying to elevate their track and field program to a whole new level with this Epic 3000 track installed by Hellas.
Yeah, this Epic 3000 track is an excellent surface for our kids to work out in and run on. We want as many kids doing as many sports as possible, and having a track like this is going to attract kids to run track. Timing was just perfect. The new lane changes came out just right before they were striping our track, so we were lucky on the timing on that. It's good for our community. It's good for our students. We want to build our track program and host as many track meets in the spring as we can. We're at a prime location right off I-35, right in south central Oklahoma. We can attract probably 20, 30 schools with the facility that we have here. Jared Carr with Hellas came in at the end of this project. He was really paying attention to detail and got everything finished, and we are extremely pleased with the product that we have now. I've had a superintendent call me from a little farther south than us asking about it, and I've given him the recommendation that he needs to give Hellas a call if they pass a bond issue and invite him up here to see our track.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Welcome to X Stadium here in Wichita, Kansas, home of the Shockers, who won the 1989 College World Series. They've been to Omaha 7 times to play in the CWS, but it's opening day here in 2020. Texas Southern's in town. By the way, it was 17 degrees here this morning, but no problem. Snow removed, Major Play turf by Hellas, ready to go. Let's play ball.
Man, it's great. I mean, our kids love it. It looks great, and the way it plays true, and our kids have the opportunity to come out here and get better every day.
Obviously, the facility with the new Hellas turf is incredible. It's like playing on carpet, I think. It's so nice. Everything is true. It obviously looks amazing as well. It's low maintenance. It snowed yesterday, then in all reality, we waited about 1 or 2 hours, and we're out here to practice.
You know, unfortunately, sometimes it gets cold here, but it's still opening day, and you still play ball. A lot of amped up excitement.
We got a new field. We got a new coach. We're gonna go to the World Series the next couple of years, I bet you.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The number one seed, play like it and act like it. All right, here we go. On 3 cases. 1, 2, 3. David! Let's go, boys.
Talk about dreaming big. Okay, I guess
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Playoff game, first round. We're number one seed. Go! On the western half of Kansas, so it's a big game for us. Guys, this is my friend Reed Seaton. Let me tell you just a little bit about Reed, and then he's going to talk to you about a few things. Reed and I played high school ball together at Southeast High School a long time ago. Kind of tears me up. The reason is because I've told you guys for years after you play this game, these are your brothers. You don't have any better friends than what you got in this locker room. Nobody. Haven't seen them in 43 years. First thing we did was hug, and it was just like yesterday. Laying down on the grass at Southeast High School, dreaming. I've lived my dream. You're going to talk about yours. Give them a hand, guys. Yeah, we put on blue cape and stuff. But you're going to win this someday, Reed. I don't care when you win it. Send me a picture. He's going to talk to you.
So Weston's probably a lot better at this than I am because the people that I coach are a lot older than you guys. I can have a whole different tone than them. So we'll see if we can't do this a little differently tonight. So I grew up in Wichita. Played football with Weston. I'll first tell you the funniest thing that ever happened. We were state champions. I was missing a little playing time. Weston let me take off on the football team, and I ran down Wichita State's field. About the 11-yard line, had the guy by the jersey and missed the tackle in the film room. Coach said, "Who the hell is that missed the tackle?" He looked at the sheet and he said, "Weston, you missed that tackle?" Weston let me slide into the spot. We were in a lot of trouble for a while.
We were.
So I grew up here, always had ambitions to own my own company, bought a company from a company here in town. I built football fields. I built football fields from Tokyo Dome, New Zealand, Australia, Oxford University in the UK, NFL, high school football fields. I'm the 5th largest turf company in the world. I think, discipline, practice, not knowing the word no, perseverance, get up every day, put your pants on, nobody ever tells you you can't do it. Probably the most important in life, football, relationships, business is the same. You don't know the word no, you get up every day, even if it's the worst day of your life, and you get up and you go back and you do it again. And if you keep doing that, eventually you'll get it. But you can't stop. You can't quit. And you can't know the word no. So in my world, people that work for me, which is 1,250 people, the word no is really unsuccessful in their plan. If they say, yeah, I'll give it a try, I'll try to get it done, I'll go do it again, failure is only a word that you have. If you can keep trying, then you don't fail. So I'm happy to ask you guys to open the floor and some questions, but I can tell you that growing up here was a great place to live, good fundamentals, good people, tell the truth, be honest, do the right thing, treat everybody fair, never be mean to anybody, and just basically be an outstanding person. And I think at the end of life, that pays off in space to people.
Last year we went out to buy new turf. You guys get to play on it every day. He won the bid. But to win the bid, he upgraded his turf at no extra cost to us as a benefit to you, and he put on our field the exact same turf that the Cowboys use at no extra cost. Show him your appreciation for that. It's good to see him when you've got friends that do well in life. It makes you happy.
And he's from Wichita.
Oh yeah, baby. Southeast Golden Buffalo, 3-time state champ. He was on those teams. Reed and I we played all 3 years together. And like I said, we lost one game in 3 years and won the state all 3 years. So maybe that's, learn how to be a winner right there. Obviously his company's winning, so we're, pretty proud of that.
Thanks for having us tonight.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm excited he was here. Absolutely. I didn't think he'd come.
Okay, thank you.
Number one thing I'm trying to teach is to be a man and to be a Christian. That's the first thing. And if you can't do either one of those things, you're going to lose the life. I want to tell you I appreciate this season. You guys have done a great job, but it ain't over with. Guys, defensively, no worries. Go get them. Have fun. All right, have fun. Go get them.
You know, it started back in 2009 when we started putting in fields, and Hellas put in 7 fields for us. We were so happy with them. When it was time to start replacing them again, we knew where we wanted to go. We got a great life out of the last fields, and we expect the same this time too. We have 7 high schools in the district. All of them have had Hellas fields.
Wichita Northwest High School head football coach Steve Martin has actually been in this district for over a dozen years. In fact, this is his second set of Hellas synthetic turf. Of course, this is Matrix with Helix technology installed by Hellas. There's also a cush drain below the surface, and Steve says you can really tell the difference.
The Matrix system is one of the best systems out there. The quality is unmatched and it's unparalleled. You know, the studies have proven to show that when you play on a quality turf, you know, you minimize injuries. It's nice to have a quality pad and everything below us.
Upgraded with the E-layer and the new turf, we love it. I can tell you after walking on the old field and then walking on the new ones with the cush drain, it's tremendous. One of the things that we really appreciate is the customer service. They come in, they do the job when they say they're going to do it, they get it done on time, and then if there are any issues at all, it's taken care of right away.
You know, I've been through 2 turf changes with Hellas, and what's been nice, if we need something done, we always call Hellas and Hellas gets it done instead of an independent contractor farming the job out to somebody else. It's always been great to know that we're dealing with the people that installed it and sold us the turf. You know, we're very grateful that our district values safety and quality because that's what we have here with Hellas.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Walking out on the field itself, how soft it is, drain's great. Our baseball game last night, we played in the rain and everybody else around us pretty much got rained out and we were able to play. Our soccer field actually sits on a place that used to flood quite a bit. We always had drainage issues and all that's been taken care of. So our soccer field is beautiful and drains well. We can't say enough about how well the turf turned out on all the facilities.
The fields are absolutely beautiful. And this being my first year at Free State and coming from a district where we have district stadiums for all of our varsity contests, to be fortunate enough to have these 4 fields on our campus, it's phenomenal. I mean, it really is like a dream job to be able to be here and have access to those types of facilities right here on our campus.
Did you know that the soccer and football fields here at Free State High School and Lawrence High School here in Kansas are the only fields in the entire Midwest with an E-layer cush drain by Hellas Construction?
And then draining the fields, of course. I mean, we're so fortunate. I cannot tell you how many games we host here of other schools wanting to use our turf because they know it's going to be playable no matter what the weather conditions are outside, as long as, of course, it's not lightning. The cushion, I can tell you, my football players, within the first 2 weeks of practice, they were coming in here and thanking me because they could tell a difference on their knees and their joints.
Concussion standpoint, from shoulders, knees, all those joint issues that you deal with during the season, we saw less of those than what we normally do, and I really think it's because of the surface that we practice on and play our games on. When I walked out on the football field when it was done, I could not believe how comfortable it was to stand on and for the coaches to be out there for 2-3 hours at a time. The kids, they could tell a difference when they went to the ground. We're pretty blessed that our district believed that it was important to do that.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The state of Alabama, there's only 32 7A programs. What we want to do is anywhere that we go in the state, when they see that double S on the side of our helmet, on our chest, wherever it might be, we want them to know that it's Sparkman High School and that we're the Sparkman Senators.
Well, we're the Sparkman Senators, so there's SS, call it the double S. It's unique. Sparkman High School, we're the 4th largest school in the state of Alabama. We got the turf and also a new track.
This is the best turf
we play on year in, year out. It's just different from all the rest. Yes, Hellas.
Of course, Sparkman High School with their Matrix synthetic turf installed by Hellas. Ecotherm infield help keep that field about 20 degrees cooler than the traditional SBR crumb rubber. It is a good looking field here in northern Alabama.
Ecotherm, like I said, our kids never mention about their feet being hot or being hot on the turf. Just the guys just feel like they're faster, and you know, the excitement of not having to be all muddy and stuff all the time, because our field really was a problem.
All the teams that benefit from it, our soccer team and our football team, of course, to our track in the spring as well.
Band, soccer, you know, it's a lot going on. You know, sometimes we go to spring ball, you have track going on, ROTC come out here and do their stuff, and we be practicing. You have hundreds of kids on the field one time.
There's 5 high schools in Madison County, and we're the only one that has a true track. That gives us the ability to host track tournaments and stuff like that, so that's huge for us. You know, it's a moneymaker for the program.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
On our SPLOS 5 program, one of the major projects was to take all the high school practice fields and turn them into synthetic turf practice fields, along with redoing all the tracks. There's football, lacrosse, soccer, and they also even have discus lined out. That was way ahead of schedule. I mean, the district is more than happy what the results are. The one thing that the district really is enjoying is a mascot logo right on the midfield of every school, so that's what really makes it pop.
Finish, I'm going to show you guys how to clean the field.
Hellas taught us how to maintain these fields, to sweep the fields, and they give us trainings and everything else. And when you give the school not only the field, but show them how to maintain it and everything, they just take so much more pride in it. I feel like now I'm so much more knowledgeable because of Hellas.
Hellas Construction installed 7 different fields out here in DeKalb County School District just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, including right here at Dunwoody High School, where the subgrade's in place, now the drain stone on top, turf arriving now. In fact, it's Fusion XP Squared synthetic turf installed by Hellas.
It's called Design Build, and we gave it to Hellas, and they designed the drainage system. They put in the track and field events as far as like lawn jump and pole vault. I've had our director of athletics come out to these fields and say it's better than their stadiums. After they see what Hellas has done, they want to upgrade the stadiums, they want to redo the baseball fields. It's really kind of pushed this athletic for DeKalb County to another level. They saw our vision, they accomplished it. It's been a home run for DeKalb County.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
It's such a special night. You know, so many memories here, so many great people. Of course, you know, it's Walter Payton Field, and greatest running back of all time. And, you know, we're just so happy. And then I think it's just very fitting for Hellas to be the turf provider that's going to make that field, you know.
Thank y'all so much.
Our Wildcat football is what it's all about. A lot of hard work, a lot of dedication from everyone to make this happen. You know, this is small town Mississippi, and it doesn't happen like this all the time.
What an amazing night here at Walter Payton Field in Columbia, Mississippi. Not only was the NFL Hall of Famer honored, but this field right here put in by Hellas Construction is Matrix Helix with Ecotherm infill below and also a Cush drain below the surface. This is a good looking field. We got a chance to catch up with Walter Payton's brother, Eddie Payton, to talk about it.
You know, I have very fond memories of playing at this stadium. Gardner Stadium was our home field. The first touchdown I made out here. This is wonderful. I know both of my parents who are deceased are looking down tonight at this stadium. They are smiling along next to him saying you did good.
So, you know, Eddie also is a former player, and he's the older brother to Walter, and you know, a lot of great athletes have, you know, played on this field. Of course, Walter is known as the greatest running back of all time, but to have Eddie here and to see that, and our coach Boston, you know, Walter and Eddie's first high school football coach, to be here and see the moment and for tears to come down their eyes. That's why you do a project like this. This is my 3rd project to do with Hellas. So from the beginning, I was very adamant that the only provider of turf in this facility and track would be Hellas. It's a big deal. The Ecotherm is very important. If you could stand on this right now, I mean, it's just like you're standing on just air. It's so smooth, it's so awesome. Cush drain is just simply the best in how it works.
Well, the award doesn't mean as much as the happiness I feel for being able to look at this field that used to be a dream, that became an idea, that morphed into a concept. Now it's a reality, and to be a part of that reality is one of the happiest days of my life.
You know, people here, we talk about what it's a great day to wear the blue and gold and to be a Wildcat. It's Wildcat Friday. You know, it's the South, and we live for football, and it's just such a great day for all this to come through.
We're the Columbia Wildcats.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. I'm here in Gaucher, Mississippi, home of the Gators of Gaucher High School, spelled G-A-U-T-I-E-R. Now, of course, they're playing on matrix turf with Helix technology with Geo Plus infill. This is a field that is not only very safe, but looks outstanding.
I love it. It is the closest thing to natural grass as you can get.
When other teams come here, all they talk about is how nice and how beautiful this field is. And they wish they would have put this type of field in. Boys and girls, soccer, band, track actually does some of theirs on the side piece. It's multi-use. It's really helped out.
We went with the Geo infill. It stays cool. It doesn't get extremely hot. It has just been a lifesaver as far as everything.
In comparison to crumb rubber, it's a lot cooler. During the summer, while we're working out here, we can go out and do a full session.
When you look at the aesthetic with the school colors and how rich those colors are, it really brings the stadium to life. And then when you put bands and cheerleaders and athletes in that stadium, it even more greatly reflects the school spirit that we have.
It's a blessing to be at Clinton Public School District because they take care of all of the athletics, not just track, not just football, but they share the wealth with everybody. Go. It's all about the kids in this area. We want to give them the best so they can perform at the best level all the time. Go. Before we laid down the track, I wanted to have the best track that we could get to be as successful as we could be.
We consider ourselves to have an elite track program. We've won many state championships. We put a lot of kids into colleges. You know, in turn, we want them training on an elite type track. We're able to host many meets. Our coaching staff does a great job in putting those together. It helps when we know how to run a track meet, but even more so when we have a track that's conducive to allowing kids to perform at a high level.
The girls have won 7, the boys won 1, so I have 8 for track here. I have enough fingers to cover them all up now.
When kids and parents from other communities come in and see our facilities and to compliment them, obviously it speaks well to you guys at Hellas and what y'all have been able to do in providing that. Coach Perkins was actually a part of the state championship football team, and since then, because track has become such a big sport in our district, he has just taken on that role solely as the track coach.
They supported us and we have supported them by constantly winning state championships.
No doubt about it, when you think of track and field in the state of Mississippi, you definitely think of Clinton High School. 7 consecutive state championships on the girls' side, not to mention 1 on the boys' side here recently as well. On top of that, they play here on a matrix turf field by Hellas with Geo Plus infill, which will keep that field up to 40 degrees cooler than traditional crumb rubber. They also have a cush drain below, which of course helps to reduce concussions. It's a package deal here in Clinton, Mississippi.
Really, when you bring safety into the issue and talking about how it's going to benefit your kids, there's not much discussion that has to be made at that point. It's a very striking looking field. You know, with the Geo Plus organic infill, the students and the coaches have echoed this. Number one is the temperature. The Geo Plus infill plays like grass. We're able to water it and slow it or speed up play just how we want it, and it's really paid off and gotten a lot of compliments.
Brian Fortenberry, Clinton.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Our mantra here at Pascagoula Gaucher School District is to give our student athletes and our students the best opportunity we can to be successful. For us, this is a 10-year investment. We haven't missed a day of practice in over 2 years. So I knew the product was really good, and then I heard Jerry Jones put it into his house in Dallas, and that kind of sold me on it, because Jerry can put anything he wanted down. And for him to choose Hellas, he was able to put down the best for his players, and if it's good enough for the Dallas Cowboys, it's good enough for the Pascagoula Panthers. We've won 3 state championships here at Pascagoula. Football practices on it, soccer practices on it, all those things that tear up regular grass fields. It's just been totally low maintenance, and it always looks fantastic.
The Pascagoula Gaucher School District went all out with Hellas Matrix Turf with Helix technology, also a Geo Plus infill, not to mention an X1000 Epic track. These are quality products that the Panthers are very proud of.
It's student-centered. We're going to give them the best of everything, the safest of everything that's within our power. We're always going to try to create the best outcome for our students, and by doing that, we're purchasing the highest quality products.
We wanted to go what we consider to be first class all the way. We went with the Geo infill, which is an organic infill, which is softer, better, not as hot.
It's a cooler surface for our athletes. So we just wanted to put the highest quality into our school district. Whenever it comes to our children, we spare no expense.
When we do 7-on-7s in the summer, everybody raves about how our turf is so much cooler than anyone else's.
The track has been fantastic, and the coloring of the track is something that we're really proud of as well.
The durability has been the thing that I've been most impressed with. Good track, it's a fast track, and we want our athletes to be able to really maximize their timing, but also, again, the surface itself lends itself to less wear and tear on our athletes.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Everything about the field, I love it. I really wanted this Vegas gold in the end zones, and to me it just adds an extra touch of class to it.
The September home opener in Monroe, Louisiana was special for many reasons, especially for Ouachita Christian School Stephen Fitzhugh, who is in his 22nd year as head coach of the Eagles.
I first set foot on a Hellas field back around 2009 at Louisiana College, and after being on that field I said, who did this field? And they told me Hellas.
It's incredible going from what we had, a grass field where it gets muddy, and our last playoff game here was a mud slop game, and now it's like perfect conditions. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's nice not to come up off the ground and have grass on your face and stuff. That's nice.
It was like playing in a pigsty every weekend.
You know, fittingly, the school motto here at Ouachita Christian School is "You gotta believe." And for head coach Stephen Fitzhugh, it's probably the one thing that he almost couldn't believe was that the field was now named in his honor on the very first game ever played here on this new Hellas Matrix turf.
We talk about you gotta believe. Being a private school, we need to get all money up front, so we began fundraising. 2010, 11, 12, we probably raised $150,000 to $175,000, and then in 2013, we began having some football auctions specifically to raise money for the turf. Through the years, that auction has brought in over $500,000. We've had turf sponsors that have paid $50,000 for a spot on the field for the lifetime duration of the field. You never have to paint the field again for the games.
This day forth, this amazing new field will be called Stephen Fitzhugh Field.
Not only was he surprised to have the field named after him, but his wife, kids, and other family members were on hand to witness history in the making.
It's an honor because again, there's a lot of folks that have been a part of OCS football.
Even his oldest son, Grant, had the night off from college football at Harding University in Arkansas and got to watch his little brother, Will, make the first touchdown catch on the Eagles' new Hellas field. It was a night the Fitzhughs will never forget.
All the work seeing my dad put in over the years, to get the field dedicated after him and then catching the first touchdown pass on it was an awesome night, special for sure.
My oldest son, Grant, he plays at Harding University, which they just put in the largest indoor facility in Division II football, 133 yards of turf, and Hellas did that as well.
We love Coach Fitzhugh. He's like a second father to us. Seeing all the sacrifices that he put in and how long he's been wanting this field, it meant a lot to us to be able to drop that banner for him on that night to say the name, and it was emotional.
The Eagles took care of business, scoring early and often, making this special night even more spectacular.
From kickoff to the final whistle, we just took care of business.
The biggest thing is we got to celebrate first win on the turf. The kids, they love it. To me, it's a perfect field.
So remember, dreams do really come true, but not without a plan of action that starts with hard work, determination, and a will to simply get the job done.
For the dream to become a reality, it's really special.
If this private school in Monroe, Louisiana can do it, so can your school. Go to hellasconstruction.com and make your dreams come true. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hello everybody, my name is Jeff Power. I am in Sulphur, Louisiana. This is Sulphur High School, home of the Tornadoes. Ironically enough, this area known as Tornado Alley, their football stadium. Of course, they took a direct hit from Hurricane Laura just outside of Lake Charles. 2 light poles came crashing down into the stands, onto the field. Hellas Construction came in, not only cleaned up the field, but had to pick up all the glass that was all over this field and tried to bring back a sense of normalcy for the Tornadoes, who actually did kick off their football season playing on Saturdays because, well, they had no lights for Friday nights.
Well, you know, the first hurricane came through and it was one of the most damaging hurricanes to ever hit the Louisiana coast. 150-mile-an-hour winds. It knocked a lot of stuff down. There's 2 light poles over there that got knocked down and they went onto the field and broke glass all over the place. You know, several trees in the background around here. We had a lot of trees that were up. All of those fell down. The school itself was pretty hard hit. Definitely many tornadoes spawned off this hurricane. The damage around town was unreal. I would say 95% of the structures in Calcasieu Parish had damage to them. Me and my family left for 2 days and we came back the Friday after the first hurricane came through Laura. It really looked like a bomb went off here without the fire. We were without power at our house a month. Without Hellas coming out here to having to clean our field and getting it where we could play on it, and there was a couple of rips in the turf down there that they got back together. Obviously all the glass and stuff and debris that was pulled out of the field was huge. Without them doing that, we would have had to have found an alternative place to play our games, and we're the only 5A school in Southwest Louisiana that chose to play varsity football this year. There's great people in the administration in Calcasieu Parish that helped make all this happen, and they were really instrumental in making sure that we got a chance to play football this year. You can overcome just about anything as long as you keep focused and keep moving forward and trust the process of what's in front of you, and if you do those things, you'll be successful.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hey, here's a first for you. Loyola College Prep here in Shreveport, Louisiana actually has the Flyers as their mascot, but check it out. The Flyer is actually Snoopy as he's flying right here on his doghouse.
Our school is over 110 years old. The early part of our years, we were called the Orioles. Barksdale Air Force Base was located here. So as a tribute to the Air Force Base coming, we decided to change our name to the Flyers. And a young scholastic, which was studying to be a priest, I wrote a letter to Mr. Schultz and asked him if we could use Snoopy as our mascot. And Mr. Schultz graciously gave us the right to use Snoopy on the doghouse because Snoopy on the doghouse fights the Red Baron. Our turf is a matrix helix. We decided to go with that because we thought it was the best option for our kids, and we're just so excited and ecstatic to have it. And Hellas has been wonderful to work with. I mean, they were very patient during the COVID. Next time you guys are in Shreveport, feel free to stop by Mesmer Stadium in Shreveport. That's our stadium. It's not located at our school, so if you want to come, call the school and we'll have somebody meet you out here at the stadium.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Little Rock Christian Academy and Benton High Schools were back on the field for the first time since both played for a state title in different classifications last December. After months of uncertainty due to the coronavirus pandemic, football finally kicked off in the month of August in Arkansas.
Isaiah Hankins. Well, we are kicking off the season. We are over one hurdle, and we also know that if we don't continue to social distance and wear masks, this thing could escalate and could we all get shut down. But we've had a chance to start. We're hoping we're going to have a chance to finish.
You know, it was really good to get out and compete. Here in the state of Arkansas, we're trying to plow ahead, and you know, God willing, we can get through the season and everything. But one thing we're focusing on is not taking any game for granted or scrimmage like this.
Javion Dyer-Jones.
LRCA topped Benton 45-21 in this scrimmage behind a 3-touchdown performance from Warriors running back Javion Dyer-Jones, who was in the spotlight, literally scoring 3 touchdowns in the first half alone. The Hellas installed LED lights were lighting up these kids like rock stars.
The kids loved it. You know, we got that from the University of Alabama, and it was definitely different. That was unique, to say the least.
Yeah, that makes a little more excitement with Musco and Hellas on that, the lights and the celebration package. That turn the lights off and colors, it just adds to the excitement of the game.
Hellas installed matrix turf with Helix technology and also Ecotherm infill, which will help keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber. The players and coaches love it right here for the Warriors.
David Fisher and Hellas, working with them and getting this in, it's turned out to be a fantastic turf and facility. Yeah, it looks fantastic. An Ecotherm, the kid thinks it's the greatest thing as far as not having all that heat just always creeping up their body.
Hellas's installed Cush Drain not only reduces concussions, but allows the field to drain vertically for a drier surface.
It's called a Cush Drain, and it's a pad underneath the turf. We were one of the first ones, if not the first one in the state of Arkansas to put it down.
Little Rock Christian Academy reached the championship game the last 2 seasons in football, winning it all in 2018, the same year Hellas installed installed Matrix turf with Helix technology at the LRCA indoor facility.
We've been pleased with the indoor turf with Hellas, so that's reason we went back on the game turf and the lights. So that's absolutely, they've done a good job for us.
Return customers are huge and a big reason why Hellas is one of the fastest growing companies in America at making an impact in the natural state of Arkansas.
Well, we're really happy with the new turf.
Nothing like football in the South. It's just a fantastic time.
In Little Rock, I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction.
Touchdown Warriors!
It's an unbelievable surface. Nothing but professionalism from Hellas. They came in and got it done in an obviously super reasonable amount of time and enabled us to get out here and practice on it. The cush drain pad and all that stuff installed also, so it's going to help our players. It's the best looking field in the state of Arkansas and definitely the highest rating performing field in the state of Arkansas as well.
Former Arkansas Razorback quarterback Casey Dick is now the head coach here at Fayetteville. He couldn't be more proud of what he saw from his Bulldogs, especially on their brand new Matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas. He's excited about what he predicts will be a very good football season here in 2020.
We're going to social distance, we're going to wear a mask, we're going to take care of each other, we're going to do it the right way and continue to play the way that we have been. We got fantastic administration with Coach Jansky and Dr. Colbert leading our school, and our school principal, Dr. Dostal, does an amazing job. And we're just blessed to be in Fayetteville with the family and the kids that we got. I had great mentors from Brian Polk. He's the assistant UIL director in the state of Texas, and Joe Martin was our head coach in high school, was the THSCA director. So those two guys did a phenomenal job when I was in high school. I take a lot of that from what they gave me, kind of tweak it to how it fits us and our style, our coaches, and where we're at now.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. When it comes to big and beautiful high school football stadiums, look no further than the state of Texas. Built in 1916, Jones Stadium at El Paso High School was recently named second best looking stadium in America according to USA Today. The first major concrete stadium in the country is named after their first assistant principal. Now El Paso's skyline is only a few miles away from Jones Stadium, as the sunsets are gorgeous in this mountainous region. Hellas Construction installed Matrix Helix synthetic turf as the school recently celebrated its 100-year anniversary. Happy State Bank Stadium, formerly known as Kimbrough Memorial Stadium, is in the top 5 in attendance for high school football stadiums with over 20,000 seats, as fans are allowed to sit along the hillside of the north end zone. Built in 1959, known as the Buffalo Bowl then, this classic was once the home of West Texas A&M University and honored the Buffs' former coach and AD, Frank Kimbrough. Hellas installed Matrix Helix technology and a cush drain, which of course will help the field drain better and also help reduce concussions. Now this newly remodeled gym is home to 3 Canyon ISD high schools, including Randall, Canyon, and the newest one, West Plains Wolves. All 3 logos are proudly displayed in the end zones. San Angelo ISD Stadium was built in 1956 and is home to Central and Lakeview High Schools in the Concho Valley. It seats over 17,500 fans, once the proud home of Angelo State University before the Rams moved on campus in 2014. The Bobcats of Central High and the Chiefs of Lakeview are enjoying a new Matrix Helix synthetic turf field by Hellas with Ecotherm infill to keep the players 20 degrees cooler than the traditional SBR crumb rubber. The X1000 Epic track is also a nice touch surrounding this new Hellas field. Ratliff Stadium is another West Texas classic and home to the Permian Panthers and Odessa Broncos. Made famous by the movie Friday Night Lights, Ratliff can seat close to 19,000 fans and has some of the best landscaping with pine trees, shrubs, and even a nearby oil pump jack. The mojo of Matrix Helix technology lives on in these hallowed grounds as well. Hellas is also installing the newest lighting technology at Ratliff Stadium, ensuring that the Friday night lights continue to brighten the Permian Basin region. Sweetwater High School plays in one of the most historic stadiums, simply known as the Mustang Bowl, which was built by the Works Progress Administration in 1939. Hellas installed Matrix Helix synthetic turf and Ecotherm infill at this iconic stadium to keep the West Texas heat under control. Players enter the field like gladiators from their locker rooms, down a ramp, through the stands, and onto this gorgeous field installed by Hellas. This area is also known for six-man football, and one of the legendary teams is Borden County. The Coyotes have a classic stadium in Gale, Texas, with a 1960s-style colorful matrix helix synthetic turf installed by Hellas. The goal is always AT&T Stadium in Arlington, where Hellas installed a soft-top matrix helix turf, but the dreams begin at fields like this in Borden County. House Park in beautiful downtown Austin is another WPA field that was built in 1939. The Memorial Day flood of 2015 may have damaged House Park, but this 6,000-seat stadium opened on time thanks in part to Hellas Construction, who installed matrix helix technology with Ecotherm infill. And how about that view just outside of downtown Austin? Speaking of, there's nothing like the Tomato Bowl in Jacksonville. This East Texas gym was built in 1940 by the WPA as well, and was recently renovated inside and out. Hellas installed matrix helix technology and a cush drain, which of course will help the field drain better and also help reduce concussions. Jacksonville's own Neil McCoy christened the Indians' renovated field with a free concert for all.
Thank you, Jacksonville!
While in East Texas, Christus Trinity Mother Frances Rose Stadium is another classic. Earl Campbell played for Tyler High in the early 70s, guiding the Lions to a state championship in 1973. Recently, renovations have the Tyler and Legacy High Schools looking great on matrix helix synthetic turf and a cush drain. Tiger Stadium at Grimm Park is home to Texas High School in Texarkana. Opened in 1953, this amazing stadium will make you think you're in the capital city with the Block T in orange and Texas in one of the end zones. Mesquite Memorial Stadium was completed in 1976 and home to 5 high schools in Mesquite ISD, just east of Dallas. A renovated press box and concourse area in 2018 has been enhanced as Hellas installed a cush drain and matrix helix synthetic turf. The paved into place elastic layer cush drain will last up to 3 life cycles of turf. Between West Mesquite and Memorial Stadium stands the KEOM radio tower, which is 415 feet high and is an educational and community service radio station with MISD student DJs. Mission is the home of legendary Dallas Cowboys head coach Tom Landry. In fact, Hall of Fame Stadium is named after Tom in Mission. It's the only stadium outside of the NFL Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, to have permission to use the Hall of Fame logo on the field. Another classic while in the Valley is Edinburgh's Flores Stadium, named after Richard Flores, who was Edinburgh's head football coach and athletic director from 1975 to 2000. This is a can't-miss colorful jewel that's home to 4 Edinburgh high schools, including Enconomides, Vela, North, and of course, Edinburgh. Speaking of colors, San Diego High School is one of the few matrix helix blue synthetic turf fields in the nation. The Vaqueros are proud of their blue and gold field, and so is Hellas, as this field was unveiled for fans in 2021. Hellas installed matrix synthetic turf at Cypress Fairbanks FCU Stadium in 2006, and along with Pridgeon Stadium, serves a dozen high schools in Cy-Fair ISD. Cy-Fair FCU Stadium was recently resurfaced with matrix helix technology by Hellas for players and the 11,000 fans to enjoy. Further west in the Houston area, Katy ISD's Legacy Stadium opened in 2017 and seats close to 12,000 fans. In a district with 10 high schools, Legacy is legendary for always having competition on the beautiful matrix helix field installed by Hellas, and is another top destination for neutral site games. The Katy Tigers have won 9 state football titles, including 8 since 1997, as the tradition continues at Katy. Now to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, as McKinney ISD Stadium was built for the same price just a year later and even hosts the Division II championship football game at this 18,000-seat cathedral. It's one of many stadiums in North Texas that leaves out-of-state tourists a bit envious of Boyd, North, and McKinney high schools. Once again, Matrix Helix is the choice for another often used surface. Allen Eagle Stadium was built in 2012 and is the largest football complex serving only one high school in the state. The Eagles football team won 4 state titles from 2008 to 2014. In fact, the Allen Band has close to 1,000 students and makes up a huge section of the 18,000 fans at this Taj Mahal, sporting Matrix Helix technology installed by Hellas. Just a long touchdown pass away is Children's Health Stadium in Prosper, which is the newest of these mega high school structures. Prosper and Rock Hill schools can play in front of 12,000 fans and see themselves on the largest video board in the state while playing on Matrix Helix technology once again. One thing is for sure, high school football is certainly big in Texas, and as the stadiums continue to grow in size, so does Hellas Construction. Located in Austin, Hellas thinks bigger with innovative technology designed to put the student-athlete's safety first.
I can tell when I'm looking at a Hellas Matrix field on television. I've seen it in the NFL, and I know immediately because of the aesthetics of the field, it's unparalleled. We have indoor facilities in the product. It lasts great outside, but when you put it inside, it's even better. We're just really happy with the service and the product that Hellas provides us with the fields that they put in for us. As far as the Epic tracks in Rockwell ISD, it's just a great product that ties in not only the turf field, but also the track. So it's a whole complex of great workmanship that our community sees and people who come to our communities. And it just shows that our district is committed to excellence in all areas of our athletic programs.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Well, in 2018, Kenyon ISD actually purchased the stadium, formerly Kimbrough Stadium, from West Texas A&M University. And at that time we decided, what a great opportunity to maybe have a naming rights for one of our local vendors. And we talked with multiple people, but one really came to the forefront, and that was Happy State Bank. And so now, after a generous donation by them in 2020, we're standing at what is now Happy State Bank Stadium. If you take the North Hill, you can put over 20,000 people in this stadium. In the stands, it's about 17,500, so it's a one-of-a-kind.
Happy State Bank Stadium is one of the largest in the entire Lone Star State. In fact, Canyon ISD elected to go with a cush drain below the surface, which will not only help the field drain better, but help reduce concussions. On top of that, they went with Matrix Helix synthetic turf by Hellas Construction. You'll find this turf at NRG Stadium and AT&T Stadium in Arlington.
When you talk about the stadium of the Panhandle, you have to have the best of the best. So, when you tell people that our athletes are playing on the same things as the Dallas Cowboys are, it gets people excited. So Hellas has been a great partner with us, a great relationship with our sales manager, David Fisher, done a great job and just really been happy with the overall product. In 2018, our voters decided that Kenyon ISD would add a third high school. So in 2022, we will open West Plains High School, which will be the third high school for Kenyon ISD, which really brings a lot of change to the district and a lot of change at Happy State Bank Stadium. The new logos are installed. The West Plains Wolves will take the field here in 2022. We really wanted to take the safety of not just our football athletes, but our soccer athletes into account. So we added the cush drain pad, and man, what a difference that's made just on the legs of our athletes, our coaches as they're out here standing on it. But many of our injuries last year were not in football, they were actually in soccer. So adding the cush drain pad was a no-brainer for us. We're excited to have it and really excited for the safety of our kids. With our new field house, our new conference center, we want people to come see this thing and really go, my gosh, that's the best high school football stadium in the state of Texas. And Hellas has been a big part of that.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
These athletic facilities are the pride of Sinton, and when you have top-notch, first-class facilities, it makes a difference. Talking about the turf itself, it feels fast. I like the vibrant colors on it. I like the maroon mixed in with the white. We'll have the borders. It just pops. We did the 3D numbers. That really stands out. And I tell you what, the never-ending S is our focal point. It's big, it's in the middle, and when you're looking down from the stands, that's what you see, The parents, the community members have come out here. Their comment is, Coach, the field looks great. It's professional, it's done right.
Not only did Hellas install Matrix Helix synthetic turf, but also a cush drain below the surface and Ecotherm infill to keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber. And in South Texas, that's a big deal. You definitely want to keep that field as comfortable as possible.
What caught my attention with this Ecotherm was that it's going to decrease the heat that's going to be out on these fields. It is a noticeable difference being out here. There's a cooling effect to it. You don't feel the heat. You know, you want to protect these kids, especially with these non-contact helmets hitting the ground. When you're talking about concussions, we went with a Cush drain. It's that small town community feel. You know, it evolves around sports. It evolves around Friday nights where the town closes and everybody's here at the football games. And the bands is such a large part of it. Hearing the bands, hearing the roars. It's about that baseball team going out and performing and the pride that the Little League and the youth leagues, they have in the sports. And I'm talking all sports, Jeff. I'm talking from football to basketball to softball to baseball to track to tennis, you know, and it's that pride, that pirate pride being from Sinton, coming out here and representing this never-ending S in all that you do.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We are so thankful for our school board, superintendent, and community to make this possible, to have a true multi-purpose activity center, one on each of our high school campuses. Fine arts uses it, our cheerleaders use it, every sport uses it. We can divide it 4 ways. We've got drop-down batting cages. It's a game changer. You know, we don't miss reps because of bad weather. We love it. The bases are inlaid for baseball and softball, and we use it all day long, 6 days a week. It's just phenomenal. We have Hellas turf on our outdoor 2 major stadiums. We use the Matrix Helix. We're just thrilled. It's an incredible product. Our coaches, our kids love it. We loved it so much that that's what we wanted to put in the indoor. We're so happy and appreciate our relationship with Hellas. We're getting so much use out of it. Every time we walk in there, I just think we're just so blessed and so thankful. And it's just another great facility for kids and coaches and for us to really focus on developing great kids and great athletes.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Groundbreaking today, get these projects started. We've been working with the district for many years now. We did their Geo Plus, which is our organic infill, with our Matrix Helix system here, as well as another football field and running track across campus. So we've had a partnership with the district for a while now, and continuing the relationship here, getting new track surface, field events. We're going to have a nice field event area over here with a spectator shade structure, so it's going to be really great for hosting meets and having practices, and we're just really excited to get it started.
You know, this is a really exciting event. It's so amazing to see some of the projects that we have coming up in Manor ISD. We're here for the track and field events. We have one of our track and field spaces in the area where I'm standing. Right behind me, we're going to have the early college facility, and then behind me on this side, we're also going to have some additional sports facilities that are going to be constructed.
It's really important that our kids be able to see the growth that's going on in our district and the commitment that the leaders that lead their district have to them and to the community. We're really excited about the track and field facilities, and we're really excited about everything going on in Manor ISD.
Through partnering with our friends at Hellas, Harris County Sports and Convention Corp, and Commissioner Ellis, we're proud to donate the Texans artificial playing surface from NRG Park to be installed in the new field here at Jack Yates.
Additionally, on behalf of the Houston Texans, the NFL Foundation, and the LISC, we are pleased to announce that through the NFL Grassroots Grant Program and Field Grant Programs, we will be committing $450,000 toward the project.
All of us here today have the sacred blessing of standing in the heart of the historic 3rd Ward at the iconic Yates High School, a school that is nearly a century-year old, named after a former enslaved human being and minister. That was the vision for this field, that our children are worthy and deserving of a high-quality place to play, to compete, to stay healthy, to learn about teamwork and community.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Hellas to really get back to the community. As everyone knows, one of our core values is being community-minded. Our partnership with the Houston Texans allows us to continually get back to the community. It's a big honor for Hellas to be part of this today.
At the Texans, we have 3 imperatives: winning championships, creating memorable experiences, and doing great things for Houston. So working with Hellas, we create memorable experiences on the field, and here we get to give back to the community and help them create some memorable experiences out at Jack Yates Field.
Yeah, Hellas, donating the turf, just the community coming together as a whole. That's what life and unity is all about. You always envisioned and dreamed what it would look like if you were able to have top-notch facilities.
It's really exciting to see everyone get so amped up about the opportunity to have a state-of-the-art football field, soccer field for their kids, and the communities come out in support of that, and their excitement is awesome. It's really cool.
From Hellas Construction, Frank Petrini and Tony Heath. The field is 5+ years in the making and part of our long-time commitment to the community. This is about the students, the student athletes, and it's about continuing to give them the opportunities they so richly deserve.
I think it'll be a unanimous vote to name this field in honor of George Floyd.
As you all know, I'm Philonus Floyd, brother George Floyd. I was out here on this field. I don't even remember seeing this track like this before.
Because of the passing of my brother, so many people wanted to help and just make the world better. Jack Yates High School gets to be put up on that pedestal too. And I know that this field is going to be awesome. This is going to be great for kids because it gives them something to do. It makes them want to be here.
George Floyd, I love that. It's named after him. Keep the memory alive. And definitely, if you knew him, you was passionate about football, especially as his #1 baby.
Hellas Construction is ready for some football as the public school coaching community in Texas learned today that the high school football season will tentatively start in late September. Two-time defending 6A Division I state champion Galena Park North Shore is prepared for a unique upcoming season.
I think one thing about Texas high school football is we've faced a lot of adversity in the past. There's models out there that we've had to do during a hurricane year or during some other times of situations. So I think our kids are just ready to get started.
The University Interscholastic League announced that the Class 5A and 6A high school football schools in the state of Texas can officially start playing football games on September 24th. The state championships would be held in January of 2021. Class 1A through 4A high school football teams can open as originally scheduled August 28th, with state title games being played December 16th through the 19th. Once again, the state championship games will be played at AT&T Stadium, which has Hellas's Matrix turf with Helix technology.
We used to have the Battle by the Bay luncheon and just seeing the rivalry, and many people couldn't wait for this game to happen.
The rivalry goes way back. We're TCISD, we're two towns with great traditions and great chemistry.
Lamarck and Texas City hug the coast of the Lone Star State in Galveston County. These tradition-rich high school football programs squared off on the field every year but once from 1959 to 2015, winning 7 state football championships combined. The Cougars lead the overall series 33-22 with 3 ties, claiming 5 state championships and 12 district titles from 1990 to 2006. But enrollment dropped at Lamarck in recent years. Two-time state champion Texas City has won the last 3 meetings, which ended in 2015. No longer in the same classification, the district rivalry has been replaced with district support. After 5 decades of play, Lamarck's home, Etheridge Stadium, has been deemed unsafe, and the Cougars needed a place to call home.
Etheridge Stadium has so much tradition. There were a lot of state championships, a lot of wonderful athletes that have come through there, but over a period of time, the field itself was just not conducive for what I thought gave my athletes a chance to be successful.
It's about safety and security and giving the kids the best chance they can, period.
As a crow flies, Texas City and Lamarck are maybe 10 miles apart. A lot of the parents in this community work in the same factories, but what is strange for the Texas City fans is seeing this blue and gold with Cougars in the end zone on their home field here at Stingery Stadium. Now that's going to take some adjustment, but hey, you know what? We've been adjusting in 2020. Perhaps it's high school football that can save the day when it comes to bringing us all together.
Football is a wonderful thing to bring people together, and we're starting to see that all over our country, how sports unite us.
Texas City ISD called on Hellas Construction, who rose to the challenge to get the job done.
Hellas was here. I met with some of the guys that were working. They worked nights, they worked days, they worked in the heat, they worked in the rain. It's a wonderful company, and we can't thank them enough.
We added Cougars in the end zone. It looks great. It's going to be an awesome atmosphere for both teams. Why not play here? We're going to be away. He's going to be home. It gives the community that can't travel something to do. We need to rally behind it. We're one ISD. Let's come together and support it.
Sean Evans played and coached with Tony Heath, who won a state title at Pearland. Heath coached alongside Eric Wells, who was very successful at Dawson High School. Add in current Texas City head football coach Leland Cervic, and all were assistant coaches under legendary Lamarck head football coach Alan Waddell, who won a national championship as a player at the University of Texas, and he also coached at Texas A&M. Fittingly, Heath sold Cervic and Texas City Hellas's Matrix Turf with Helix technology and Ecotherm infill, plus a cush drain, which helps the field drain better, something Lamarck fans know all too much about, considering they've had 2 home games moved in the past 3 years due to muddy field conditions unsuitable for play.
We're not walking and looking for holes before the game starts. It gives me just a little bit of sense that I'm doing the best that I can for my kids.
We wanted to give the kids of both schools the best playing surface we could, so we went into realignment with the ideal for 2 years until we decide what we're going to do with their stadium and their school and building, that this would give them a great opportunity to play on the best surface in the state of Texas and have a great time.
The district has gone above and beyond to make sure that we feel like this is our home. Having a great surface to play on is a wonderful feeling.
Whether it's blue and gold or orange and black, it's Texas City ISD.
2 communities, 2 high schools, 1 district, 1 goal. Let's play ball safely. In Galveston County, Jeff Power for Hellas Construction.
G4000 epic track that we have here in Texas City, it's got a lot of bounce to it. It's as close to a college track as we'll run on before we go run at college meets. It's been really good for our athletes' legs. We're not running into any shin splints or any problems like that. Blocks don't slip, and that's really helpful. As far as the paint job goes, we customized it all the way down to the color of the lines. We got exactly what we asked for.
Hellas has done a great job from putting it in at the beginning to finishing at the end with the black surface, the orange markings, everything that we requested, we got. With this Epic G4000, we do spend more time on the track as opposed to doing grass drills. It is softer, faster. It's a great surface to run on.
Not only does this Epic G4000 track look and feel outstanding, but the Stingarees perform on Matrix Turf with Helix technology and Ecotherm infill installed by Hellas. This field will actually be about 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber, also known as real fill. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Avrion Hertz is in his 15th year as head coach here at Channelview. You might know his sons, Avrion and Jalen Hertz. Of course, Jalen actually played here at Madry Stadium when the construction took place. Hellas installed the first round of synthetic turf here, and they were back again here in 2020 to install Matrix Turf with Helix technology, also Ecotherm infill to keep that field 20 degrees cooler than traditional crumb rubber, and of course a G-Max drain below the surface. Putting safety first here in Channelview.
You know, it's a faster turf. You know, we're very pleased with it. When we do get rain, it drains off very well. The biggest thing is for us in Houston, it'll warm up a little bit during August. We kind of avoided the hot point of the summer. This time we had the Ecotherm, which was the light green pellets. You know, they settled in very nice, and now this one stays cool.
Ecotherm's as good as there is. It's vinyl TPU and cellulose, and the cellulose comes from plants and it holds the moisture in. And then the evaporative properties really keep the field cool.
It's amazing technology. I'm happy baseball and softball will get to experience it also. Hellas did a great job. We thank our school board trustees and superintendents and athletic directors for pushing for it and them getting it for the kids, so it's a good deal.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Fort Bend ISD is one of the largest school districts in the entire state of Texas. In fact, they have 11 high schools. Hellas installed synthetic turf, most notably right here, Fusion XP Squared with Helix technology at Mercer Stadium. They've also got a cush drain here, which will help the field drain better and also provide more safety for the players because it helps reduce concussions.
Well, our district is very excited to have this new project on our campuses at the high school level as well as on our district stadiums for safety reasons. We are very safety conscious. We think about our student athletes all the time when it comes to participation. We put our athletes' safety first and health and well-being, and we really appreciate what Hellas Construction has done to create that cushion underneath. Fort Bend ISD means a lot to me. It's like family. My coaches mean a lot to me. The players and the athletes, to see them continuing the legacy of Fort Bend ISD.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
You know, we feel like that we have one of the premier high school athletic facilities in the state of Texas, if not the nation.
and this turf will really allow us to kind of take that to the next level. The playing surface is first class. Hellas has done a great job and has been a great partner for us throughout the years.
They have an office here now dedicated to Houston, and it almost feels like they're dedicated to Cy-Fair ISD, because when you have the 12 high school fields in our 2 stadiums, Hellas has got a big investment in Cy-Fair. We have a big investment in Hellas, and it's just been a great partnership.
Cy-Fair FCU Stadium is one of the premier facilities in the entire country. Of course, they've got matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas. This is the same type of turf you'll find in the NFL with teams like the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. Now, of course, they've got Ecotherm infill as well, which will keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional chrome rubber. That's great for everybody who walks on it.
Well, we're excited to have the Ecotherm here at Cy-Fair FCU Stadium to put that cooling material here on the turf. We think is going to be tremendous for our student athletes.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeff Power. I'm here at C.E. King High School, part of Sheldon ISD in Northeast Houston. 1 year ago, Hurricane Harvey dumped close to 50 inches of rain on this community. This field was in bad shape. Hellas Construction came in, did some turf repair. The Panthers played here last season, but this year they got a big present. Not only did the Texans donate their field from last year that was built by Hellas Construction, but it is now beautifully set in place here for the Panthers to start the 2018 football season. First of all, let's flash back to late August of 2017. The world watched in disbelief as the water continued to rise due to Hurricane Harvey. Southeast Texas was submerged in wastewater that was threatening the lives of many. One of the area's hardest hit was C.E. King High School and its facilities, where over 4 feet of water had fallen from the sky. On top of that, Greens Bayou and the San Jacinto River swamped the area, closing school for 5 months.
Maybe even 50-something inches of rain in a very short period of time, which is why it flooded, because that hurricane, the back end just sat here. I mean, there's just water everywhere. People just kept sending the same picture to me. I'm like, okay, I got it. The field's done.
The field wasn't done, though. Hellas Construction set up hurricane relief efforts with supplies for people while also sending in crews to repair damaged fields, including C.E. King's Crenshaw Stadium, which had large tears.
7 days afterwards, there was still 3 to 4 inches left of water inside the building. I mean, we saw fish, snakes, but you know, we got out here and the water went down, the field settled, and actually Hellas really helped us. If you don't sanitize the turf and you get out here and you just had sewer water on it, it's gonna be a big deal for the cuts and abrasions, and so Hellas coming in and doing that just in an emergency type situation, dropping what they were doing and coming in and doing that in 2 days was a real big help for us.
The 1 year anniversary of Harvey was just here today in the last 3 days, and so it just kind of comes full circle with this new field. Kind of gives a new perspective for the students who've been through a lot in the last year. A lot of them have lost a lot of things in their households and are still rebuilding, and this is part of that rebuilding process to where they can start anew for a new season.
Things are better now because with that storm, we got a bunch of new stuff. Not only did we get a new field, we got new equipment, and so there were some positives that came out of it, out of the struggle.
The Houston Texans and Harris County, which owns NRG Stadium, partnered with Hellas Construction, creating a donation program to give back to schools in need like C.E. King, which was the first field replacement of a 3-year contract.
They're really good partners in the world of NFL sponsors and partnerships, and you know, being out here with the kids today when they come off practice and just talking to them, you know, for them to be able to play on a field that J.J. Watt played on or Deshaun Watson played on, it's awesome. You know, you can just see the excitement in their face. You know, it's not any different than any other field we build, but just the legacy that comes with it, because it came out of NRG Stadium and the Texans played on it, just brings it to a whole new level, and those kids are just super excited.
The students and faculty at C.E. King were very appreciative.
Gifting this community was a big deal for us. Just the giving that took place was amazing to me. Just everybody recognized the struggle and they were helping out, and it was a big help because we needed that money to feed the kids.
It's Houston strong, and we're a Texas company, and we're in Houston to stay, so to participate and be able to bring them a field of this caliber is unbelievable. It's awesome.
Sheldon Strong is the motto of C.E. King, and Sheldon ISD will provide a new King High School and athletic facility in 2020. Both well-deserved. In Houston, I'm Jeff Power. The Grand Oaks Grizzlies enjoying the fruits of the labor of Hellas Construction with a brand new football field, plus baseball, softball, a new V300 track. In fact, the Grizzlies are playing with only freshmen and sophomores this year. Next season, they'll play their first varsity schedule. The following year, it will be senior time for the Grizzlies.
We get to build kind of the foundation up, so we really kind of get to work with our younger guys and start from fundamentals.
Yeah, there's a lot of great participation here at Grand Oaks, a lot of great talent. It's great having the turf. We always have somewhere to go. We don't have to worry about totally destroying our shoes and clothing because of the bad conditions.
Consistency in the hop and being able to work on just true fundamentals and not have to worry about field maintenance that might go with that. Just being able to repeat those actions is definitely a benefit to having a turf facility like this.
Yes, nice place.
Getting so much more field time than you would usually. You're not having to spend time draining the field and working the tarp. Once it rains, you're back on the field pretty quick right after once it gets done raining. It's a pretty cool thing to look and see all the stuff that we have going on in our campus and what CISD did for us here.
We think we'll be good at all the sports, soccer definitely being one of them. We only have freshmen and sophomores, but this whole area is just really growing as far as soccer goes.
Y'all coming to Messi.
And the kids really appreciate that soccer isn't, an afterthought, that we're one of the main sports at this school, and they'll be proud of us.
For us, it's been a game changer. It's an awesome venue on a Friday night, and when the lights are on, it feels like you're in the middle of like Sherwood Forest. Small town atmosphere in a big city.
No matter if the community is large or small, parents, coaches, and players have the same concerns, staying injury-free, especially when it comes to concussions.
Turf protects the kids from injury. The weather, when it comes to your footing, most concussions happen when they fall and they hit the ground. This played a really, really strong role in reducing those things. And it's not just football, we're talking about soccer as well. Last year was the first year in my career where our varsity did not have a single diagnosed concussion. We had a ton more knee injuries when we had the natural grass. Not only have our knee injuries gone down, but the concussions have gone down, especially this year.
The Woodlands Christian Warriors play on a matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas Construction. They also have an epic X1000 track by Hellas as well. In fact, this is a multi-purpose football, soccer, track, and field facility that the Warriors are very proud of.
Turf really changes the complexion of your campus. We are competing with really, really good public schools, and we've got to find a way for like-minded families to come here and say, we feel good about the sports environment. Turf does that.
From pre-kindergarten to 12th grade, every student at the Woodlands Christian has the opportunity to run on this epic track and play on this field at Warrior Stadium. That would tear up most natural grass fields, especially in a tropical climate like the Houston area.
We have opportunities for our kids to do summer camps. It's had a huge impact on sports here at the Woodlands Christian Academy. We are now at about 90% of our kids play at least one sport. It's been a game changer for us athletically.
In the Woodlands, I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction, building sports from start to finish.
Poly material gets made in Liberty Hill and then is delivered on site. We then take that material, set up our equipment, weigh everything out, calibrate everything.
The 6008 SMG mix station with the A attachment machine was all metered in with the A component and B component. You got 3 parts of part A, which is the red material, and you have the 1 part of the isocyanate B. It has to mix properly and thoroughly for it to have the proper chemical reaction to set up, and the machine mixes it all, and all we do is we just put a drill in it for another 20-30 seconds just for a little insurance is all. We send it out in the golf cart and we dump it right onto the asphalt, and we have our guy with the special rake squeegee, the notch squeegee. We used a 4mm notch squeegee today. You have to know how to squeegee, when to put pressure, when not to put pressure based on what your materials are doing.
When we start our fluid applies, we want to make sure our rakes are the right thickness, and then we want to make sure that we're hitting our distances on our mixes so our consumption rates are right.
It's a 2,000-pound super sack, and we have it elevated up with a forklift, and we have our wheelbarrows underneath it to load. And then the guy's throwing the rubber. That's also an art. If you don't know how to throw the rubber into the liquid, you can move the liquid and cause bumps. We need 50 degrees and rising before we can lay this material down so it cures properly.
You want to get your pours as early as you can, and then you got to keep the guys moving. You got to keep the buckets and the material filled down at the mix station, all the way up to the bucket guys, getting a good rhythm and bringing those mixes constantly. And that makes it possible for us to get enough application in a day. As long as you've got a good base, then you're going to have a good track. The striping is only usually like 2.5 days. You get a good striper, they set up their transit, they get their marks, you get the lines on the first day, and then they'll go back and do all the events. It all goes off that center point, and you take your measurements, and you find out where your striping is actually going to be. And a lot of times we do some of that to where we know how far to surface. Everything's got to be off that point so that your track fits, your lane line fits, your goalpost fits. It's really important to establish that center point. I really think it's the best because of our people. We're training our guys to actually install these things the right way. A final end result that not only the customer's happy with, but we can take pride in.
We feel like we have a home. It is wonderful. We started playing here in January, and they opened up the field back in last September for football, and now that we're here and it's our home. It's a privilege to be playing soccer here. Talk to each other.
Last year it looked like a field you'd find at a park that was never taken care of, and this year obviously it's nice turf, and we're just motivated to take it far and take full advantage of it.
Definitely the new turf. Last year we didn't have the best grass field, but now having new turf, consistent, which is something that's very good.
Here at Wharton High School, the Tigers play on matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas. They've also got a cush drain below, which will keep the players safer by reducing concussions.
There you go.
Flat, nice turf ground with a beautiful stadium. We feel a lot better.
It's a stadium that suits our team. It's really cool. It's definitely the best field in the district.
1, 2, 3, Tigers! Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
You know, Hellas did a great job on our stadium. We got the Matrix Helix. To me, it's the best turf out there. You know, every visiting team that showed up here in Flatonia said, man, what a great surface you guys have. What a great color scheme we have. It is one of the nicest logos. It's really neat how they do it. It's just a beautiful field. We installed a G-Max drain. That was one of the big deals with the school board and the superintendent. They wanted to make sure we had a pad underneath to reduce concussions. It helps with the drainage also, and it's just been great for our kids.
Not only did Hellas Construction install Matrix Helix synthetic turf, but also an S200 epic track surrounding this football field known as the Dog Pound. This means faster runners, faster times, hosting district championships, and maybe even regional meets right here in Flatonia.
So far, our kids love the feel of the track. It's not hard and it's not too soft. It's just perfect. We did everything for the safety of our kids, and we're really proud of what we have here.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
You know, new turf field, new track, new stadium, the community's excited, kids are excited. Without a doubt, having a turf field that will drain quickly for us, that's a huge plus for us to be able to practice and play games.
This is a design build project here at Luling High School by Hellas Construction, which includes matrix turf with Helix technology, a cush drain below the field itself, not to mention the Ecotherm infill, which will keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional crumb rubber, and you don't have to water it.
The cush drain underneath for the safety of our kids was our top priority. We went out and we tried to get the best we could. The big points for us was going with the Ecotherm, is the cooler field, you know, the reduced maintenance on the field, saving that water for our community.
Hellas also installed the grandstands, press box, and the LED lights. On top of that, this Q3000 epic track surrounding the field is one of the best you'll find in the country.
Going with the gray track and the gray end zones really makes the field stand out. Press box and the filming deck on top of it, that's a huge advantage for us. It's going to be fun to play under Friday night lights.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
#SaveTheSeniors, and we got it out there and tagged the VISD board. If you wear a mask, 6 of your family members get to watch you, so I think it was the best of both worlds.
You have a voice, you have to use it in the right place, the right time, and in the right way, otherwise you're just noise. And so after visiting with our seniors, we were able to come up with a plan that met the guidelines and some of the things that they wanted to be with some of their classmates. It's great to have our seniors come together at least one more time, walk stage, and enjoy this milestone.
You know, these seniors of 2020, what a spring semester they've had. They've missed out on so much, and then to be able to at least have their graduation. The field itself is absolutely fabulous. An Ecotherm field, the state of the art that Hellas has. They did a wonderful job putting it in. It worked out great for graduation.
Yeah, it kind of turned out perfectly that since we had to delay graduation, we can use the new turf, and because it's really pretty.
It's been great. I'm glad we could finally do it for our seniors.
So the fact that we actually get to christen the field with graduation ceremony, that couldn't be any better.
You know, our community came together and raised a bunch of money to put this field in place. We got something we have pride in. It still has a very rural Texas high school football feel to it. You know, you walk out here, it's state-of-the-art turf, state-of-the-art facilities, nice new scoreboard, but you look right across the fence, there's a couple of horses over there and a donkey, you know, hanging out.
We have amazing facilities now. Our school board, our SUP, administration, done a good job of putting a lot of effort into helping me build the program up. We love our facility. We've shown it off to a couple of schools coming in, looking at it, and you know, and I love it, and the kids love it. Our town is so proud of it.
Yeah, Hellas did a great job of helping us with this field and with the design of it. We chose to go with the Cobra on the field because it's unique to us, the one and only, the King Cobra.
You very rarely come across someone who knows where Vanderbilt is, so that's our kids really like having that star there to let them know kind of where we're from and where we're at.
The Vanderbilt Industrial Cobra is looking good on their Matrix turf with Helix technology, Ecotherm infill, and cush drain.
I think the cush drain is the most important part of this whole deal. The turf fields without the cush drain, it wears on your back. You know, we haven't had any concussion issues with kids hitting the ground at all this year.
Being on this cush drain, you have a spongy feel to the turf, and it definitely makes a difference.
The Vanderbilt Industrial Cobras have had recent success on the football field that hasn't been seen here in almost a decade. The volleyball team just won the state championship up in Garland. Good times right now for the Cobras.
It's been a nice little transformation. We were area champions of track last year, baseball win playoffs. It's been a good thing going on around here right now. It gives the kids a sense of pride.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Welcome to Pettis, Texas. We're about an hour northwest of the Corpus Christi area. Now, the War Eagles have got a brand new Matrix turf with Helix technology. The color scheme is really nice, the maroon and gold with the nice brand new epic track surrounding the entire surface. It's something that these kids are really looking forward to being a part of this fall.
Being able to be the first group of kids that get to play on it is a great motivator. We're really enthused about this upcoming season. The eagle in the middle is our newest helmet emblem, our newest logo. There are a number of eagle mascots throughout the state, and the P symbolizes Pettis. I think our colors accent it well. All aspects of the school are the main focus of the community. And to have something brand new schools, brand new field, brand new track, it's great. It's great for the community.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Hellas is always excited to be a part of the community, and for us to be a part of the Pulaski community now and get to be a part of this little part of ribbon cutting, we're real excited. We put in the Matrix Helix with a cush drain on each one of them, and really excited about the fields that we put in. It was an opportunity for kids to play each and every Friday night on a great surface. Also, not only our football players, but it allows the bands able to participate every Friday night, not having to worry about the field being too muddy. During the week, you got your PEs and able to participate, get them outside. And so this field, it allows so many opportunities for so many kids.
We're excited to have it. It's a beautiful complex now, and that's all thanks to our town, our community, our school board, administration, and so on and so forth. This is an outstanding complex now.
The facilities here are unbelievable. They're awesome. Brand new first game on this turf. It's amazing.
It's just like being on grass, honestly. You know, you get the heat of the day, and you see the steam coming off of it, but it's definitely not the temperature of the old turf, you know, you used to have with those black pellets and stuff. So this Ecotherm's really nice.
Y'all are going to stretch real quick before you go in. Mustang Stadium here at Ingleside High School has got Matrix turf with Helix technology. They've also got Ecotherm infill, which will help keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional crumb rubber. And oh, by the way, sports complex behind me. In case it rains, you're on the coast, go indoors. Hellas installed Matrix turf in there as well.
Hellas has helped change it with the indoor facility and then with this turf field and obviously the baseball and the softball. Kids really want to be here because of what we have, what we're able to offer them, and this turf has been a huge part of that. We're trying now to pride ourselves on having the best facilities in South Texas, bar none. So Cal Allen, Flower Bluff, all in the mix. I mean, we're talking about being one of the sole teams that has turf everything. This kind of helps people stay. When jobs call elsewhere, the kids want to stay, parents want to stay.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Trustees for the Cal Allen Independent School District dedicated the field at Wildcat Stadium to Phil Danaher in 2009, long before he reached his current total of 470 victories prior to beginning his 37th year as Cal Allen's head football coach in 2020.
There's only two reasons that you name a field after someone. They either pass away or you're getting rid of them or anything. So first thing I did is went and checked my contract to make sure I was good for the next year or two. No, it was an honor and I appreciate them doing it.
Not only is Phil Danaher the winningest high school football coach in the state of Texas, in a career that started in Dilley in 1974, he went to Hampshire Finette and has been here at Cal Allen High School since 1984. As the Wildcats enter the 2020 season, they'll move down to Class 4A, and once again, they're the favorites not only win the district title, but perhaps a state championship.
I can't take credit for any of these victories without the kids, that played football here and the coaches who have helped coach.
Not only is Phil Danaher the winningest Texas high school football coach, they're a longtime client of Hellas Construction. In fact, they recently did a turf replacement here, Matrix turf with Helix technology, and Phil is a big fan of the whole idea of a one-stop shop.
I went with Hellas because they're a complete company. People that comes out and levels the ground, comes out and lays the turf. So if you got a problem, you just call them and they come fix it. Brian Parks, he does a great job for us. Hellas has always put in good fields.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
One of the interesting things that have happened is the surface that we play on in outdoor sports and even indoor sports. One of the companies that I respect a lot is the Hellas Construction Company. They put up some turfs all over the state, and here in Corpus in particular we have softball, baseball, football, all those things. It's taken away the weather situation for the most part, as far as sloppy fields, no grass, hard surfaces, things of that nature. The surface nowadays, like Hellas has, they're safer, they're easier on the athletes as far as preventing injuries. Plus, as an administrator, after I coached and I officiated basketball, I also was an athletic director, and now I work at the university level with student teachers, getting them ready to become coaches. You always worry about maintenance, upkeep of the fields. And with these surfaces, you don't have to worry about fertilizing, ants, cutting the grass, trimming the grass, lining the fields. All this money that it may cost a little bit to start off with, to put it down, but after that, there is just so much money that the school district saves. Athletics is less than 3% of a school district budget. So, but the benefits outweigh that cost a bunch.
This is awesome. Fremont, Texas. Population 2,627. Oil was discovered in this South Texas town in the 1930s. The King Ranch is also located here in Jim Wells County with 35,000 head of cattle, taking up 825,000 acres, which is larger than the state of Rhode Island. Texas, with close to 30 million people, is where high school football is king. But for the last 7 years, not in Fremont.
This is the first varsity football game since 2011.
Under the leadership of Superintendent Steve Van Maitre and head coach Ruben Cantu, football has risen from the ashes. With the help of Hellas Construction, who built the bleachers, press box, concession stands, lights, and Matrix turf with Helix technology, on August 31st of 2018, it was Friday Night Lights all over again in Fremont.
The ISD was in a financial crisis. The Texas Education Agency and 2015 was going to shut the district down, Dr. Stephen Talent at A&M Kingsville stepped up with the Commissioner of Education and said, no, we think we can help. And so they provided some extensive training. They had their grant writers write successful grants to bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars for rich programming, and it's really yielding some great results. We would not be a district if it wasn't for A&M Kingsville.
A school with just over 500 students starved without the spirit of high school football for way too long. But they found a diamond in the rough when hiring Steve Van Maitre, who had success at Sinton and Freer ISD. He loves kids and was brought in to fix the problem at Fremont in January of 2017. Within months, the school board had a bond in front of the community of Fremont to vote on, which included building an elementary school, renovating the high school, and building an athletic facility.
So the board voted to give the community an opportunity to voice their opinion on a $10.6 million bond election. It passed overwhelmingly in May of 2017. We had enough to build a beautiful turf stadium, softball facility as well. We went out for design build, and Hellas was the easy option for us.
We were dying here in Fremont. Academically, everything was going bad. It was the board, we worked at it, and Mr. Van Maitre, superintendent, brought it all back.
The Fremont Cowboys practiced for the 2018 season 10 miles away at Falfurrias High School, where Fremont head coach Ruben Cantu earned the 2003 state championship in the 100 meters for the Jersey Bulls. Fremont and Falfurrias share the same opponent in the first 2 weeks of the season, the Monte Alto Blue Devils. Here's Cantu in the locker room with a pregame speech moments before the game.
We got a beautiful stadium. We got a lot of people coming to watch the Cowboys play football. So let's go out there and kick some ass.
The first play of the contest appeared to be the perfect way to kick off a new era of high school football in Fremont, as the Cowboys used some tomfoolery in the early seconds of the game. Watch Trey Davila grab the ball in the opening kickoff, and he's off to the races. A few blocks here and there, and he's gone. But a block in the back would take the points off the board.
Well, it was unbelievable. I mean, we've been working on it for a couple of weeks. We got a new special teams coordinator, and he came in, he installed that. We knew where we wanted to go. We knew who we wanted to get the football to. I honestly knew it was going to happen. There was like, there's no way they're ready for it. They have no idea it's coming. You know, the flag just came out, and one of those memorable moments, man, never forget.
It was obvious throughout the night that this was more than just a football game. For a moment, all seemed right as Jordan Gonzalez gave the Cowboys a 6-0 lead with this QB keeper, but it wasn't meant to be on the scoreboard. It was, however, about the town of Fremont and its proud high school tradition on the gridiron. From the football team, to the cheerleaders, to the band, these fans of Fremont football had plenty to smile about on this night.
For them to turn to what we are now and to be one of the better schools in Texas, and for them to have an opportunity to play on something like this, I mean, like I said, I'm just grateful to be part of it.
And Hellas Construction was proud to be a part of a new era at Fremont High School.
You know, the community coming together and singing Red and White Forever and playing our song Jalisco was a big deal. You know, we got up and clapped traditionally that we did for years. That's what sports does, is it helps us.
Not only do we have a beautiful new stadium that Hellas built for us, but we also have the return of our community huddle, which is so important with communities across Texas that have one high school.
I'm so excited for Fremont. They're back. Tradition starts again today.
So when it was all said and done, Fremont fell 19-6 to Monte Alto, but what a night it was for this community, for this football team, and for head coach Ruben Cantu. A great start to their season despite the fact that they lost. Everything worked out fine as far as the field was concerned, the team, the fans getting here early. It was a great environment for Friday night high school football in the state of Texas. In Fremont, I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction.
Last year we sacrificed a lot, having to travel at least 45 miles just to get to a track and practicing on a baseball and softball field for the entire season. And although that season felt very long, I could honestly say that it was definitely worth the wait. Hebbronville has always had some very great track athletes, and I can promise you that this track is going to be very beneficial. All 3 years that I've been running, I've made it to regionals, but I've never been able to go to the next level. This year I'm very determined to be able to compete at the state track meet, and I really think that with this great new track of ours that I can make it possible.
Michaela has been really good athlete. She is somebody that these younger kids can look up to. She has a great work ethic.
There's more spring to it, and you can feel a lot more like bouncy. Once you're sprinting and get out the blocks, you can just feel it pushing you that way.
On the boys side, we'd won 13 district championships in a row before last year. We have some hurdlers too this year that could be successful this year. One, Jaden Alanis, he runs the 110s and the 300s, and the other one's Elina Naranjo. Our kids here have been very successful in our track program, and with this new track, it should help us a lot. Now we got 8 lanes before we only had 7. I personally think it's one of the best tracks in the whole South Texas area. Everybody loves our field and our track.
The Longhorns also have a matrix turf field with Helix technology and Ecotherm infield to help keep the field about 20 degrees cooler in the summertime than traditional crumb rubber. On top of that, they've got a cush drain below, which will help reduce concussions and also help the field drain better.
First thing about the football field, come August time, it's not as hot. We have a cush drain pad under our field that reduces concussions. We have a good drainage system here.
We're standing out in South Texas right now. Everybody wants to see our facilities. The Major Blade turf, right? It's great for the girls. They love it. It bounces almost consistently there for outfielders, infielders. Once they get it done, they're ready for it.
It's been a big thing, a big blessing from our citizens here in Hebbronville, and the kids are reaping the benefits of this.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Versus your hometown, Hebbronville Longhorns.
Known as the vaquero capital of Texas, Hebbronville was once ranked as the largest cattle shipping center in the United States. Fittingly, the Longhorns are the mascot of Hebbronville High School. Hellas Construction proudly installed new softball, baseball, and football fields at Jim Hogg County Independent School District. Hebbronville High could not be more proud.
It's going to provide better opportunity for our kids. It's for development, number one. Number two, I know that turf is going to serve as even a recruiting tool, get more kids out. We're going to be able to do more, to create more drills. We're excited.
We're excited, the kids are excited. They get to come to work and to practice and get better on grade 8 facilities. We like to play at home in front of our community.
We had to pass a bond to be able to get this taken care of. There was a big community push. It's what's good for kids.
In this community, people love their football, they love their baseball, they love their softball. And to upgrade our fields for our kids has been amazing.
A District 31 3A battle here in Hebbronville as the Longhorns are hosting one of their district rivals, Val Furious. By the way, the jersey's also a Hellas Construction customer.
The field's been great. We've seen a boost in attendance as well because of the new field and the new bleachers, and the kids are really excited about it, and so is our community, and I think it's showing with our boost in attendance.
Major Play Premium Matrix Turf with Helix Technology greeted the Horns baseball players as they broke in new dugouts, batting cages, and fencing as part of the baseball renovations.
It was pretty exciting for them because they finally got a field that was level. It's state of the art, and you know, the kids, they love it. It's just been a total upgrade to our facility. It's just amazing.
Now, football is also king in South Texas, and the Longhorns are playing on a state-of-the-art paved into place cush drain, which helps reduce concussions, providing a safer pad below the matrix turf with Helix technology. Hebbronville also has an epic track surrounding the field to complete the package. Texas pride is alive and well in Hebbronville. I'm Jeff Power with Hellas Construction, building for sports from start to finish. Welcome to Val Furious High School. I'm in South Texas, in between McAllen and Corpus Christi. This is where the Jerseys play high school sports. They just got a brand new matrix turf with Helix technology with Ecotherm infill, which will actually keep this field about 20 degrees cooler, which is a big deal here in South Texas.
Playing on turf fields with crumb rubber, you can tell the difference in the heat. It's so much hotter than the Ecotherm. It brings the temperature down so much better, and if you fall on it, it doesn't burn you. You can't go wrong with it.
We're already getting calls about, can we have playoff games there? This is going to be a great boom for us and the economy here in Val Furious. We're excited.
This is going to be a good thing for our kids to get them motivated and try to bring the tradition back in football as well. Yes, we are known for baseball and we do well in baseball. It's going to be something something to rile up our kids.
We are the only jerseys that we can find in the United States. They tell us the Jersey Bull is the meanest bull in the barn, baby. Come on down to Falfurrious and you'll find out about us right there in the middle of our field.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Hellas was at the forefront of it all. This one is truly a multi-use practice facility where it could just, not just sports, but band, cheerleading. It really does serve its purpose as a multi-use practice facility. San Benito really got more bang for its buck. They really did, and I give all the credit to Hellas. They've really tried to help negotiate with their subs and work with us to make sure that at the end of the day, we didn't give up functionality, aesthetics, and still met budget. So I got to give a lot of credit to their design team just to make that work.
It looks great and feels even better. Velocity Turf by Hellas is a very plush product. You can tell the difference from the very first time they laid the carpet to the finished product and the impact it's going to have during practice time for all our sports. To have a facility like this, to be able to service all of our sport for our athletes to come in when the weather's bad and continue getting better and develop with their coaches, there's not any stoppage. That we're able to bring in different teams at once with all types of equipment flying around and the netting being able to be a safety device for our teams and for us to function much more efficiently.
Local school districts are seeing the benefits of keeping students out of the elements. This makes them extremely versatile.
Not only did Hellas Construction install 80 yards worth of Velocity synthetic turf, good for baseball, softball, football, soccer, and lacrosse, but they've also installed a weight room, restrooms, an entire package here in the Valley.
You know, the decision makers decided to give us a 10,000 square foot weight room, which is collegiate size, and Hellas did a really good job installing our flooring and the layout of our weight room and facilities up in front with the lobby and a trophy casing and offices and bathrooms.
San Benito indoor facility turned out to be a great partnership between us and the district. It's 80 yards of synthetic turf inside, 10,000 square foot weight room that will help every sport on campus, and it's just a sign of things to come in the Rio Grande Valley.
San Benito is known for their sports. They're very proud of it. I think it's going to start the trend in South Texas where more and more districts are going to look at building these.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Zapata County has a population of just over 14,000 people. There's been a domino effect of Hellas installed fields and tracks in South Texas, thanks in part to Hellas Business Development Manager Brian Parks.
Brian Parks did a very good job in telling us the different types of turfs we could use. This matrix helix turf, if you go stand on the field, it's got a soft cushion to it. They did a very good job in finishing them on time. We had the football field. We like the way the numbers looked. We had our baseball field, our softball field. As a spectator from the stands and you look at the field, it's very nice and the different shades of green, both for the softball and baseball. They resurfaced our track and we like the way they look.
South Texas is dry and hot for the most part, and Hellas's environmentally friendly Ecotherm infill is a good solution, keeping the temperature 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber infill.
The Ecotherm to keep the fields cooler, and we have 3 kickabouts in our district, but we're real happy with Hellas and the work that they did.
If Zapata County can beat the heat and provide safe playing services, why not your area? Go to hellasconstruction.com for details. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
There's a fumble on the play. Halftime show. Mario Arza back to pass. Complete to number 2, Aaron Marroquin. For Touchdown!
The City of Eagle Pass undertook this project, and what we're seeing now, the sports complex, you can hear the community saying how amazing it looks. We're very proud to have partnered with Hellas on construction of our new sports complex because it is an amazing thing to see out there.
The sports complex is a state-of-the-art facility for the City of Eagle Pass and its residents. We are excited that it's coming here to the city because we believe it will provide opportunities for a lot of the athletes in the community.
Our kids are going to have an amazing facility to play baseball, softball, soccer, tennis, football.
We do have a walking trail that surrounds the entire facility, as well as some playscapes, basketball court, volleyball court will all be available at this facility. Also, along with shaded areas, we have some fans that are available for the people that are watching the games.
You know, we went all out. We looked at how to make this facility even better and get the most for our money. Our citizens, our kids, our youth deserve this.
We look forward to welcoming a lot of the teams that will be coming from different areas across the state. And we are excited for what that will translate into in terms of economic development for the City of Eagle Pass.
This is going to generate a huge economic impact to our community, to our citizens, which is going to help us to be able to provide even more facilities and resources down the road.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. For the first time, Hellas Construction goes international with Major Play Matrix Turf here in Laredo, Texas. Dos Laredos Tecolotes playing their first baseball game here at Unitrade Stadium on their beautiful new Hellas Construction turf. We caught up with the players and coaching staff to talk about it.
This is the only international team. 2 nations, Mexico, United States of America, represented by the Tecos, los Dos Laredos. Balbino, Balbinetos,
the turf, it gets a lot of true bounces. It's cleaner. The field is in great conditions, you know. We're very excited.
Our turf kind of plays true. All the guys, we noticed that the first couple days of being here. Ground balls are easy to catch on turf. You get more true hop and you run faster on the turf.
The field is really good, it's a comfort and everything is nice. Thank you for you guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeff Power. I'm at Jourdanton High School just south of San Antonio, Texas. This, of course, is where the Indians play football. They've got matrix turf with Helix technology. In fact, it is a Geo Plus infill, which is about 20 degrees cooler than most fields. Let's find out why.
We're down here in Jourdanton, Texas, measuring the temperature of the field. Air temperature is 92 degrees right now, and we're measuring the temperature of the surface of the field right at 130, which is dramatically lower than a crumb rubber field would be. If we were on crumb rubber right now, you're looking at a temperature of 145 plus, and this dramatically impacts how the kids play and perform on Friday night. Not only does it help the temperature at the bottom where they put their hands, it also helps at the playing level to where they're performing their tasks, to score touchdowns, to make tackles, everything they're asked to do by their coaches on a 24-hour basis.
So we're practicing at 3:45 in the afternoon, and we water it twice a week to keep the temperature down, to keep the geo at the correct moisture levels, and it's been going good, and we haven't not had one issue with it. It's been great. It's a major upgrade for Jourdanton ISD. Overall, our kids have enjoyed every bit of the time on this field. Throughout the summer working out, you know, you always have a good, safe surface to play on, practice on, and prep on. And that's been really good.
It helps the kids perform better on Friday night because it keeps them fresher during the week, especially in a situation south of San Antonio. It's been extremely dry this year, and this just helps the environment by saving water and saving the kids' bodies and helping them perform better on Friday night.
The Indians, a proud partner with Hellas Construction. A $13 million project was set in place in 2016. They got a new football field, baseball, softball, tennis, track, lights, stands, you name it. Jourdanton High School extremely proud of their facilities here, and they should be.
I told the school board when we built it, I want to be on it 24/7, you know, with open facilities, and our kids have taken great care of it, our community's taken great care of it, and it's just been wonderful. Not only the football stadium, but our baseball and softball complex as well. Look good, play good, you know, those kind of things, feel good about yourself. There's no doubt this facility, as well as the complete athletic facility, has brought more pride more commitment. We have record numbers participating in our athletic department. You know, we have 117 high school boys involved with athletics, and I think we have a little bit over 200 in the school. So we have participation at a high level. So not only us, but the communities from around get to come see our facilities here in Jourdanton, and it's awfully exciting. The way Hellas, you know, got involved and everything that came up, you know, we added certain bleachers toward the end, and the ability for Hellas to come in and be right there with us and just being right involved in the project all the way to the top. This is my hometown, and we came in with a vision. It's surpassed all my wildest dreams on what we could have got here in Jourdanton.
So my name's Santos Verdeen. I'm a project manager for Hellas in San Antonio, Texas. Currently we're in Pleasanton, Texas. They had a grass field. We're going to convert it to a turf field. We're in the process of hauling out all the old dirt. We're also going to be installing a new track surface, keeping their old subgrade and asphalt. So right now we've removed the track surface. We're checking their asphalt to make sure it meets specs, any adjustments we have to do to it. We located all the electrical, but as we started digging, we found a live water line that wasn't supposed to be live. Identifying where that water line's going, what it's feeding. We don't want to leave a live water line underneath the field. So if we got to reroute it around the track, that's something we got to present to the school. As we start the excavation, before buckets in the ground, we've marked all utilities and we're prepared for anything that may come up. It looks like they paved it in 3 different sections, basically on that joint line of where the paving machine passed by. So at each joint of those asphalt pavement, it's high, anywhere from 1/2 inch, 3/4, you know, sometimes more. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now, is finding all the high points. Once we go all the way around and we establish, okay, this is everything that's high, this is where it's low. The best scenario would be to just remove 1.5 inches or so of this asphalt and repave and make it flat. The track surface itself is 13 millimeters, so we're going through here and using the straight edge, we're using the 16-footer to kind of help us figure out exactly where those high spots are. And then we're marking on the ground so that 8 is 8 millimeters high. Doesn't seem like much, but 8 millimeters when your surface is only 13 millimeters, you know, that's more than half of the surface. We use a straight edge. Once we find that high spots, we'll measure that opening. That's how much we either have to grind down or fill in. In this case, is grinding it down.
These marking low spots or high spots? These are high. These are long, contiguous lines, those are high spots.
At that line, take away 8 millimeters, 14 millimeters there or so, and then we come back and check it, and it should level it out. In this straightaway, everything's sloping to the outside, which is not typical. We always design our tracks to slope to the inside. They're just wanting us to resurface the track, so we come out, peel the old track, and then we do an inspection on the asphalt below it. It's got low spots everywhere, and we can't pave it that way, because if we put our surface that way, you end up with sitting water. We have to make sure this asphalt is correct before we get the track surface on.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
You know, we've been working with Hellas for a number of years now. It's always a good sign. You work with someone early on, and then years later you come back and you're working with the same company. And it's just been a great working relationship with Hellas, with turf fields that we've obviously put in and courts. We're really excited about the baseball and softball turf fields that we're putting in this year, in addition to the campus fields. We've done Ferris Stadium, we've done Gus Stadium as our most recent district stadium. We have multiple high schools, you know, 12 high schools with tracks and fields, asphalt work we've had done, and courts. And that's one thing, you know, as far as being able to work with somebody that you have a relationship with, that you know if they're going to do the job and do it right. We have another high school that's on board in 22 that we're going to open up, another middle school. And the big part of what Hellas is doing is coming back and renovating to upgrade facilities. And so a district our size, there's going to continue to be projects that we have to come back and address.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
It was a process for us. I wanted to make sure that our coaching staff and our kids were able to see fields and test out the fields, and this field was overwhelmingly the #1 choice for our soccer coaches, our football coaches, and our kids when we talked about playing surfaces. Our girls soccer team played at the state tournament in Georgetown. It's a very similar field, so the feel of that field was really good for them. And Hellas is it's a great product, and the quality is good, and that's important for us to protect our community's investment. It's my #1 field, so it's been really great. We have nothing but compliments on it, so we're really pleased with the product and looking forward to putting in another field, and so looking forward to having another practice space as well.
When I returned to Texas and to the Ysleta Independent School District and we started talking about our facilities' future, we get 10 stadiums done, all of our softball fields and baseball fields. They're gorgeous. The Major Play Turf is a beautiful, durable product designed specifically for baseball, softball. Spring sort of promotes the idea of renewal, people getting back outdoors. Hellas took that opportunity to accelerate the installation of these fields, so when these students return back to their campuses, they are going to be welcomed by some beautiful facilities.
In addition to the Major Play synthetic turf installed by Hellas Construction at the 7 different high schools here at Ysleta ISD, Hellas also installed Matrix Helix technology at the multi-purpose fields on campus at all of these schools as well.
The vibrant colors, the quality and craftsmanship of the turf, the pricing, which is very competitive, has just really made this district the gold standard across the state. Neighboring school districts start inquiring as to who did it. The answer is simple: Hellas.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Jones Stadium on the campus of El Paso High School is absolutely one of the most beautiful stadiums in all of the United States of America. With its brand new Hellas Construction turf, it really takes this classic stadium that was built in 1916 to a whole new level.
The view at El Paso High is amazing. You know, that's the only school in EPISD that does their graduation at the campus. All the rest of our campuses are at UTEP, but El Paso High has always had their graduation at the high school on the field. You know, I mean, El Paso High is one of the top 100 stadiums in the country, because if you go by there and just look at that stadium, and now that we have the new turf, it just is phenomenal. It's beautiful. And now with this organic coconut infill, you can tell the difference. And yes, it does have to be watered a couple of times a week during the season, but it's a significant difference. I mean, when you're lowering the temperature of a turf 20 degrees, that's, I mean, 100 degrees as opposed to 120, that's a big difference. And the kids can tell. Having a grandson that plays on that turf at El Paso High or wherever he might be in school, it's not just because of him, you know, but I take pride in the fact that we want things better for not just our own kids, but for all of the kids in EPISD. And I know our board members feel the same way. They want our kids to look good and feel good, and we feel like it makes them more successful. Our CFO, you know, she's got a son that plays at El Paso High too, so she's got a personal interest in that too.
So one of the things that we were looking at when we rolled out our 2016 bond program was innovation. And so we reached out to the schools and partnered with them to try to bring new things to the campuses to try to augment their program, to also develop pride of ownership of their facilities. And that's one of the things that we were able to do with Hellas, is we were able to look at different ways that we could incorporate kids' expectations, parents' expectations into a project.
I knew the reputation that Hellas had, and I was excited when they finally told us that we could go ahead and do it. It was just a matter of where did the money come from. And fortunately for us, our community passed that big bond, and we were able to continue to do that.
After passing an almost $670 million bond, the district really wanted to show the community their dollars were well spent. Choosing Hellas and our most innovative products, Cushring shock pad, Matrix Helix technology, and organic infill, I think the district has really been able to deliver to the community. With the $17.5 million allocated to athletics, we were able to start on a few of the high schools immediately. This is a 5-year progressional project enhancing 11 campuses that has allowed us to showcase what we specialize in, that's being shovel-ready and excited to deliver on time and on budget. Through Region 19, the cooperative procurement method El Paso ISD has chosen, has allowed us to do that while saving the district in design fees. Working with the ISD staff has been a great pleasure, and we are more than happy to know that the students from track, tennis, cheerleading, dance team, band, soccer, and football, just to name a few, are benefiting from our partnership with the school.
One of the most anticipated openings in the fall of 2019 was here at Canutillo High School in El Paso. Yes, a blue matrix turf field trimmed in orange. They've got Helix technology plus Ecotherm infill, which will keep the field about 20 degrees cooler than traditional black crumb rubber which is also known as real fill infill by Hellas Construction.
I've been very fortunate. This is my 20th year at KNTO. Once we started looking at going new turf, the first question was, are we going green or blue? And everybody wanted blue because I guess it's kind of our trademark.
They've also got a cush drain, which will help the field drain better and make it safer for the players, helping reduce concussions. They're going all out here in El Paso.
One of the reasons we went with the cush drain because we haven't really had a concussion problem, knock on wood, but anything to prevent them is certainly important to us.
It's important for the schools to have, for safety reasons, for the students playing on the field, trying to reduce concussions between football and soccer. So you have the cush drain that has the absorption, less opportunity for concussion by having a cush drain.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We have 2 fields that were completed by Hellas. Mountain View High School had a field done, and this is Horizon High School. The fields look awesome. The coaches are excited. A week and a half ago, I tweeted out and doubled my Twitter following just on one picture for the field. So the community's excited. The players can't wait to get on it. The colors pop. Horizon with the Horizon Strong logo looks great on it. Mountain View has a brand new logo that they've branded. They look awesome. There's a tremendous sense of pride.
Clint ISD elected to go with the Fusion XP Squared, which is a Hellas-made turf that is slit film and monofilament fused together.
The field just adds to our campus pride. We've done a lot of construction. We just recently passed a bond issue that we're about finished. Mountain View, same thing. They have new locker rooms, new weight rooms, new fields. So it's just going to continue to help our communities grow and our teams to develop and gain more pride and be more successful on the playing field.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We built a dream, and it just came true, and we walked out to center field and looked out back over the home stands. It was the most amazing view of our mountains. It's been transformed into the most beautiful state-of-the-art softball facility you have. And of course, right to the back side of the softball field is our football field, also built by Hellas.
We also had the football field striped for 6-man football and 11-man football and soccer. And so we're going to be hosting some of the bigger schools from the Basin region and El Paso meet here for soccer. Anything new that you see out here has been Hellas put in the LED lighting on our softball field here. We just got 2 new scoreboards, one for softball, one for baseball. They've got it with the handicap accessible stairs all around it, the fold down seats in the middle. And to top it off, it's all covered with the nice red metal roof, and it protects you from the sun, protects you from the foul balls, and it just has very nice eye appeal.
You know, one of the things you can't help but notice here at Van Horn High School is the attention to detail by the Hellas Construction Design Build team, whether it's the grandstands, lights, tennis courts. How about these dugouts? They're absolutely huge. They had the matching color scheme. There's a concrete walkway barrier that goes all the way around the football field to help keep the wind, dirt, and sand off the field. Hellas even put in a new parking lot here at Van Horn. Hellas really is a one-stop shop that can do it all.
Hellas actually built a road for us, and that feeds our whole complex. And we brought in walking tracks, we brought in locker rooms and dugouts and batting cages.
I've never seen a high school field with the dugouts these big. Even some 6A and college level places don't have is those bathrooms and those locker rooms inside the dugouts.
This is just absolutely beautiful now. You cannot find an easier system to work with than Hellas.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
I was really proud to have our family name connected to such a nice facility.
At the time it was built, there were few that were as state-of-the-art as it was. It's been a blessing for us as well as our kids.
Welcome back to the Legends of Texas High School Football, the Permian Panther story. You know, Ratliff Stadium here in Odessa has been the site for some classic games through the years. It's home to both the Odessa High Broncos and the Permian Panthers. These two teams, when they get together, nearly 20,000 fans will be inside this stadium. Now, this was actually named one of the top 10 facilities for a high school football stadium back in 2001 by USA Today. We'll be right back with more from the Legends of Texas High School Football, the Permian Panther story, in a moment.
Hellas has been a godsend. They have been an outstanding company to work with. I also want to give a shout out to our sales rep, Mark Ball. He's like the best ever. I mean, Mark came in here and he made things happen for us. I mean, I'm amazed at how quickly Hellas can get a job done for you. Obviously, all of our facilities are just beautiful that we're going to have. We've got a brand new football field and track, which is state of the art, brand new softball and baseball fields and stadiums.
They did every bit of our baseball, softball, netting, polling, the retaining wall behind home plate, and we didn't know Hellas could do that.
I can't believe all the fencing and everything they did at our softball and baseball fields. It looks like a major college ballpark.
Not only did Hellas Construction install matrix turf with Helix technology, but also a cush drain below the surface, which is paved into place. It will allow the field to drain better and provides a safety factor to help reduce concussions.
That cush drain pad is something else. We really believe that it's saved us in knee injuries, concussions, things of this nature. I highly recommend that cush drain pad because it is second to none and it just does a great job.
The epic track that we've had from Hellas has been awesome, mainly because we have so many in the community walk this track. We like everything that Hellas did with it, the striping and everything just turned out perfect.
The graphic design and all of the artwork that's gone into things has been second to none. They've allowed us to help custom build certain things, and they put our logos everywhere, and they've just done a great job in the area of the art department. I mean, it's just first class, and it's just better than anything we could have ever expected. Their construction and everything that they do is top notch, and they have such a great bedside manner to work with. They become family to us.
I'm pretty proud. You know, it's always nice to see all this stuff come to fruition.
Well, we're so proud of these changes. First of all, we're so grateful and thankful to our community who made this happen, and then our superintendent, Mr. Knight, who really helped our community to pass a bond. New facilities, I mean, kids want to come out, they want to be a part of that. We're just so happy with the job that Hellas has done and with the facilities that we have.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Josh Marquez gets the football and he's looking to pass the ball quick, and he does. It's a pitch.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Luke Martinez all the way down. Touchdown Cougars!
Golden Tornado.
It's the hook and ladder.
Hook and ladder,
Hook and ladder, baby. Great call.
Perfect.
What a call.
The Golden Tornadoes.
What a call.
All the way down, and they scored the
What a
touchdown.
call.
Give Joseph Hood credit.
What a call.
I tell you what,
What a call.
That's guts
That's
right
a
there.
hook and ladder.
For lack of a better word, that's some guts right there.
Lee, that is some guts. That's Luke Martinez on the hook and ladder.
Wow. Give Joseph Hood credit for just calling a great game tonight.
You know what? Great catch, great execution on that play. That's a hard play to execute, right?
It is.
And we did.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Let's play some soccer.
We have about 5,000 kids that play soccer in Lubbock pretty much year round. That means there are a lot of families that's how they spend their time.
There's got to be at least 1,000 people out here right now. A ton of kids all over Lubbock, but also from all over the Southwest, Arizona, Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas teams coming from everywhere. At the Burl Huffman Athletic Complex, we've got 9 acres of the 86 that are what we call our championship fields. Kids in our community and tournaments can have 8 games going on at any one point in time on synthetic turf. It's a phenomenal day, a beautiful complex that all of Lubbock can be proud of.
I've been involved with Lubbock soccer for 34 years, and never in my wildest dreams did I think that this was going to happen, ever. The families that come out here, the kids come out and play, now have quality fields. instead of running over and tripping over rocks or tripping over sprinkler heads. The fields are going to look better, play better, and it's going to be a better soccer experience for everybody involved.
This is truly what Hellas Construction is all about. They've installed 12 synthetic turf fields right here at Burl Huffman Soccer Complex in Lubbock, Texas. You're talking about thousands of kids playing, not to mention their parents, grandparents, friends, family, coaches. A great opportunity for the community to come together.
This is a dream come true. If you look around and you start multiplying, let's say 5,000 kids who are playing soccer by, let's give them 2 parents, let's give them 2 sets of grandparents, let's give them siblings, and let's give them friends. It's something for the entire family. This is just amazing.
This was actually a collaboration between the City of Lubbock, Market Lubbock, Hellas Construction, Park Hill Smith & Cooper, Lubbock Soccer Association. Kids like to play on great fields. They like to play in quality tournaments. And the fact that you can have everything from a U5 all the way up to high school kids playing all in the same 86 acres is phenomenal for tournament organizers. From a maintenance standpoint, it's very easy to maintain. You just have a groomer come over each of the fields. You're not having to water them. You're not having to cut the grass on them.
That is state of the art to keep these fields cool and kids can enjoy playing in the heat.
You show up out here on Saturdays and you play and you spend family time together. That's a benefit for the city of Lubbock and our citizens. This is a real bargain. I love it. I love soccer.
The fact that we've added the lights in on these means that we can actually play basically year-round soccer. There's no finer complex in all of the southern part of the United States. It's a draw for tournaments to come in, which brings in tax dollars to our community, spending in our restaurants and our hotels, and all of that brings more value to you as a citizen. There is no finer complex, there's no larger complex than where you can play such a variety of fields than right here in Lubbock, Texas.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The soccer field has been an amazing draw. I mean, you'd be surprised at just how many host events we do because of that facility.
Most fields are 63 yards wide and our field's 75 yards wide, so we really could expand it and get sideline to sideline, and stamina-wise it helped us out because we practice on it every day.
We create a formation around the size of our field and we're able to play the ball a little bit wider and use that to our advantage. So it gave us kind of a home field advantage.
We went 8-1 at home this year, and I think it helped, and that field was a big part of it.
Now, Lubbock Cooper High School has a new practice football field with a E-layer cush drain that's elastic and helps reduce concussions and also drains well.
But here on their soccer-only field with Matrix Real, they've got a G-Max drain,
which is designed to not only drain better, but believe it or not, in the wintertime, it'll help keep the field a little bit warmer and help melt ice and snow, which is very common in the panhandle of Texas.
We noticed this year when we got snow, it was gone by that afternoon. So it helps aerate from underneath so that it doesn't just freeze the pad. And then when that sun starts coming out, it starts heating it also from the bottom, and it helps melt the snow evenly so that it'll get into that drainage and drain off the field instead of just sitting hard on top of that and making like an ice sheet on top of the turf.
We're really blessed here. Our facilities are amazing and everything's all compact and together. I mean, softball, baseball, football, soccer, tennis, they're all a rock's throw away from each other.
We're blessed with great facilities, and a lot of that is attributed to having a very proactive superintendent as far as our growth out here at Lubbock Cooper. He does a good job of making sure our facilities are, you know, state of the art. A great relationship we have with Hellas and Mark Ball, who comes out here and works closely with us. Hellas is just a great partner in that growth and making sure our facilities are something that our kids can be proud of.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Community have a lot of pride in Greg Sherwood Memorial Bulldogs Stadium. We got to do spring football on it, then work on it all summer. When we got to the fall, we had a scrimmage at Midland High at Grande Stadium and really hadn't noticed the difference in temperature until we got there. When we stepped out onto that field and they had a black pellet surface, there was no doubt left in any of our players or coaches' mind that we had been really blessed by our school board in their decision to put this down.
Not only do the Plainview Bulldogs have an Ecotherm infill, which really does keep the temperatures cooler in the middle of the summer. But they've also got this cush drain below the Matrix with Helix turf, which also helps reduce concussions.
Our school board and our community, to their credit, is really concerned with the safety of our student athletes, and the elastic cush drain that was available was certainly appealing to them. Leading up into the first year we were on this field, we had numerous head injuries. This year we had none. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We're very fortunate that our school district was willing to fund a major play field by Hellas for this community. It's something that the kids can be proud of, and our community's very proud of it. We have provided 22 girls an opportunity to participate in sports that would not be participating in sports right now. It's really kind of transformed how they play. I've coached in a lot of places. I've drug a lot of dirt. This, by far, is the easiest to take care of.
Kay Parnell is our coach, and she has extensive experience as a softball coach, has done a tremendous job. Wouldn't want anybody else coaching those girls but her.
Now, while the Canadian softball team has only been playing in the UIL for 2 years, the Wildcats have been playing football for quite a while. In fact, they've won 4 state championships on the gridiron since 2007. They've had a lot of success here on their home field. This is Matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas. Been on the ground for 2 years, looks fantastic. There's a cush drain below it that actually helps the field drain better and provides more safety for the players.
We're very pleased with it. The feel of the turf is what is most impressive. We also have the cush drain pad underneath the turf. It adds a little cushion. You know, it's safer for our players as well. We have a long history with Hellas. You know, we put a turf field in 2007. It lasted for 11 years, so that shows, you know, what kind of product that is, you know. Getting that new turf, our kids were just excited, running around. They couldn't wait to play on it in a real game. You know, Canadian's a great community, and we have a lot of support. We have some tremendous sports teams, done a lot of good things.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
It's been great for us, no complaints for sure. And then also, you know, we've got a lot of compliments from our people in our community, other schools, and people from other communities about how good it looks.
The Bushland Falcons have Matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas, also a cush drain below, which will help the field drain better and keep the players safer by reducing concussions.
You know, specifically right now, concussions, and it's supposed to help with that a lot. And safety is a primary concern when you look at all your facilities, really, and to present that to our school board and our community, have the faith that they trusted us, it was a big deal.
Not only do the Bushland Falcons have a cush drain by Hellas Construction, but they've also got Matrix turf with Helix technology in their indoor facility as well as the stadium.
It's been great having that indoor. You don't even have to be outside, really. I think on Monday it was 98. Wednesday rolled around, it was 38 degrees. To be able to practice some out here, get some of your throwing and catching done, and then go inside to a great facility with great turf, you don't even have to be outside, really. Our superintendent and school board were generous enough to allow us to do that.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
baseball coach for 25 plus years, weather is a factor for us. The weather tells you when you play and when you don't. It's never going to tell you when you can't play here. As long as it's not lightning, you can play baseball. And that's a definitely plus for us. You don't get any bad hops. I've told them out here in practice, if we can't fill one here, we can't fill one, because you don't get any bad hops. It's pretty true every time.
In addition to a brand new beautiful baseball field, the Waxahachie Indians also got a new softball field, soccer field, a track going around it, new football fields to practice on, tennis courts, the complete package here at Waxahachie from Hellas Construction.
When we got done today, they got their bags and they left. When you get done on dirt and grass, you get your rake. A lot less work for them too.
Hellas and Eagle Mountain Saginaw have had a great relationship for a number of years. And so over the last 18 months, Hellas has put down 12 different projects in different fields in our school district. Some at the middle school level, 6. And then, of course, we've gotten brand new stadium football facilities and baseball, softball. And man, it has been awesome. And then we also have a new high school coming that will probably add another 4. We went all out and wanted to do it right and do it right the first time, and knew that, with bond money, it would be a great thing for our whole entire community of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw School District. I couldn't tell you enough about the great service. Randy Bullock, you text him or call him and he'll get back with you right away. Joe Garcia, their foreman here, is fantastic as well. All facilities have gotten done in a timely manner.
If you want a field that plays like natural grass, that's pristine and the best there is in the industry, then the best infill you could probably use is what's called our Geo Plus. And Geo Plus is ground up cork and coconut fiber mixed together. It's UV resistant, and with natural hydration and the proper amount, you can make this cooler than natural grass. Whereas natural grass is using the soil to grow the grass itself, our product is holding the moisture to use evaporative properties to actually cool the area. It can make the field up to 40 degrees cooler than black crumb rubber. We're standing on a field with Geo Plus right now at Boswell High School in Fort Worth, Texas, and it's just gorgeous.
Our administration and our superintendent and our board, we're concerned about the heat in Texas. The temperature on the field is about the same temperature that's outside, and just didn't drain on the coaches or the players. So recovery time was great. It's been a great tool for us to minimize the heat. Baseball and softball coaches would say, man, the turf plays just like that natural grass. The great thing about that too is that our field's beautiful 365 days of the year. Very minimal maintenance. After practice you go home, you don't have to drag, you don't have to rake, and the durability and the playability are fantastic. The great thing that Hellas does is that they do pay attention to details, and they helped us with our cages, and they helped hang nets, and we hired them to put up the padding, and of course they do turf all of our batting cages as well as our bullpens and things like that. So it's a total job. Hellas also helped us with our tennis courts. We've got tennis courts at every one of our facilities. Even for our community, it is used during the summer for our little league teams and our select teams, and then of course summer league and fall league. When it rains, man, within minutes you can get on it and play. So that's another advantage of having turf like this rather than natural grass, especially at our middle school fields where soccer's on it constantly on Saturdays and Sundays, and it's just been a great addition to Eagle Mountain Saginaw and our community.
We promised the kids of Arlington an opportunity. We promised that both the boys and the girls in all 10 middle schools would get the opportunity to play the sports that they loved at a quality field, a quality track, superior lighting, and a video board to all come together to help these kids' dreams come true.
In Arlington, we're blessed. We're blessed to have a lot of great partners. Hellas is a great partner, the Dallas Cowboys, the NFL, in building this type of facility so that our students can realize their dreams.
Fittingly, the first team to score here at Gene and Jerry Jones Family Field was Workman Middle School against their crosstown rivals, Bailey Middle School. They're in the red. But what was really first class is the Jumbotron. These guys get a chance to see themselves not only run on this brand new Matrix turf from Hellas Construction, but they get a chance to see themselves do it on that Jumbotron.
All their visions and all their dreams can all come true in places like this. And we're just so glad that we were able to be a part of this project with the Jones family.
Hellas put extra care into this. You can tell when you walk around this track, when you walk around the field and see the installation. Detail was paid attention to, and it shows.
We've got a lot of players back this year for our team. It's been real nice to have the field the entire offseason, and I probably feel more at ease going into this season than I have at least in the last 10 years.
And you were out here earlier doing the clean sweep. It's still kind of like cutting the grass, isn't it?
It's like a combination of cutting the grass and dragging the old skin part of the infield. You know, you don't have to do it every day. Just do it every couple weeks, and she looks as good as new. I know there's a lot of coaches around here that don't have turf. They are really envious of us, and it's not the rain out games. You know, you're always going to make up games. It's the practice time. We don't miss practice time, which is huge.
What are the infielders saying, especially the guys like shortstop, second, who take a lot of ground balls?
Well, they love the sure hops. They're still adjusting to having to come get the ball. It doesn't play as fast, I guess they thought it would. Still getting them to come and attack the baseball, that's been the biggest adjustment, but they love the true hops.
Reedy High School and Independence High School here in Frisco ISD with brand new Major Play turf by Hellas. They've also got it on the softball fields as well. New batting cages, new bullpens. It is a package deal for the spring here in Frisco ISD.
See, we have 10 schools and we wanted to have a field on the east side of town, and we're just excited about having some access to some games to get us caught up in the spring with the bad weather, and also to access these during the playoffs.
Major Play emulates natural grass and clay. Replaceable sections are available in high slide areas to keep the field fresh.
We have a great partnership with Hellas, and they've helped us out with synthetic surfaces at our football fields, and we're just adding that and expanding that with the baseball and softball.
Independence High School has real grass synthetic turf by Hellas in their bullpen and batting cages, while Reedy has Major Play just like the playing surfaces at both schools.
The catcher's alignment, but the pitcher's too, and if you can have batters standing in the batter's box, just a little added touch.
In addition to the full field renovations at Reedy and Independence High Schools, Hellas installed turf bullpens and batting cages at 7 other Frisco ISD high schools, improving practice facilities for baseball and softball players district-wide. The logos look outstanding as the details are in the design. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We have numerous amount of fields. They're all synthetic. They're all done by Hellas. We've done our baseball, softball complex that way. Our indoor is Hellas. Our tennis courts were done by Hellas. We've had a great partnership with them. And I think from the owner all the way down to the worker, there's a family kind of oriented. They do a great job of making you feel good and about the products that they put down. And then they're there to serve you and have great customer service throughout the whole process. We have a great relationship with them. It's been marvelous, actually. You know, synthetic turf has changed athletics, and Hellas has been on the cutting edge of that in their technology, and they always seem to try to make it better. Even at Midlothian, we did all the turf with Hellas there as well, with our football and soccer fields and middle schools that we developed there, and Midlothian Heritage was done with Hellas as well. I've had a long-standing relationship with Hellas, and I've been very pleased with everything that they've done.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The undefeated Katy Tompkins Falcons, #1 team in the entire nation, battling South Lake Carroll, who only lost once this entire season. A Class 6A girls matchup that was surprising to say the least. South Lake Carroll senior Madison Drenowatz became the 3rd player in the UIL's largest classification to record a hat trick at a state tournament game, scoring 3 of her 34 goals this year when it counted most. She opened the scoring with a goal with an assist from Taylor Tufts just 8 minutes in. 4 minutes later, Sarah Horyak fired away, but the ball went off the crossbar. No worries though. Drenowatz was there as she headed the ball in for her 2nd goal. 2-0 South Lake Carroll. Future Oklahoma Sooner Taylor Tufts scored the game's 3rd goal 6 minutes later as the Dragons built a 3-0 lead just 20 minutes into the contest. Drenowitz added her 3rd goal shortly after intermission, and future Texas Longhorn Sydney Noble capped off the scoring to make it 5-0 Dragons just 15 minutes into the 2nd half, but it was game over. South Lake Carroll's 2nd state title in program history.
Scoreboard says it all.
5-0.
5-0. Unbeaten team. Came out and beat them 5-0. What else can you say?
You know, we're just happy to have a state championship and bring another one back to Southlake.
Playing on a Hellas field here. Anything, does the field feel similar to what you guys play on back home?
Yes, very similar to our 5 or 6 new fields that we have at Carroll that were all put in by Hellas. Great surface. Obviously, it was good to us today.
Southlake Carroll wins it 5-0 over Tompkins. The first loss of the season for the Falcons. State champions, Southlake Carroll Dragons. Here at Georgetown's Birkelback Field, I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction.
We have a 12,000 seat stadium. Our community was excited, our visitors were excited, and we had a lot of people coming to see it. Well, we are very thankful that we went with the Matrix Helix turf. I think it's made a big difference with our kids. You can definitely tell when they walk onto this field compared to their campus field, which is a different vendor and a different turf. They like this better, they like the feel of it, they like how it plays. So it's really neat to see their reaction because they know we got the top of the line.
Student athlete safety is a priority here at Prosper ISD. In fact, they went with the E-layer paved into place cush drain installed by Hellas Construction, which will not only help the players by reducing concussions, but will also last almost 2 to 3 life cycles of Hellas Matrix Helix turf.
We really enjoy the E-layer cush drain. It has been amazing for us. We will not build a field without it moving forward because we realize the value in it. And there's a couple reasons for this. The biggest one was the safety aspect that it brought to your kids. We want someone playing on this field every single week. We think it is that good that someone should be able to experience it every week.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
It's been outstanding all the way around. Being able to get out on a new playing surface, just the playability of it all.
We had the Ecotherm installed, which was the product that helps reduce the temperature on that field, and it made a big difference when we started 2 days in August. You don't have the heat issues there for the band kids.
Yeah, the Ecotherm's been outstanding as well. I know the kids noticed a huge difference. I know it's a big safety measure. The cush drain, we knew it would help in the concussion area, so that was a big sell point for us, as well as just the durability of it.
We want to do everything possible to provide the safest playing surface for our student athletes that we possibly can, and we felt like that cush drain was a major step in that direction.
Not only did the Aubrey Chaparrals go with Matrix Helix synthetic turf, but also Ecotherm infill to keep the field 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber, and a cush drain on the football field. Over here at softball and baseball, they've got Major Play synthetic turf by Hellas Construction. It's a great looking color scheme as well, with the red, white, and blue chaparral in center field.
We think it turned out fantastic, with the logo that we have in the center field here. Center field is softball, and midfield with football, and then we have that chaparral blue and chaparral red. It just really turned out fantastic.
Best looking field around. Of course, I'm a little bit biased, but I love the color combination, the deep dark navy, and then you end up with the white outline of the field trimmed with red. It just makes everything pop. We're very, very pleased with the way the field turned out and excited to play on it for years to come. That's what Hellas is all about. They take care of their customers.
A lot of great feedback from parents about the fields, and that's what we want at Aubrey ISD, is everything that we do to be world class, to constantly pursue excellence. It was a great collaboration between district personnel and Hellas to make this the very best field for our kids as possible.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Hellas has been wonderful. We've worked with them on our football stadium and our turf and our track and building these facilities. Just been really impressed with their service, not only in the building phase and in the design phase, but the aftermarket product that they produce.
Not only are they phenomenal looking, but just the fact that we have the room and space to grow the game has been huge for our team, but also for our town.
One of the highlights here at the Anna High School Design Build project from Hellas Construction are these beautiful tennis courts, purple with gray. Head coach Vince Sharp had a hand in on the design of not only the colors, but even the umpire chair, as Hellas brought that in as well.
Hellas came in and they let me decide the color of the courts. Honestly, sometimes it's an advantage too. Kids will come on the court and they'll go, oh man, they must be really good at tennis. Look how nice their facilities are. That just tells you a lot about the quality of courts that Hellas has brought us.
It's nice for the kids, it's nice for the community, but something you want to show off as well.
we've gone from having a nice place to having one of the best places, I think, in the Metroplex.
I think it takes us to the next level of competition because, once you have a nice facility like this, you want to be an elite program. This is definitely a truer hop, and the ball is definitely going to slow down a little bit. The first day we did a lot of ground ball work and defensive work, and they were extremely excited to be out here. It was a good day.
To me, the best part of it is defensively, it's more consistent, and the infielders know and the outfielders know what they're going to get every single time. Guys are more confident, and they become better players. We were a better fielding team last year. You get the same hop in practice that you're going to get in the games, and it's a tremendous advantage, I think. We're quicker on it. You can look at guys' times compared to running on grass or running on dirt, and on the turf, they're much faster.
In addition to better bounces in the infield and outfield for that matter, you also have more speed, as Coach alluded to, but also more games. Weather is not as much of a factor because the field drains so well from Hellas Construction.
You don't lose a game to weather, you don't lose a practice to weather. You can get a monsoon here and be able to play 30 minutes later.
Oh, Hellas has always done a great job for McKinney ISD and the turf, and they've, customer service-wise, it's been really, really good.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Just having this upgrade in general has been a lifesaver. Countless hours of not having to be out here. It's saved us not only time of not having to do field work, but also it has gained us time as far as practicing goes. The girls don't have to worry about it hitting a bump and it hitting up in their face, and you can just tell that they're able to charge the ball better, they're able to see the ball. Like you said, the consistency in general is across the field.
Well, it helps me out a lot, especially because the hops, they come to you like faster, so you have less time to react. It's better, especially for me. If I have something coming at me fast, I have less time to think about making a mistake. I'm more prepared to make the play.
Out here, again, with those beads and everything, you're able to grab that traction and take those turns that we need to, which also helps out with injuries as well. You're not worried about a girl falling and slipping or twisting her ankle or anything like that, because you know that with this type of material, we're able to do what we need to do.
In addition to better hops and perhaps more speed, the players also get to have more practice and more games because the drainage system is so good here with this Hellas Construction turf that the players play ball.
It can rain here, and within 10 minutes, as long as it stopped raining, we are good to play.
Yeah, I was really excited because now you don't have to worry about rainouts. That happened a lot, or we had like those really bad long delays, and when it rained over at third base, it was puddles, like it was just crazy. So now we don't have to worry about that.
I mean, I can start back with the excitement we had of redoing our indoor with Hellas. You know, getting new turf in there, and the kids were excited, coaching staff was excited. And then when we heard that we were getting new turf, our kids are, I mean, they're excited to have what everybody else has. Effort goes up, participation goes up, so no doubt, we're looking forward to it, and we think it'll make a huge difference.
Our coaching staff has talked about this day and about getting turf, and we know that it instantly makes us a better defense. Because of the fact that we know we're going to get true hops everywhere, our defense will instantly get better.
Pride is everything. Being able to play on a field that is yours and know that you're representing your school is just a great feeling. You know, it's easy for soccer to come out and support baseball and softball and vice versa.
Now not only can our athletes and students go just right down the hill and watch our other team, great for the community to have it all in one place.
You know, just playing on a turf field is going to make a big difference. You know, more games for the kids.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. It is a game changer for Newman Smith. Everybody is excited about what we're about to see. We want these kids, I don't care where they are in Carrollton Farmers Branch, they want to be Trojans.
It's like you're having your birthday and Christmas. You know, you're getting to play ball again, you're getting to play on a great surface. We're going to get the major play by Hellas, and that's the surface that every coach is wanting to play on.
It's just going to make us that much better, and then we have that home field advantage. People are going to want to play on our field.
We're going to save time, we're going to save money, gas, just, you know, you name it. We used to have to go to Standridge, which is a great stadium, but it just took a long time to get there. So now having the convenience of a field that's going to be the same thing that we perform on at UIL or a contest, it's going to be such a benefit.
Standridge has been a home for CFB soccer schools, but it's blank end zone, blank 50-yard line, so when you get here, You got Smith and Trojans in the end zone, and then you have the logo in the middle.
We walk out of our indoor facility onto the nice turf at our home. They're excited. Go Trojans.
My first year being here at CFB ISD and having a brand new facility being built in the field, you know, if they build it, they will come. It's kind of the silver lining with all this that's going on in our world right now. Having a quality field that takes care of the kids for the safety of the kids, you can't beat that. And that's what we're all here for, is kids. We have the greatest kids in the world, and now we have the greatest facilities in the world. And this is what the Hellas Construction is going to do for us.
It's an attention getter, so people around are going to see it and recognize that we are moving towards doing things right. And then second of all, it's going to be a safety thing for our kids, so I'm really excited about that. Our community is really starting to embrace us. We've been pretty successful athletically. I think that's really helped a lot. Doing things like this is just going to attract more attention and more positivity, without a doubt.
We're going to come back with a new vengeance, ready to go, and just be excited to be out here again. Logo out in center field is going to look great, sprucing everything up and just getting the excitement level up.
We're excited about the opportunity and the fact that we get to share that with new sophisticated technology in our fields and our playing surfaces is no doubt exciting. The attitude, the pride, a lot of elements at RL Turner are changing. Everything has a renewed sense of pride.
We thank CFB, we thank Hellas, and we thank the community for allowing us to have these facilities.
You know, we have a field at our school that we get to play at. And we're very fortunate, like I said, that the district has invested money in all the sports programs that, you know, we get to play at home. Actually, you know, being from this community and speaking with my parents that live down the street, I think they're excited. I think they like to see the change, be that much more involved in the community.
I played at Newman Smith, actually. As an alumni of CFB, I couldn't be more proud of the direction this district is going. Really appreciate the school board and the superintendent and all CFB backing this and supporting this and giving us this opportunity for athletics to be very competitive.
Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD is putting their student athletes first. Fittingly, their theme for 2020 is Together We Can. With the community's help, CFB ISD has hired Hellas Construction to install multiple fields and a cush drain at all 4 CFB ISD high schools.
Oh, CFB community is going to be ecstatic when they come back to look at these new fields. And it's just going to instantly have a new sense of pride of who we are and that we're ready to go out and tackle the world.
And it's our time to shine, and each school having their own facility at our practice sites, turn them into game fields, as well as turning our softball and baseball fields into turf fields. The community joining in with us is just excited, our school board, our administration, and it's great for our kids.
We want facilities for our players. We want more from the district. They're stepping up and saying, look, you are important, our players are important, their health is important, the playing surface is important.
You know, our district cares. They care about our kids and our athletes, and they care about our success. And I think this is definitely going to help all teams with that.
That camaraderie, that joint investment together as a team, to be able to stand in that end zone with our name on it and say, yeah, baby, this is ours. This is ours. Let's go defend it now, and let's do things right. Let's represent us.
They're excited to be there because it's theirs. Everyone is hurting in a different way, but they're so stoked to get this new field.
Just thankful enough. We have the greatest kids in the world, and now we have the greatest facilities in the world. I guess the goals are reachable.
Well, that says that CFB wants the best for our kids. I mean, us as coaches, that's what we want. To know that CFB went above and beyond for us is pretty phenomenal.
The idea of having their own field for the very first time since the inception of this program, it means the world to us.
Coming back with a new field, new outlook on things, coming back from school after this long time off, I think the girls especially are just going to be through the roof with everything that they're going, just excitement levels.
Everybody agrees Hellas is the best product. And they say, we're getting turf, and they're going, who are you getting? I'm going, Hellas. And, oh, thank goodness. But we're going to get the major play by Hellas. And that's the surface that every coach is wanting to play on, and we're going to have it here.
We're really excited to get on this major play surface in the community as well. I think that they'll be excited to see the improvements here and just the aesthetics of what it looks like.
Having a quality field that takes care of the kids for the safety of the kids, you can't beat that. And this is what the Hellas Construction is going to do for us, is going to bring that element that a natural field doesn't bring.
We're going from a converted baseball field to a real softball field, and that in itself is prideful. having the turf field, it's just going to make things so much smoother.
In addition to the major play baseball and softball fields here in Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, the school district is also putting in 4 multi-purpose soccer football fields at R.L. Turner, Newman Smith, Creekview, and Ranchview High Schools. Hellas's Matrix Turf with Helix technology is not only at 4 CFP high schools, but also at AT&T Stadium, home of the Dallas Cowboys, and NRG Stadium, where the Houston Texans call home. That's good company.
There is no product like Hellas. And if NFL can use these products and then they can show the safety, the quality, the endurance of the products, there's nothing out there that I would recommend to any other person.
You always want to have a great relationship, and with Hellas, we go back to 2005. When we started with Standard Stadium. Technology has evolved to where now we are back in partnership with them and a great working relationship. So it's really exciting time for everybody involved.
All 4 of these CFB ISD high schools will get a paved into place cush drain below their multi-purpose field, which will also help them drain better while reducing concussions.
I think having that pad does ensure that our kids will limit their injuries, especially concussions.
It's great news because this year we had a couple kids who sat out due to concussions. Having a field that will minimize the concussions is great news.
We do very elevated elite stunts where we are flipping and we're connected and we throw girls in the air, and so having that little extra cushion for us, I think will take our stunt to the next level.
We had our fair share of concussions this season, and so knowing that that extra protection is going in there, as coaches, we couldn't be more thankful.
It really is truly about kids' safety and kids wanting to be here and wanting to do things. So that's just another layer of us showing that we really do care about our kids.
The excitement, it's through the roof. I know a lot of the kids have been talking about it.
Kids are excited, coaching staff is excited, and our community is looking forward to it as well.
There's a lot of interest now. It's all about pride. Everybody's pumping up their chest. Everybody's having a great time with it. The coaches are excited.
When you come out on top of the hill and you see your logo, and I think it will inject that sense of pride to the kids, and perform better.
The parents are excited to have an actual home field where we can come and have our senior night, put our banners up where they can stay there and we're not having to shuffle them around.
Well, I think the community is huge for our school and our district, and I think they just want to give our kids the absolute best tools they can to produce and just be the greatest students they could be.
Dr. Chapman and his vision coming in as a new superintendent and looking at the needs of athletics and saying, we deserve to have these.
If you have pride in your schools, students are going to achieve higher academically. They're going to be more apt to come to school. We want people to look at CFB and go, man, we want fields like them. We want to look like them, and we want to build the pride and the stability that CFB has. And so we're setting the mark. Catch us if you can.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Hellas is so proud to be a part of today's ribbon cutting ceremony at the Josie Ranch Sports Complex in Carrollton, Texas. Hellas recently finished the installation of our real grass turf with the cush drain system, which allows for safety and better drainage.
We are opening Josie Ranch Field 6. It is a special needs adaptive field. Our athletes are here from the Carrollton Farmers Branch School District, their Special Olympics All-Star team. Kickball's fun, the coaches are going to participate.
It's a blast, what a great field. Great facility for our athletes to have access to.
We thought this was the perfect location, so we are hoping to start programming for those individuals that need it. We have some veterans groups that we've worked with, and our senior center is very close, so we're going to start programming with them as well. Special Olympics teams may start training and practicing here because they've been using our other facilities, but this surface is going to be better for them. We do have the Hellas turf. I think it's very maneuverable, it's easy for the wheelchairs to traverse, and I think it's going to be a great amenity for our city.
After a great day of play at Josie Ranch Field number 6 in sunny Carrollton, Texas, this is Ruth Hawley with Hellas Construction.
Most people in baseball and softball feel like it is very similar to playing on a natural surface field, but you get the benefit of being able to not have to battle the elements. And that's obviously why our administration was really excited about trying to do this, so that we could save practices, games. When you get rain, heavy rain, and you don't have high temperatures to dry it up, well, you may miss a week's worth of practice. And with the synthetic turf, as soon as it stops raining, because of the drainage underneath, we're able to get on it. So we're really excited. From every other coach that I've spoken with that has synthetic turf, they all say their programs got better even if it's just for the sole thing if they never miss as much practice time. So that's what we're really looking forward to. To know that you probably won't get that bad hop that kicks you in the teeth or in the eye. Hopefully that helps an infielder have a little bit more confidence about what they're doing. We're going to learn how to really play on this field and look at angles and how balls roll on it. So just another important aspect of the game that we think the synthetic turf improves.
We have two high schools. They're both 5A. They're head-to-head opponents. We share a district in one stadium. I mean, we fill it up when we play one another. It's about a 9,500 seat stadium. We've had a long relationship with Hellas, with Randy Bullock. If I had to list the reasons that we needed to change turf, safety's number one. We knew the Cush Drain product was good. I didn't recognize just how much of a difference it was until we watched them lay the Cush Drain. And then when it was ready, we were able to walk on that before the turf went down. You can feel it in your feet. When you walk on that Cush Drain, you know it's a safe product.
Citibank Stadium here in Forney ISD has Matrix Turf with Helix technology. In fact, it's the Helix fibers that actually keeps that black crumb rubber infill in place and helps prevent splash out. But on top of that, I want to show you the triple backing on the reverse side, something you won't see just walking on the field. But underneath, this is a lock system that will keep the turf fibers in place.
It's the fiber, I feel like, in the Matrix Helix that makes the difference. The job that Hellas did with our turf is just beautiful. We're proud of it.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Hellas did a great job.
When they pulled around, they got excited. The bus started shaking. They were banging on it.
Yes, sir. Amazing. Goosebumps barely describe it.
It teared me up. I know how hard our kids work. It was pretty special.
This turf is nice. Especially when they came out and put their feet right on this turf. It is so soft. You just want to take your shoes off. They got excited.
It was inspiring to all of us to watch our kids and how much they appreciate what the community is doing for them. We'll really put them on a path to greatness.
Really happy for our kids, happy for our community.
We want the very best for all of our kids. So we went to Hellas. Where else do you go?
Yes, sir.
We've put together a state-of-the-art facility. It will serve our kids for many generations to come.
Hey, bro, I can take a nap on this.
When you throw everything together that Hellas has done, it might be the best in the state. It's Matrix Helix with Cush Drain. We thank Hellas for everything they did on this.
It's a good day to be a Bearcat. Turf is nice, bro. It's nice.
Welcome to Honey Grove, Texas. This is where the Warriors play high school football in the northeastern part of the state. We're here putting in real fill infill, and this is definitely something you want to do at night, but there was one minor problem when the evening got started. There were no lights.
They actually forgot to turn the lights on for us, so we pulled up our vehicles on each corner of the field, and we try to get as much light out here as possible. That way we could keep working. We like to drop at night just because the field is more constricted, so it's tighter, so you're able to get more weight on the field to keep it from wrinkling. Worked out for a couple hours, but then he finally showed up and got the lights on. We lucked out today, so it's kind of nice.
At Hellas, it's all about the client. On schedule, under budget, ready for football season.
We're pressed for time. We got a turf truck looking at us in New Mexico on the 1st, so we're trying to get this field knocked out. We'll probably be here all night, hopefully get the walkthrough done and be on our way to New Mexico. It's about a 14-hour drive from here.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
Wow, how did you do that in Marshall? Kind of the first and foremost. We're the first to do this in the state of Texas, Marshall, America. When we decided to move forward with these facilities and use Hellas, that smirk on the kid's face turns into a smile. All of a sudden that jog turns into a sprint. There's definitely growth happening. That just started with an investment to be great. You know, having Hellas kind of come in here and putting down their major play turf, which is an unbelievable product, has really changed the dynamic of our baseball and softball facility, but it also changes the culture of the team. All of a sudden, you know, the kids kind of just start bouncing on the turf like it's something they've never experienced before. It was a moment where they realized you've got a lot of people in this community, in this district that are investing in you, and that kind of fueled their fire to, you know, go have a great practice, go have a great week.
On the football field, we actually have the Ecotherm, which is very nice. We are Marshall. The school cares, administration cares, our coaches care. It's something the whole community is proud of.
This indoor facility here at Marshall High School is not just for football. Of course, the band, softball, baseball teams have all come in here when it's rained. In fact, there was actually a soccer UIL sanctioned game played right here inside this pavilion due to rain.
Our girls soccer team actually played a UIL match in here the other day when it was raining.
The thing about the pavilion here also is you can actually be doing 3 things at one time because we have curtains that drop, and so you could be having baseball here, softball on the other end, and soccer in the middle. Our band can come in here. We have ROTC. They can march under here. It's multi-purpose. It protects you from the rain. You know, you play in the cold anyway in most of your sports. Having this covering the sun makes a difference as well.
It just makes sense for what we need in the state of Texas. There's a difference between being cold and wet, and this totally serves that purpose. It's a unique concept that kind of puts you on the forefront kind of in the athletic world.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. The 2018 Class 6A Division II state championship victory over Westbrook by 1 point ended an 81-year-old drought for the Longview Lobos dating back to 1937. The defending champs will go into this season with new Matrix turf with Helix technology and an E-layer cush drain below them. The state champs looking good in 2019.
The Matrix Helix turf is what we went with because we'd played on a couple of fields that had it, you know, with the Cowboys playing on it, and I know there's some other pro teams, but it is the best turf out there. You combine that with the E-layer, shock pad, and that makes just a great combination for playability, longevity of the turf. We did it to benefit all of our kids, whether it's football players, band members, soccer players. It's a great product, great playing surface, got a lot of beauty to it. The new color schemes that we have, it kind of pops and it adds to Lobo Stadium on game night. You know, we wanted to put a high quality product to play on. We want to put a great football team to play on. So the Hellas turf has been good to us.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
TISD has done a great job building this nice new facility that we've got here. What an honor, you know, to play on a field that Earl Campbell played on. And of course, to name it after him, I thought was a great idea by the district.
Earl has always been a class act, not just in Tyler, but in Austin, and then when he played in the league for Houston for so many years. So for him to come back and show his face and show his support, and a couple of weeks ago he came and talked to the football team, and the kids get to see the face of the person that represents this city so well. He represents not just one high school, but he represents the city of Tyler.
Without Earl Campbell, D. Tyler Rose, all the things he's done just for the city of Tyler, growing up here, who a better person to name it after all his accolades and the things he's accomplished. I don't think that was too hard of a decision to make.
What do you think of this turf, man?
I tell you what, this is awesome. This is the best stuff in the state right here. Brand new surface right here. Rose Stadium. Earl Campbell Field. Couldn't be better. Friday nights.
First it was Tyler High School, now Legacy High School breaking in Earl Campbell Field here in Tyler. This is also known as Christus Trinity Mother Frances Rose Stadium. They've got Matrix turf with Helix technology and also a cush drain below. Field looking fantastic here in 2020.
The Matrix Helix is one of the best surfaces I've ever seen. It plays a lot like natural grass, and when you walk out on the field, it really looks like a great natural surface.
You got to look twice to see if it's really grass or turf, you know, because it's so well manicured. It's a process that y'all go through that it makes it unbelievable.
Of course, that's a field that where Tyler High, Tyler Legacy play now, and both of those logos look really good. You know, Hellas brings a degree of service that you just don't get from a lot of companies. And, you know, I think we turned around the logo change in the end zones in a matter of 2 weeks total to complete it, got it ready for the season, and really glad they did.
Understanding that that's what we represent here in Tyler, Texas. We are known as the rose capital of the world. So to have that big, huge, beautiful rose in the middle of the field, circled by Tyler ISD, that's an amazing look. Anybody that gets to play in our beautiful stadium, they get to understand the importance of not just our athletic program, but our school district in whole.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
We're still the historic Tomato Bowl.
The opportunity to rebuild the Tomato Bowl and keep our walls and keep our tradition, that was a great deal for us. You know, that bond passed with 80% approval rate. So that tells you how important the Tomato Bowl was to this community. We wanted to save it. We didn't want to build a new stadium, keep the history. So to see the people that voted for it come out and get to enjoy it, a chance to celebrate, you know, one of the first events in it, that was really special.
We were in a magazine just recently, one of the 10 best stadiums to come visit, and I think we just made it even better. Aesthetically, it's just fresher. The press box, we try to make it look like the old press box.
We've gone from a grass field to this absolutely beautiful Hellas turf field. This field is just phenomenal.
The fact that you get a quality product like Hellas, you know, installed, and then for us to come in under budget, that's just a win-win.
Fittingly, Jacksonville's Neil McCoy got a chance to break in the Tomato Bowl renovation with a free concert here for the folks in Jacksonville. He actually played football here when it was natural grass and couldn't say enough great things about this matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas.
Boy, when you step inside there, that turf just looks fantastic, and I'm honored to be here. I grew up here, born and raised in Jacksonville, so I'm proud to be coming back and doing a concert, but I'm even more proud for the kids that are getting to come up and going to be playing on the field.
Just an absolute treasure for Jacksonville to be able to use for the next many, many years.
Thank you, Jacksonville! Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
The lasers, the bears, they're giving us all the perimeter, okay? They keep going 5 high. Right?
We're picking 6 Hellas plays of the year. The field in Pflugerville is where Weiss defensive back Edric Whitley intercepted 2 Lockhart passes and returned both of them for touchdowns in the same game, playing on matrix turf with Helix technology by Hellas. To the Alamo Dome, where Fusion XP Squared was installed by Hellas. Check out this play by Shadow Creek's defensive back Thomas Davis, who tips the ball to himself and makes a one-handed grab for a pick 6. Manor has a stable of Mustang running backs running wild on matrix turf with Helix technology, including number 4 Levante Benford, who can flat out fly. San Angelo Central quarterback Malachi Brown connects with Tanner Dabbert, who shakes off this face mask and scores the diving touchdown on Hellas's matrix turf at Bobcat Stadium in San Angelo. Dragon Stadium in Round Rock was the site for 2 Hail Mary pass play touchdowns for Vista Ridge. Quarterback Kyle Brown alley-oops to Adam Fogg on the final play of the game to beat Cedar Ridge 49-42. That's a look at your high school football Hellas plays of the year.
Diving grab from Warren. That was big time. That's it. Good job.
Our guys are incredibly excited. Obviously, we have a brand new facility, the bleachers and the grandstands. We've got a bunch of guys that I've been talking to in the district and the surrounding areas that are very jealous. The skip, or it accentuates the bounce a little bit more than a natural surface would. It allows for a little bit more of a natural play than it was previously, but it feels good under your feet. It's predictable. You don't have to worry about the change in surface as much, and so our guys are able to have a better feel of what the ball is going to do. Our pitchers love pitching off the turf because they don't have to worry about other guys' footholds. And we're excited about it. Our guys have been popping around. I'm just looking forward to being able to get on the field, getting to compete again.
What do you have to do? Pick each other up. You have to communicate.
2, 3.
Extremely grateful for having these courts for LBJ. I've been on the team my 4th year. I'm a senior now.
Tennis has accomplished a lot, over these past 10 years. They've either been first or second in district. They pretty much qualify into regionals, and winning a state championship was a huge deal. The ultimate dream and goal, if you're an athlete, is to compete in a state and to win it. I mean, is the ultimate accomplishment, because it's something that you'll remember, for the rest of your life, and you can share it with your kids and your family. For our tennis team to be able to accomplish that, that's a huge deal for us, and we're excited about that.
It's really exciting. Before, our courts were barely playable, and now that we have great new courts, windscreens and everything, and get more people playing on the courts, get more recognition for the sport at this high school. Yeah, it looks nice. It's a big contrast, I think. Inside the court, it's more purple, and then outside, it's green. I like the change. It's really cool.
The Dripping Springs Tigers have Matrix Turf with Helix technology here at Tiger Stadium. It's a great look with the maroon and gold. Their head coach, Galen Zimmerman, excited about getting this fall football season underway.
We've got great numbers with our programs. It's not just varsity football. Playing a competition stadium, we've got a practice field, but we're going to play games there too. JV football has an hour's worth of practice. Freshman football is going on. We've got our varsity and sub-varsity soccer teams playing.
Not only did Dripping Springs High School go with Matrix Turf with Helix technology, which is the same type of turf you'll find at AT&T Stadium or NRG Stadium at the professional level in the state of Texas, but also they went with a cush drain, which is not only safer for the players, but it also drains better.
The technology in the last couple of years, just with turfs and the safety features and the E-layer that we've put in underneath our turf fields to help the impact testing, is pretty remarkable.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish.
You hear in Texas about Friday Night Lights, but in small towns like Mexia, it is family, it's tradition. We have folks here in town that are 3rd and 4th generation Black Cats who can trace back their family and how they play and the field itself in Black Cat Field. It's a tradition like no other. The field, the track, our new field house really ties everything together and has given the community a new spirit when it comes to its athletic programs. Our spring sports have definitely seen the benefit also. We're able to have baseball tryouts in the rain, which was new for Mexia. Just more days outside has really shown a benefit in all of our athletics.
When it rains, we'll still have our soccer kids out there and have baseball out there. We'll have our track teams. Up to this point, we have not missed a practice because of field conditions, which is tremendous.
One of my school board members mentioned as we finished the field, when is it going to be time to do baseball and softball? So the community is already starting to speak and want the next step. We have already seen a difference in attitude with our kids. It just goes back to that pride and that ownership.
It was surreal for those kids. We let them have 5-10 minutes on their own, just to kind of go, okay, this is yours. Hellas is a big company in our world, in the coaching world, and I think anybody that knows somebody knows Hellas. You know you're going to get great business and they're going to take care of you, and you're never going to sacrifice quality for anything, so it's really good to work with Hellas.
We're Hellas people at Allen. Every field we've ever put in is a Hellas field. We have a relationship with Reed Seaton that goes back long before Hellas when he was working for Southwest. I don't think you can find a organization that has better customer service than Hellas. Attention to detail makes them apart than everybody else.
We have a great relationship with Hellas. You know, when we need things, or if things need to get fixed or sewn, or they've been down there immediately to help us out.
Their manpower availability is massive. As I just left Georgetown, we're finishing up 3 middle school turf fields and tracks, and they're handling them all 3 at the same time.
Hellas probably was the most enjoyable that we've had to work with. The product, after 4 years, I can tell you right now, we've been thrilled with. You have to have great facilities in an environment like the Woodlands to be able to compete, and we have done that with the help of Hellas.
Yeah, Hellas has been a great partner with the UIL and with the Athletic Directors Association, and certainly are putting products out there that help make the game safer. People like Hellas are thinking outside the box, and their group are doing things in concert with the Athletic Directors Association to make our activities safer.
When you talk about companies like Hellas, and what they're known for is their attention to detail. For Hellas in particular, it's just the safety of the kids that are playing on their field surfaces, and their #1 concern and their #1 priority is keeping kids safe.
I think a partnership with Hellas brings legitimacy. I think if you'd asked me 20 years ago how many of our schools were going to have artificial surfaces, it probably wouldn't have been as high. I think now the cost savings, I think the safety, I think the general playability, especially in Houston where it's going to rain. But I think Hellas does a great job of assessing needs and then finding solutions for needs. And I think that's where the partnership comes in between our schools and Hellas.
A new generation of synthetic turf nailer boards has hit the market. Welcome to the age of Eco Nailer. Eco Nailer is an environmentally friendly nailer board used in the turf installation process to secure the synthetic turf system to the curb surrounding the field. Traditionally, nailer boards have been composed of wood materials. Eco Nailer saves the environment one tree at a time. Eco Nailer is made of 100% recycled materials. 60% is post-consumer recycled plastic, and the remaining 40% of Eco Nailer is derived from turf fiber manufacturing waste sourced from zero-waste turf manufacturing plants. By upcycling high-quality raw materials, Eco Nailer finds use for turf manufacturing waste within the field itself, and it is a more secure investment than traditional wood nailer boards. Through the life of its 25-year warranty, Eco Nailer will never warp or rot, even in extreme freeze-thaw cycles. Do your part to save our trees. Every tree we save generates oxygen for our children to breathe. Creative uses of waste materials will define the next generation of synthetic turf fields. Eco Nailer, zero waste, long-term predictability. Epic Tracks by Hellas are polyurethane running surfaces which use high-grade, eco-friendly raw materials. The Epic Tracks line ranges from entry-level base mat surfaces to full-pore polyurethane systems suitable for international track meets. The Epic Tracks lineup offers a range of price points that varies with specifications and ratios of polyurethane and rubber. Polyurethane binder is the glue that holds the rubber granules together and is the most expensive raw material in the track system. Base mat surfaces include more rubber and less polyurethane binder than full pore systems. While base mat products require lower initial investments, their life cycle costs outpace higher end full pore systems as they require more frequent resurfacing and replacement. At the upper end, the Epic Tracks line features poured-in-place polyurethane systems with rubber broadcast into the track. Full-pore surfaces utilize more polyurethane than rubber. After curing, the system forms a homogeneous surface which can be built upon over time by adding subsequent layers of polyurethane and rubber, improving performance and providing cost savings over time. Although base mat products have a lower initial price tag, they actually cost more in the long term. Epic Tracks, faster, smarter, stronger.
definitely a gentleman one. There's no wind down here, there's wind up there.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeff Power. I'm at Cornerstone Christian School in San Antonio. We're going to go through the process of installing lights.
There's a base for this pole. We set it, we concrete it in. When they actually fly the poles, we put all the lights on them. They pick the whole thing up with a crane and then it slides over the top of the base. And then from there, it's piping in everything, digging to each pole, running the circuit up, hooking everything up. There's inherent dangers with working with electricity, work with a lot of 480, big three-phase. Obviously the heights, you mitigate as much as you can. And once we set the poles and stuff, we have to go up there and aim them. They use lasers and stuff to measure out on the field to hit certain spots in the field so that you're getting an even light. University of Oklahoma, they have 200-foot poles. I mean, so it can get pretty high. We have safety equipment. We wear all our PPE. You definitely can't have any fear of heights.
It's scary when the wind's hot up a little bit.
It's a stable platform, but it does swing, especially with the wind up that high. If they have a new press box, we'll wire up the scoreboards, we'll wire up the time clocks. Pretty much anything electrical on the field we can do. We watch out for each other. Other than that, for most of us, it's just another day. The lighting department definitely put another tool on their tool belt to be able to tell people, like, hey, we can handle that for you as well.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hellas Construction provides a dynamic and controllable lighting system that has the ability to be upgraded all the way to full color on the customer's playing surface.
The lights and the celebration package, turn the lights off and colors, it just adds to the excitement of the game.
The kids loved it. We got that from the University of Alabama. I guess that's something we liked about that, and it was definitely different. That was unique, to say the least.
LED stadium lighting has taken over the lighting market. Why? Because they're safe, efficient, and provide brighter light.
The LED lights, they seem to brighten up a lot more. It shoots the light out a lot further. It's not as hot a light.
Not only do LED lights provide less light pollution, but they're also sleek and more directional.
It is a lot more directional. It keeps the light more towards what we're trying to light rather than spilling off the field and off the track.
Each sport has different lighting requirements, including baseball and softball, where the ball needs to be lit from below as well as above so the outfielders can see it better.
With the ball tracking system, it's a series of lighting on about halfway up the pole, that when the ball gets above the lights, then the ball tracking system that's about halfway up reflects the light from the top underneath the ball, so the ball is able to be seen when it gets above the lights.
I love it with these new lights and the tracking system that they have here incorporated. It's really easy to find the ball just as long as you're seeing it off the bat.
The lights, they've been a game changer for us. The ball tracker, it picks up the ball and it doesn't blind the kids like, the old lights would. They're amazing. I would recommend them to anybody. It's fun as a coach, and I can get on my phone and turn them on from the dugout instead of having to walk all the way down.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Infill. Another option includes thatch, which is a thin layer of fine texturized fibers at the root of the turf. Thatch increases fiber support and weight while reducing the amount of infill required. Helix and thatch combined creates a more durable field with the most stable footing. The skid area or infield clay is very reliable when it comes to speed and playability. Players and coaches love it.
It's finally nice to be playing on a really good field. And the hops are way better too. They always play out the same, and you don't have to expect a bad hop to the chest or the face or anything like that.
Hellas did a great job with the turf. It's been really nice for all the weather we get down here to not to worry about canceling practice or canceling games. It's been a huge boost for us.
High-density replaceable carpet is also available with shorter pile height for high-traffic areas where sliding takes place. Manufacturing begins at Hellas-owned fibers and textile plants in Alabama and Georgia, where the turf is available in dual-paneled colors and shipped out to your destination. Major Play Turf by Hellas is a perfect pitch for baseball and softball. Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Geo Plus is an organic infill alternative made from 100% environmentally friendly materials consisting of rice husk, coconut bristle, and cork. Geo Plus with a full sprinkler system reduces surface temperatures by up to 40 degrees Fahrenheit compared to traditional crumb rubber or real fill. Geo Plus holds on to the moisture, and as the air temperature gets hotter, the moisture and the heat is released back into the air. This causes a cooling effect known as release of latent heat.
We definitely noticed the difference from other fields that we've played on that doesn't have the Geo on it. When you come out on this field, you never have that heat tension on the bottom of your feet.
So we're practicing at 3:45 in the afternoon, and we water it twice a week to keep the temperature down, to keep the Geo, the correct moisture levels. You always have a good, safe surface to play on, practice on and prep on, and that's been really good.
GeoPlus also increases foot stability and is highly permeable. GeoPlus Organic Infill. There's no better alternative for keeping the field cooler in the summer. G-Max strain is an essential part to your athlete's success and safety on the field. The players will notice a spring in their step while giving them the shock absorption necessary for a safer playing surface. This prefabricated pad with horizontal drainage capabilities is optimal for synthetic turf. Designed for most field sports, the G-Max structure of the pad is actually focused to maintain FIFA 2-star shock absorption levels for longer periods of time. G-Max strain is cost-effective, and the injection molded flooring in the tiles is easily installed with no adhesives. Consisting of fully recyclable materials, the G-Max strain will last up to 40 years and will not deteriorate like other styrofoam-type pads. G-Max strain offers great planarity and foot stability, plus will lower your G-Max rating. Science, safety, and security. G-Max strain, the best protection money can buy. For every thrill of victory, there is an agony of defeat, but nothing is more crushing than a season-ending injury. Collisions in sports are inevitable, but what price can you put on safety? Installing a cush drain pad is a necessity under your synthetic turf field. The athletic community and parents are demanding a safer surface for their athletes, and facilities comply with this pave-into-place shock pad. It will lower your G-Max rating, translating to a safer field, reducing concussions. There's been a push to get the head out of the game, but in fast-paced athletic competition, the cush drain takes the thought process out and puts the shock absorption in. The cush drain also helps the field drain better and offers true and consistent planarity over time. Cush drain, the best investment for your athlete's safety. Hellis Construction has installed over 10,000 miles of turf spread out over the landscape of America. From Seattle to Miami and headquarters in between, Hellis Construction, where more than the game matters. From start to finish, thousands of fields in this great country are born in the fiber factories of Alabama and manufactured in the textile plants of Georgia. The foundation of the company is in the detail of the manufacturing. Hellis Construction cares, and it shows in each strand. The fiber extrusion process begins with these monofilament extruders, which produce raw polyethylene resin pellets, which are mixed with a master batch of different color pellets. Once melted and pushed through holes in the spinneret in a molten state, these pellets travel through chilled water in the quench tank. The material solidifies as it is slit into individual tapes. Both lines go through a water removal process to ensure we do not have slippage in the drawing process, which is where the monofilaments go through a series of rollers to draw or stretch the yarn. This process produces maximum strength and durability while also maintaining the desired shrinkage, uniformity, and physical characteristics throughout the life of the yarn. The final fiber process is known as twisting, which is required to ensure the yarn package will process in tufting or fabric formation. Hellis invests in the exact same raw materials for the slit film product as the monofilament yarn. Our experienced fiber extrusion team handles every strand of fiber that goes into the turf. Follow us into the footsteps of tradition in Chatsworth, Georgia, where it's time to tuft the turf at the Hellis Textiles factory. From technology and experience, Hellis manufactures the finest synthetic turf systems in the country. Hellis Textiles manages everything from turf inspection to yarn quality testing through tufting, coating, and delivery of the synthetic turf systems. We live in a world of competition through perfection, and that feeds the very fiber of who we are at Hellis Construction. 100% inspection and quality analysis is a priority and performed on all of the yarn at Hellis Textiles. With a combination of over 50 years of turf manufacturing experience in Chatsworth, each of the state-of-the-art machines can be fine-tuned to produce custom synthetic turf for Hellis customers in a third of the time as the industry standard. Hellis Construction has total control of all manufacturing processes, with state-of-the-art equipment, machinery, and the experience needed to ensure that our clients receive the highest quality of turf, customized to fit each unique specification. Hellis Construction. We're covering America in turf, one field at a time. If there's a will, there's a way. Lace them up. Feel the desire. The goal is set. Give it all you've got. The lights are on. The community is here. Time is of the essence. Memories that will last a lifetime. Take your place in history. Leave a legacy. It's your time. Feel the pride that brings the community together as one. The only lines drawn here are on the track, the tennis court, the field. It's a vision that takes focus. It's dedication in silence that is rewarded with the sound of victory. It's the ability to simply be the best sports construction company with the best products and the customer service dedicated to the communities we serve. It's a dedication to be the best regardless of the obstacles. It's an understanding of the values that sets each community apart, from the first shovel of dirt to a stitch of yarn, the pouring of concrete, and every layer of the track. It's the attention to detail that drives us all. These hallowed grounds will forever be changed. An ability to bring the community to a location of pride. It's now a part of who you are, given from whom we are. Hellis Construction.
When they walk up in here, that's the first thing they see is the Texas T. Because I tried to do the TT when I first got here in Trinity Tigers, but people got that confused with my alma mater, Texas Tech. And when you walk out there and you look from up top, everyone was excited. The kids were excited about it. I mean, from our Tigerettes, our dance team, band who gets to go out there on Thursday and go through their steps and being able to showcase their stuff at halftime.
The band, they love to get out here and get to practice. The cheerleaders, the kids were super excited about getting the turf and the new field. You know, everybody just gets pumped up and comes out and enjoys. We have fabulous fans for any sport here in Trinity.
Trinity High School elected to go with Ecotherm infill to keep the field 20 degrees cooler than traditional SBR crumb rubber. Hellis also installed a cush drain below the Matrix Helix surface to keep the field draining better while helping to reduce concussions.
It's unbelievable. We did not have, to my knowledge, one documented case of a concussion on our game field. You know, safety first. You know, then, you know, with the padding and all that extra stuff, safety first. I wouldn't do it any other way.
We do want the safest field we could have for the kids.
Not only did the Trinity Tigers football team get a chance to break in this brand new Matrix turf with Helix technology with Ecotherm infill and a cush drain as well, but also it was the inaugural season for the boys and girls soccer squads here at Trinity High School as well.
We had not had soccer here in Trinity before. There was a pretty big interest in it, so we thought, hey, we'll give it a try this year. With our field, it has all the soccer markings on it. They improved every game. That was also very exciting for us to start soccer here in Trinity.
The UIL implemented new exchange zones recently at the high school level as schools were forced to make changes to their tracks. Hellis painted the exchange zones for Trinity High School. The Tigers color scheme is black and orange, and you can see right here in the exchange zones where the orange is very prominent to show exactly where the runners need to make that exchange.
The orange went in great with the field. The kids love it. We hosted 4 days of track meets. The fans that came loved it. Everybody thinks it looks just great.
So when they changed that last year with the exchange zones, we got compliments on that the entire track season. Had some calls from some schools that was here. Hey, we've got to get our track restriped. Who did it? It was Hellis. People just coming up, wanting to stop by. Can we get on? Can we take pictures? It's nice. If you look good, you play good. If it looks good, you play good.
Hellis, building for sports from start to finish.
We're the Conley Cadets, named after James Conley Air Force Base. which is now TSTC Technical School. The Matrix Helix is the best around. I recommend it to any high school, and make sure you go with Hellas. They're the best in the country.
Not only do the Connolly cadets have Matrix turf with Helix technology installed by Hellas Construction, they've also got a cush drain below to help keep these players safe by helping to reduce concussions. And guess what? They've got a G4000 Epic track. Talk about some speed. These guys can win championships on that track.
We're blessed here at Connolly with a lot of great athletes, a lot of speed. We won state championships in track and field. Our track's state of the art. We're going to be able to host our district track meet. I'm blessed to have great administration here that has allowed us to keep things going, always supported us, gave us the things we needed to make sure we were following all the protocols. We're just thankful for Randy Bullock and everybody at Hellas.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. Hello everybody, my name is Jeff Power. We're at Lake Travis High School, home of the 6-time state champion Cavaliers. Get out your synthetic turf system maintenance manual that came with your field, because today we're going to show you how to not only groom your field properly, but maintain it for over a decade.
We have this special machine. It's clean, sweep, and brooming at the same time. This machine is pretty good. They do everything in one time. Pick it up trash, brooming, and also level the field. Okay, in the first time, don't dig in too much the brushes on the field. We don't go all the way down. When you pick it up a lot of rubber, you start making really mess on your field because it make it look really black. We have special tires on the back, like that you can run it outside. We don't supposed to be running on the concrete, like that you don't damage the brushes inside and the back too. Now we use a ball and hitch. We pull an inch and 7/8 ball. We have in front 2 different size tires. These 4 tires is when you move around to the field. We have to pick this one side, flip to the other way, flip this side, pull safety, pull it down. You see the tires how it's gonna be? Now you pull one side, bring the tire up, and this side, be careful, because it's all the machine's gonna be on this last one, okay? You wanna push this one out, like that this brush going down. Same thing to this side, push it. Now you can see your brush is down, and you can see it's only very touch the favors, a quarter inch, sometimes halves. Now this is the part when just the brushes. So right here you can see the numbers. You can go up and you can go down. You can show the numbers. We always recommend 4 every time. Hold this one up, make sure it's locked, like that you don't move when you're driving up.
So same thing over here?
Same thing to this side. Both of them have to be the same, like that everything's gonna be level. We have this machine, they have his baskets, you can open. Some you got fill out the trash and everything, just pull it out, dump into the trash can, same thing to the other side. So we have to start to the goal line, all the way to the other side to the goal line, running in the same directions, parallel to the lines. And when you go to sidelines, we have to parallel lines all around, same way, one direction, on the outside. If you maintain your fields properly, you probably have 10 or 11 years, 12 years more life to your field. My name is Octavio Zaragoza with Hellas Construction, and I'm a superintendent. Catch you next time.
So those are some of the things you need to know when it comes to grooming and maintaining your field. Make sure you take care of these steps, and your field should last about a decade. At Lake Travis High School, I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction.
So we're here at Legacy High School in Tyler, Texas. I'm working with Hellas Construction. I'm putting in a new pitching mound forming system. It's the newest innovation from Sports Field Specialties, and we're working with Hellas to install it here. It's a product that takes all the guesswork out of forming a pitching mound in the field. We're proud to partner with them. So the first stage is you bolt together an aluminum forming system. You were to put it in the ground and put it in place. You level it and align it, and once you're done with that, you're going to go ahead and fill it with concrete. And the home plate forming system is similar to the pitching mound forming system. It's an aluminum form that gets set in place. It allows you to height adjustable for your home plate, and you simply fill it with concrete and you're ready to play. The thing is, we started at 7 o'clock this morning. We put everything together and we are pouring concrete, and we've taken a process that usually takes 2 to 3 days and knocked it into half a day. They're going to lay a black rubber material over it in the pitching area, and then they're going to come back and they're going to put the synthetic turf down, and you'll have a beautiful finished product. You get a huge time savings in the field, so you obviously have a labor savings, but you're getting a consistent product every time. One that will be level, and one that'll be uniform. We also have a seasonal forming system, which allows you to take the mound in and out when you have multi-purpose fields or you're going to play softball. We do a lot of work with Hellas Construction. They're one of the largest sports contractors in the United States. They're very professional, they know what they're doing, and we appreciate them allowing us to be part of this project with them.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeff Power. I'm here in Langston, Oklahoma. This is the home of the Lions of Langston University. They've got a V300 Epic track and also a Velocity turf field with real fill infill by Hellas Construction. Let's find out more about this Epic V300 track and the advantages for the athletes here in Langston.
The V300 Epic track really stands out here at Langston because of the different color contrast on the exchange zones. The new deceleration zone allows for student athletes to decrease their speed more efficiently with less space and time. This newest feature to the track should definitely decrease our student athletes' injuries. The softness of the track really stands out for our student athletes, especially those that perform the triple jump or the long jump. The added long jump pit gives our student athletes access to training in actual sand for improving their landing techniques. The King jump pits also have customized covers to keep the sand clean. Our Lions and Lady Lions color scheme is blue and orange. And with the combination of both here on our track and on our field, it just all comes together and makes it pop. Being a competitive member in the Sooner Athletic Conference and having updated facilities definitely gives our student athletes an athletic advantage.
Hellas, building for sports from start to finish. One important test for football fields is a GMAX test, which will help us measure the hardness of the field to give us an idea if the field is safe to play on.
We're going to fall from a 2-foot fall height onto the playing surface. What we're measuring here is the gravities of deceleration. In other words, the head is going to fall. We're measuring the impact onto the turf and then rebounds to its resting position.
How many times do you do it in each location, and how many different locations do you normally test?
Right, Jeff, as we just tested here on this field, we had 10 locations that we checked. Drops 2 and 3 is what we averaged to get our overall value.
A good initial Gmax is 100, but the maximum Gmax that can be on the field is 200.
Without a doubt, one of the most important things, Earl, is maintaining a field.
This field needs some maintenance. This field needs to be brushed on a more regular basis so that we get the infield back positioned equally and smoothly across the field.
We're wrapping it up here at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. How fitting, a Hollywood ending right here. Of course, this is the home of the Rams and the Chargers. This is the end of the hashtag Road to SoFi Stadium, hashtag Great American Road Trip. You might remember we hit multiple stadiums across the country on this journey. In fact, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in both Atlanta and New Orleans, the Superdome. And then, of course, AT&T Stadium in Arlington with the Cowboys. We stopped off in Glendale at State Farm Stadium, as well as the final touch here at SoFi Stadium here in LA. Of course, Hellas Construction has installed Matrix Turf with Helix technology. That's the top-of-the-line product at Hellas. Incidentally, the first regular season home game at this stadium for the LA Rams will be the Dallas Cowboys. How fitting. Hollywood versus America's team should be a lot of fun right here in Los Angeles. I'm Jeff Power for Hellas Construction.